When my aunt's retirement banquet turned into her chance to shame me as lazy, I exposed how she exploited my unpaid labor to run her business for years. I'm 30 years old, and I just got back from what should have been a normal family event. My Aunt Linda, who's 58, just retired from running her party supply business, and the whole family showed up to celebrate at this community hall she rented out. There were maybe 60 people there, extended family, her business colleagues, friends from the neighborhood, basically everyone who knew her. It should have been a nice evening. It wasn't. Before I get into what happened at the banquet, I need to explain the history between me and Linda because otherwise none of this will make sense. When I was 15, Linda asked if I wanted to help out at her store on weekends. My mom thought it was a great idea. You know how parents are. Keep him busy, teach him responsibility, give him something productive to do. Linda sold it to everyone as this generous mentoring opportunity. She told my parents, and anyone who would listen, that she was doing me a huge favor by teaching me the business and giving me real work experience. She told me directly that learning from the ground up was worth more than any minimum wage job, that this was an investment in my future. I was 15, so I believed her. What started as helping out on Saturdays turned into Saturdays and Sundays. Then it became after school, too. Then entire summers. By the time I was 17, I was basically working there whenever she needed me. I stocked inventory, ran the register, helped customers design party packages, did deliveries all over town, updated her spreadsheets, organized the storage room, and even designed her first website because she didn't want to pay someone to do it. I did everything except the actual accounting. And she never paid me. Not once. Not a single dollar in 8 years. Every time I brought up payment, she had an excuse ready. Family helps family. You're building your resume. This experience is priceless. Do you know how much people pay for business courses? You're getting this for free. When I was 18 and mentioned that my friends were making money at their jobs, she got offended and said I was being ungrateful. She'd remind me that she was the one giving up her time to teach me, that she could hire someone else, but she was choosing to invest in me instead. Meanwhile, she was telling everyone else a different story. To my parents and the rest of the family, she made it sound like she was doing charity work by keeping me occupied. She'd say things like how she was keeping me out of trouble, giving me structure, making sure I didn't end up lazy like some kids. My mom ate it up. She'd thank Linda for being such a good influence on me. This went on until I was 23. 8 entire years of my life. I missed so many things because of that store. I missed parties because I had to work Saturday nights. I missed hanging out with friends because Linda needed me to help with a big order. I barely dated in high school because I was always at the shop. My early 20s were just work, sleep, and more work. The worst part, the thing I still get angry about, was the internship. Right after I finished college, I got offered a position at a marketing firm. It was paid, it had benefits, it was exactly the kind of opportunity I needed to actually start my career. I was 22 and finally had a chance to do something for myself. But when I told Linda I'd have to cut back my hours at the store, she completely lost it. She went on about how I was abandoning her during her busiest season, how she'd done so much for me, and this was how I repaid her, how disappointed she was. She cried. She called my mom and told her I was being selfish. My mom called me and asked if I could just help Linda through the busy season and then take a job after. Linda promised me that once things settled down, she'd hire me properly. She said she'd make it official, put me on payroll, the whole thing. Like an idiot, I believed her. I turned down the internship. The busy season ended. Then there was another busy season. Then it wasn't the right time because money was tight. Then she was restructuring. There was always a reason. I kept working there, unpaid, waiting for the promise she never intended to keep. I finally quit when I was 24. I didn't make a big announcement or have a dramatic confrontation. I just stopped showing up. Linda was furious. She called me ungrateful, selfish, and immature. She told half the family that I'd abandoned her when she needed me most, that I'd left her in the lurch without any notice. Some relatives called me to ask what happened and why I'd treat Linda that way after everything she'd done for me. I was too exhausted to defend myself or explain. I just said it was time for me to move on and left it at that. I got a job in logistics. Nothing glamorous, but it paid decently. I kept my distance from Linda after that. We'd see each other at family holidays and I'd be polite, but that was it. She'd make little comments sometimes about how I'd given up on entrepreneurship, or how some people just aren't cut out for business ownership. I'd ignore it. It wasn't worth the fight. That brings me to last weekend and the retirement banquet. I almost didn't go. My mom asked me to come and I figured it would be fine. It was supposed to be a celebration, just food and speeches and congratulations. I could handle one evening. My cousin Sarah was sitting next to me, and we were actually having a decent time during dinner. The food was fine. People were in good moods. Everything seemed normal. Then Linda got up to give her retirement speech. She thanked everyone for coming, talked about how proud she was of what she'd built, went through the whole story of starting her business from nothing. Everyone was smiling and nodding along. She talked about the challenges she'd overcome, the sacrifices she'd made, how she'd done it all without any handouts or help from anyone. Then she looked directly at me. I remember the exact moment because Sarah tensed up next to me like she knew something bad was coming. Linda smiled and said she'd tried to help family along the way. She mentioned me by name, said I'd worked for her when I was younger, and that she'd tried to teach me what real work looked like. Then she said it. She called me one of those lazy kids who never wanted to actually work for anything. People laughed. Not mean laughter exactly, just that uncomfortable chuckle people do when someone makes a joke that's slightly insulting, but they don't want to seem uptight. But I heard it. I saw people glancing at me with pity or amusement. My mom was staring at her plate. Sarah whispered that Linda was out of line. But the damage was done. Everyone in that room now thought I was some lazy freeloader who couldn't cut it at my aunt's business. I sat there with my face burning, trying to decide what to do next. After Linda finished her speech, people started getting up to mingle and congratulate her. A few of her old business colleagues came over to our table to chat. One of them, this woman named Patricia, who I vaguely remembered from a few store events, actually patted me on the shoulder. She told me not to feel bad and that not everyone is cut out for entrepreneurship. She said it in this sweet, pitying voice like she was consoling a child. I just nodded and smiled because what else was I supposed to do? But inside, I was furious. My mom texted me from across the room. The message just said to please not make a scene. That was it. No acknowledgement of what Linda had just said about me. No defense. Just a request to keep quiet and not rock the boat. That's when I realized my mom knew exactly what Linda was going to say and didn't bother warning me. Sarah was angry on my behalf. She kept muttering about how ridiculous Linda was and how someone needed to say something. But I told her to drop it. I was still trying to convince myself to just let it go and get through the rest of the evening. Then Linda's former accountant, this guy named Roger, got up to give a toast. He talked about Linda's business acumen and her dedication and all the usual retirement speech stuff. At the end, he invited anyone who'd worked with Linda over the years to come up and share a few words. He looked right at me when he said it. Linda was watching me too, with this expectant smile on her face, like she genuinely thought I'd get up there and praise her after what she'd just said. I stayed in my seat. I was running through every possible scenario in my head. If I got up and said something, I'd be ruining her retirement party. My family would never forgive me. My mom would be mortified. It would become this whole thing that people would talk about for years. But if I didn't say anything, everyone in that room would leave, thinking I was exactly what Linda said I was. They'd think she generously tried to help me, and I was too lazy to make anything of it. Sarah leaned over and whispered that I didn't have to say anything if I didn't want to. That actually made my decision easier. She was giving me an out, and I realized I didn't want to take it. I stood up. My hands were shaking, but I walked to the front of the room anyway. The conversations died down and people turned to look at me. Linda was still smiling, but it looked more forced now, less certain. I could see my mom's face, and she looked like she wanted to sink through the floor. I took the microphone and started by congratulating Linda on her retirement. I said she'd built a successful business, and that was something to be proud of. I meant it too, even though I was angry. She did build something, even if she did it partly on my back. Then I told them I needed to clarify something since it had come up in her speech. I said I hadn't worked for her for just a bit. I worked for her for 8 years, from age 15 to 23. I listed out what I did: weekends, summers, evenings after school, inventory, customer service, deliveries, bookkeeping, marketing, website design, basically whatever needed doing. I kept my voice level and factual. I wasn't yelling or being dramatic. I was just stating facts. The room got really quiet. You could hear people shifting in their seats. Linda's smile was completely gone now. She was staring at me with this mixture of shock and anger that I'd never seen before. I kept going. I told them that I never received a single paycheck in those 8 years, not minimum wage, not even gas money for the deliveries I did. I explained that Linda told me I was getting experience and that family helps family. Then I brought up the internship. I said that when I was 22, I got offered a paid position at a marketing firm, a real chance to start my career. But Linda convinced me to turn it down because she needed help during her busy season. She promised to hire me properly after that season ended. She never did. My voice cracked a little when I said that part. I hadn't planned on getting emotional, but thinking about that missed opportunity still hurt. I wrapped it up by saying that when she calls me lazy in front of everyone, I thought people should know the full story. That was all I wanted to say. I put the microphone down and walked back to my seat on shaky legs. Sarah grabbed my hand under the table and squeezed it. I could feel everyone staring at me, but I kept my eyes on the table. Linda stood up. Her face was bright red and she was visibly upset. She said something about misunderstandings and how I was being ungrateful and twisting things. Her voice was shaking, and she couldn't seem to finish her sentences. A few people started doing this awkward clapping, like they didn't know what else to do with the tension in the room. Most people just looked uncomfortable and went back to their desserts. Patricia, the woman who'd patted my shoulder earlier, had her hand over her mouth. Roger was looking between me and Linda like he was trying to process what he'd just heard. Some of Linda's other colleagues were whispering to each other. I heard one of them say they had no idea I'd never been paid. The rest of the banquet was painfully awkward. Linda wouldn't look at me or come anywhere near our table. People kept glancing over at me and then quickly looking away when I'd catch them. A few relatives came over and asked if what I said was true. I just nodded. I didn't have the energy to explain it all over again. My uncle came over at one point and said we'd need to have a family discussion about this later. He wasn't angry exactly, more like resigned and tired. My mom came over too and said we'd talk about it at home. I expected her to be furious, but she just seemed exhausted. She told me I'd made things very difficult and then walked away. Sarah stayed next to me the whole time. She told me I did the right thing and that someone needed to call Linda out. That helped a little, but I still felt sick to my stomach. I kept replaying what I'd said in my head, wondering if I should have phrased things differently, or if I should have just kept my mouth shut entirely. I left right after dessert was served. I couldn't take another minute of people staring at me and whispering. Sarah walked me to my car and hugged me. She said it was about damn time someone told the truth about Linda and that she was proud of me. I sat in my car for 10 minutes before I could actually drive home. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. The next morning I woke up to 7 missed calls from various family members. My phone was completely blown up with texts. Some were supportive, some were calling me disrespectful, and some were just asking if what I said was really true. My mom's message just said that my uncle wanted to talk to me. I ignored most of them and tried to process what I'd done. I felt weird about it. Not exactly regret, but not satisfaction either. Part of me felt relieved that I'd finally said something after all these years. Another part of me felt guilty for ruining what was supposed to be Linda's special night. I kept going back and forth between feeling justified and feeling like I'd been petty and vindictive. The family group chat was a disaster. People were arguing about whether I'd been right to speak up or whether I should have handled it privately. My uncle posted something about airing dirty laundry in public being disrespectful. Sarah defended me and said Linda started it by insulting me first. Then other cousins jumped in with their opinions. I muted the chat after an hour because it was giving me a headache. But then something unexpected happened. 3 days after the banquet, I got an email from Patricia, the woman who'd patted my shoulder. It was long and apologetic. She said she'd worked with Linda for 12 years and had absolutely no idea I'd never been paid. She said Linda used to talk about me in staff meetings sometimes, bragging about how she'd figured out a way to save money on labor costs by having family help out. Patricia told me she'd always assumed that meant I was getting paid under the table or getting some kind of family discount arrangement. She never imagined it meant I wasn't getting paid at all. She apologized for the condescending comment she'd made at the banquet. She said if she'd known the real situation, she would have said something years ago. She ended the email by saying she felt sick thinking about how Linda had exploited me and that she hoped I could forgive her for not knowing. That email actually made me feel a lot better. At least one person understood now. Then Roger, Linda's accountant, called me. He was clearly uncomfortable, but he wanted to apologize too. He told me that Linda had structured her business finances in a specific way to avoid certain labor costs. He said there were several roles that should have been paid positions, but Linda found ways around it. He'd always assumed those roles were being filled by contractors or part-timers who were paid in cash. It never occurred to him that I was working full-time hours, completely unpaid. He felt terrible about it. He offered to write me a reference letter for any job applications, saying that my work had been instrumental to the business's success. He said he'd be happy to detail exactly what I did and how valuable it was. I thanked him and told him I'd think about it. Honestly, I was just shocked that he was taking my side. The third person who reached out was someone I barely remembered. Her name was Diane, and she'd been Linda's store manager from when I was 17 until I was about 21. She sent me a Facebook message saying she'd heard about what happened at the banquet. She told me she'd quit working for Linda, partly because of how uncomfortable she felt watching Linda treat me the way she did. She said she'd tried to bring it up once, suggesting that Linda should at least pay me minimum wage, and Linda had shut her down immediately. Diane said she'd always felt guilty for not pushing harder or reporting it to someone, but she'd needed the job and didn't want to risk getting fired. She apologized for not standing up for me back then. She said watching a teenager work that hard for nothing, while Linda took all the credit, had bothered her for years. That message actually made me cry a little. I'd always thought everyone who worked there just didn't care or didn't notice. Knowing that at least one person had seen it and felt bad about it meant something. But not everyone was on my side. My Aunt Carol, Linda's sister, called me and tore into me for humiliating Linda in public. She said I was cruel and vindictive, and that I'd ruined what should have been a beautiful celebration. She told me that even if I had grievances, there were appropriate ways to handle them, and ambushing someone at their retirement party wasn't it. She said Linda was devastated, and that I should be ashamed of myself. A few other relatives echoed that sentiment, They thought I was justified in being upset about not getting paid, but they said I'd handled it in the worst possible way. They said I could have confronted Linda privately after the event, or even just left when she insulted me instead of retaliating. My mom's stance was complicated. She came over to my apartment a week after the banquet and we talked for a long time. She admitted that Linda had taken advantage of me. She said she'd known at the time that the arrangement wasn't entirely fair, but Linda had convinced her it was good for me and that I was learning valuable skills. My mom said she'd trusted Linda's judgment because Linda was successful and seemed to know what she was doing. But she also said I shouldn't have called Linda out at the banquet. She thought I should have pulled Linda aside privately or addressed it at a family dinner where we could have talked it through. She said public humiliation wasn't the answer and that I'd made things harder for everyone by creating this huge family rift. She wasn't angry exactly, just disappointed in how I'd handled it. Linda herself hasn't spoken to me at all. I've heard through the family grapevine that she's been telling people I exaggerated everything and that I'm lying to make her look bad. She's claiming she offered to pay me multiple times, and I refused because I wanted to learn the business instead. Some relatives believe her version. Others have started asking more questions about why I really worked there for so long without any compensation. The family is basically split down the middle now. Half of them think I was completely justified and that Linda deserved to be exposed. The other half thinks I deliberately ruined her retirement to get revenge. My mom is somewhere in between, acknowledging that Linda was wrong but still upset about the way I handled it. I've been thinking about it constantly. I don't regret speaking up, but I do wonder about the timing. Part of me thinks she deserved to be called out publicly after she publicly humiliated me first. She made a choice to insult me in front of 60 people, so why shouldn't I respond in the same setting? Another part of me wonders if I just made everything worse, and if private confrontation would have been more effective. So that's where things stand now. My family is divided. Linda is playing the victim. A few of her former colleagues have validated my experience, and I'm left wondering if I did the right thing, or if I just stooped to her level and burned bridges I can't rebuild. For my mother's birthday brunch, my brother humiliated me by calling me a failure in front of everyone. So I revealed I'd been secretly paying her rent for 3 years. I'm 27F, and my brother Marcus is 32. We've never been close, but things got really bad after our dad passed away 4 years ago. My mom just turned 55, and Marcus insisted on throwing her this birthday brunch at some trendy restaurant downtown. The kind of place with $18 avocado toast and mimosas that cost more than my lunch budget for the week. Everyone was there. Marcus and his wife Jessica, our Aunt Linda, our 2 cousins, and my mom's best friend from church. Before I get into what happened at the brunch, I need to explain the situation with my mom, because otherwise, none of this is going to make sense. When Dad died, everything fell apart financially. He'd been sick for 2 years before he passed, and even with insurance, the medical bills piled up. There was a mortgage that was already underwater, credit card debt, all of it. My mom tried to handle it on her own, but she was working part-time as a receptionist, and it just wasn't enough. Within 6 months of Dad dying, she lost the house and had to move into a small, 1-bedroom apartment on the other side of town. Marcus was in the middle of getting promoted at his job when all this was happening. He'd show up for Sunday dinners and talk about how stressed he was with work, how the promotion was taking up all his time, how he and Jessica were planning for their future. He'd always end these conversations with something like, "But we all need to be there for Mom," while not actually being there for Mom in any practical sense. I was making about $42,000 a year as an administrative coordinator at a healthcare company. Not great money, but decent enough. I live with 2 roommates, drive a 10-year-old Honda, pack my lunch most days. I'm not rich by any means, but I manage. Here's what nobody in my family knows. For the past 3 years, I've been paying $850 of my mom's $1,100 rent every single month, plus most of her utilities. Her rent alone is almost half my take-home pay. Mom wanted to contribute something because she's proud, so I let her pay $250 and told her I'd worked out some kind of family discount with her landlord. Total lie, but it let her feel like she wasn't completely dependent on me. I never told anyone because I knew exactly what would happen if I did. Marcus would either find a way to make it about himself, or he'd start contributing just so he could bring it up constantly and hold it over everyone's heads. My brother is the kind of person who donates $20 to a charity and then mentions it in every conversation for the next year. I didn't want my mom's situation to become another thing he used to boost his own ego, so I kept quiet. Every month I'd transfer the money, watch my savings account stay basically flat, and listen to Marcus talk about his six-figure salary and his investment portfolio, and how he and Jessica were looking at houses in the suburbs. The brunch started off fine. We got there around 11 a.m., and the place was packed with the Sunday crowd. Mom looked happy, which was the whole point. She was opening cards, laughing at old stories Aunt Linda was telling, just enjoying herself. Marcus was holding court at the head of the table like he always does, talking about work and his recent promotion to senior account manager. About 40 minutes in, he stood up with his mimosa. I thought he was going to make a toast to Mom, but instead he launched into this whole speech about his career trajectory and the bonus he'd just gotten. Jessica was sitting next to him looking uncomfortable, which should have been my first clue that something obnoxious was coming. Then he turned to me. He had this smirk on his face, and he said something like, "You know, it's crazy how different our lives turned out." I already knew where this was going. He does this at every family gathering, finds some way to compare his success to my supposed failure. He kept going, said something about how I'm still living paycheck to paycheck, and how he can't relate to people who don't try harder. He actually said that. People who don't try harder. Like working hard is something only he knows how to do. He said opportunities are everywhere if you just apply yourself. And he was looking right at me when he said it. A few people at the table laughed awkwardly. I saw my Aunt Linda's face tighten. Jessica was staring at her plate like she wanted to disappear. My mom tried to interrupt him, tried to say something like, "Marcus, that's not really appropriate." But he talked right over her. He said he worries about me, that I'm almost 30 and still struggling while he's building something real. He made it sound like he was being a concerned older brother, but everyone could hear the condescension in his voice. The smugness. My face was burning hot. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, some people looking sympathetic, others just uncomfortable, waiting to see how I'd react. My hands were shaking under the table. I was gripping my napkin so hard my knuckles were white. All I could think about was every single month for the past 3 years. Every time I'd wanted to buy new clothes or go on a trip with friends, but couldn't because I had to make sure Mom's rent was covered. Every time I'd watched Marcus post photos from some vacation or talk about some expensive restaurant he'd tried. Every time I'd bitten my tongue while he acted like he was the successful one, the responsible one, the one holding the family together. And Mom was doing her usual thing where she pretends everything is fine, even when it's obviously not. She was trying to laugh it off, trying to change the subject, trying to keep the peace like she always does. Nobody was saying anything to defend me. Nobody was telling Marcus to shut up. I sat there, thinking I could just let it go. I could smile and nod and let him have his moment and keep being the invisible one who actually does the work while he takes all the credit. But I was so tired. I was so incredibly tired of it all. The server came around a little while later asking if anyone else wanted to make a toast. Marcus had already done his whole speech, and a few other people had said some nice generic things about Mom. "Happy birthday. You're so strong. We love you." That kind of stuff. Then the server looked at me. I should have just said something short and sweet. "Happy birthday, Mom. Love you. Thanks for everything." That's what I'd been planning to do. That's what I'd done every other year. Stay quiet, stay small, don't make waves. But I kept thinking about what Marcus had just said, about how I don't try hard enough, about how I'm almost 30 and still struggling, about how he can't relate to people like me. I stood up. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I picked up my glass and I could see my hand trembling a little. I started off normal. I said Mom had been through so much the past few years and she'd handled everything with grace. That she never complained, never asked for help, just kept going. All of that was true. Mom smiled at me and she looked confused but happy, like she was just glad I was saying something nice. Marcus was already on his phone. I could see him scrolling through something, completely checked out because he'd already had his moment in the spotlight. That's when I said it. I said it had been a privilege getting to support her. Then I added that it had been a privilege paying most of her rent for the past 3 years. Every single month. $850 plus utilities. The whole table went dead silent. I wasn't done, though. I looked directly at Marcus and said I just wished everyone appreciated how much she'd done to raise us, instead of pretending they're the ones keeping things together. Marcus's head snapped up from his phone. His face went through about 5 different expressions in 3 seconds. Confusion first, then this look like he thought he'd misheard me, then understanding, then red. His face turned completely red. He said something like, "What are you talking about?" But his voice came out weird and strained. I stayed calm. I told him I was talking about the fact that I'd been covering Mom's rent since 2022, that I'd been doing it quietly, without announcing it at every family dinner, or using it as ammunition to put other people down for not trying hard enough. Jessica's mouth actually fell open. She turned to look at Marcus with this expression I couldn't quite read. Aunt Linda was looking back and forth between me and Marcus, like she was watching a tennis match. My cousins had stopped eating completely. Mom started crying. Not like sobbing or anything, just tears running down her face. Marcus saw her crying and immediately asked her if it was true, like he thought maybe I was lying, making it up to embarrass him. Mom nodded. She was wiping her eyes with her napkin, and she told him yes, it was true, that I'd asked her not to tell anyone, that it was supposed to be our secret. Marcus lost it. He actually raised his voice in the middle of this crowded restaurant and said, "You're making $40,000 a year!" Like he couldn't believe it was possible. He said, "How are you even? That's impossible." I told him it wasn't impossible. I said it's called priorities, and not spending money on expensive brunches to impress people. That got him even more worked up. He started backtracking immediately, doing damage control. He said he would have helped if he'd known. That this is exactly the kind of thing families should communicate about. That I should have come to him, that we could have split the cost, that he had no idea Mom was struggling this much. But everyone at the table could see through it. We all knew he'd had the same information I had 4 years ago. We all knew Mom had lost the house and moved into a tiny apartment. He'd just never bothered to ask the actual questions about whether she could afford it. Aunt Linda reached across the table and squeezed my hand. She didn't say anything, but I could see in her face that she got it. My cousin Sarah was nodding a little, like things were suddenly making sense to her. Marcus kept trying to justify himself. He said something about how he'd been focused on his career, how he'd assumed Mom was managing okay because she never said anything. He looked at Mom and asked why she didn't tell him she needed help. Mom was still crying. She said she didn't want to be a burden, that she knew he was busy with work and his own life, that I had offered and she'd accepted because she didn't know what else to do. Jessica looked mortified. She was staring down at her plate, and I could tell she wanted to be literally anywhere else. At one point, she put her hand on Marcus's arm like she was trying to get him to stop talking, but he shook her off. The server came back to check on us, and you could feel the tension radiating from our table. She asked if everything was okay with the food, and nobody really answered. She left really quickly. Marcus tried a different approach. He said he was glad I'd been helping Mom, but that I'd put him in an awkward position by keeping it secret. That it made him look bad when really he just didn't have all the information. He actually said that I'd made him look bad. Like that was the real problem here. I didn't respond to that. I just sat back down and took a sip of my water. My hands had stopped shaking. I felt weirdly calm, like I'd been holding my breath for 3 years and finally let it out. Nobody knew what to say after that. People tried to make small talk, but it was forced and awkward. Someone asked Mom about her friend from church and she answered, but you could tell her heart wasn't in it. The whole energy of the brunch was ruined. Marcus and Jessica left about 15 minutes later. He threw some cash on the table, way more than his share, which felt like another power move. Like he was proving he had money to spare. Jessica mumbled something about needing to get home, and they were gone. After they left, things relaxed a tiny bit. Aunt Linda said something about how she'd always thought Marcus was full of hot air. My cousin Mike said he respected what I'd done for Mom. People were being nice to me, supportive, but I could tell everyone was still processing what had just happened. We finished up pretty quickly after that. Nobody wanted to drag it out. Mom kept apologizing for the scene, which made me feel terrible because it was her birthday, and I'd turned it into a whole thing. After everyone left, Mom and I went back to her apartment. We didn't really discuss it, just kind of understood that we needed to talk without the rest of the family there. The drive over was quiet. She stared out the window, and I focused on the road, and neither of us said much of anything. When we got to her place, she made tea. She always makes tea when something serious is happening. We sat on her little balcony with our mugs, and for a while we just didn't talk. I could hear traffic from the street below, and somebody's TV playing through an open window. Finally, I told her I was sorry, that I shouldn't have done that at her birthday, that I'd ruined everything, that I should have just kept my mouth shut. She shook her head right away. She said no, that she was the one who should apologize, that she hadn't realized how much the secrecy was weighing on me. She thought she was protecting me by letting me help without everyone knowing, but she could see now that it meant I'd been taking all of Marcus's crap with nobody understanding the full picture. I told her I just got so tired of him treating me like I'm lazy or stupid. Like success only means how much money you make, that I'd been working my ass off, and he acts like I'm some kind of charity case who can't get it together. Mom said she knew, that she'd always known. She started crying again and said Dad would be so proud of me, not because of the money, but because of who I am as a person. That completely broke me. We both sat there crying on her balcony like idiots. Her neighbor probably thought someone died. It's been 2 weeks since the brunch and things are still weird. Marcus hasn't called or texted me at all. Not once. Radio silence. He did call Mom a few days after, which I only know because she told me about it. Apparently he offered to start contributing now that he knows she needs help. Mom told him she appreciated it, but she was going to try to cover more of her own expenses, and maybe he should save his money for the house he and Jessica are buying. She didn't say it in a mean way, just matter of fact. I don't know if that hurt his pride, or if he was actually relieved to be let off the hook. Probably some combination of both. The rest of the family has been reaching out, though. Both my cousins texted me separately to say they thought Marcus was completely out of line, and they were glad I finally said something. Apparently he's pulled similar stuff with them over the years, just not as blatantly. Sarah told me he once made a comment at her wedding about how small the venue was compared to where he and Jessica got married. Just constant little digs to make sure everyone knows he's doing better than them. Aunt Linda sent me this long text message about how she'd always suspected Marcus was all show and no substance. She said she remembers when we were kids, and he'd take credit for things I did, or blame me when he messed up. She said she's proud of me for standing up to him, and that the family needed to see who he really was. That felt good to hear, even though I still feel guilty about the whole thing. The most surprising message was from Jessica. She texted me a few days after the brunch and apologized. She said she's been telling Marcus for years to ease up on me, that his comments about my job and my life were cruel and unnecessary. She said she was sorry for not speaking up at the brunch, and that she hopes Marcus and I can eventually work things out. I don't know what to do with that information, honestly. Part of me appreciates that she at least recognizes he was wrong. Part of me wonders why she's married to someone she has to constantly tell to be less of a jerk to his own sister. But Marcus himself? Nothing. Complete silence. Mom says he's embarrassed, that he needs time to process everything. I think he's pissed that his image got shattered in front of the whole family. For years he's been the golden child, the successful one, the one everyone looks up to. And in about 60 seconds I dismantled all of that. Now everyone knows he's been coasting on his salary and his title, while his little sister was actually doing the hard work of taking care of Mom. I keep replaying the brunch in my head. Sometimes I think about how I could have handled it differently. I could have pulled him aside privately afterward and told him to back off. I could have sent him a text later explaining everything. I could have talked to Mom first and asked her if she was okay with me revealing what I'd been doing. But then I think about all the times he's humiliated me in front of people. All the comments about my car, my apartment, my salary, my life choices. All the times he's made me feel small and worthless while he puffed himself up. And I think maybe this was the only way he was actually going to hear me. Maybe this was the only way to make it stop. The guilt comes in waves, though. It was Mom's birthday. It was supposed to be a celebration, and I turned it into a confrontation. She keeps telling me it's fine, that she's not upset with me, that maybe it needed to happen. But I still see her face in my head when I said it. That split second where she realized what I was about to do and couldn't stop me. I don't know if Marcus and I are ever going to have a real relationship after this. We weren't that close before, but at least we were civil. Now there's just this huge thing between us that I don't know how to get past. Maybe he'll eventually apologize. Maybe he won't. Maybe we'll end up being siblings who only see each other at major holidays and don't really talk. The worst part is, I don't even know if I did the right thing. Everyone keeps telling me I was justified, that Marcus had it coming, that someone needed to knock him down a peg. But I didn't do it to be righteous or to teach him a lesson. I did it because I was hurt and angry, and I wanted him to feel a fraction of what he'd been making me feel for years. So now I'm just sitting with it. The aftermath, the silence from my brother, the support from everyone else, the guilt about Mom's birthday, the relief that it's finally out in the open, all of it at once. After my brother tricked me into selling my share of our childhood home, I made sure he'd never profit from it again. I'm 34, and my older brother Derek is 38. We grew up in this small rural town about 2 hours outside the city. Our childhood home was nothing special, just an old farmhouse my parents bought back in the 80s. The floors creaked, the porch had this permanent sag to it, and the kitchen still had the same ugly yellow linoleum from when we were kids. But it was home. Mom died 6 months ago, and I'm still not over it. Dad passed when I was in college, so losing her meant I'd lost both of them now. That house was all I had left of them. When we met with the lawyer to go over Mom's will, it was pretty straightforward. Derek and I each got 50% of the house. Equal ownership, no strings attached. I remember sitting there thinking about how I could finally stop throwing money away on rent and actually have a place that was mine. I'd been living in this cramped apartment in the city, barely making ends meet, and the idea of moving back home felt like a fresh start. I had all these plans to fix it up, make it livable again. Derek saw things differently. He lives 3 states away with his wife and kids, has this high-paying corporate job, and made it clear right away that he wanted nothing to do with the property. He brought it up at Mom's funeral. Actually, at the funeral. He pulled me aside and said we should sell it and split the money. I told him I needed time to think, that maybe we could figure out some other arrangement, but he wouldn't let it go. Every phone call after that, every text message, he kept pushing. He'd say I was being too sentimental, that it was just a house, that we needed to be practical about this. The timing couldn't have been worse for me. The funeral had wiped out what little savings I had, and I was already behind on rent. Derek knew all of this. He knew I was struggling. That's when he offered to handle everything. He said he'd found a buyer, and that if I just signed some paperwork, we'd each walk away with enough money to make a real difference. I asked if I could see the documents first, but he said his lawyer had them, and we needed to move fast or the buyer would back out. He overnighted the papers to me with all these sticky tabs showing me where to sign. I signed them. I didn't read every single page because I trusted him. He was my brother. I thought he was actually trying to help me. 2 weeks later, I got something in the mail. It was a copy of the deed transfer. That's when I realized what I'd actually signed. It wasn't a sale agreement where we'd both get paid. It was a buyout. Derek had purchased my half of the property for $15,000. $15,000. The house had been appraised at over $200,000. My half should have been worth at least $100,000, and he'd gotten it from me for barely anything. I called him the second I understood what happened. I could barely get words out, I was so angry. He acted like I was making a big deal out of nothing. He said I'd agreed to it, that it wasn't his fault I didn't read the fine print. Then he had the nerve to say he'd helped me out because I needed the money fast. I told him I was going to sue him. He actually laughed. He said I could barely afford rent, so how was I going to afford a lawyer? He told me to just take the 15 grand and move on. I took the money because I didn't have a choice. It kept me from getting evicted and bought me a couple months of breathing room. But the betrayal was eating me alive. I couldn't believe my own brother had done this to me when I was at my lowest point. I stopped answering his calls, blocked him on everything. I needed to figure out how to live with what he'd done. 4 months went by. I was back in our hometown one Saturday to visit Mom's grave, and I decided to drive past the old house. I'd been doing that whenever I was in town. It hurt to see it, but I couldn't help myself. I needed to see it, even if it wasn't mine anymore. That's when I saw the construction equipment. There were trucks everywhere, a massive dumpster in the driveway, workers tearing down the fence Dad built with his own hands. I pulled over and just sat there staring. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. I got out and walked up to one of the workers, asked him what was going on. He told me the property had been sold to a development company. They were planning to demolish the house and build luxury rental units. Demolish it. They were going to tear down the house where I grew up, where Mom and Dad raised us, where every important memory of my childhood happened. They were going to erase all of it and put up some soulless rental complex. I got back in my car and just sat there for probably 20 minutes. My hands were shaking. I felt sick. Derek hadn't just stolen my inheritance. He'd sold our entire family history without even telling me. That house was the last physical connection I had to my parents, and he'd traded it for money without a second thought. I drove straight to his office. Didn't think about it. Just got on the highway and drove 3 hours to the city where he works. His assistant tried to stop me, but I walked right past her into his corner office. He was on the phone, and when he saw me, he got this look on his face like he knew exactly why I was there. He hung up and smiled at me. Actually smiled. Asked what brought me all the way out there. I told him he sold the house. He said yeah, he did, and that he'd gotten way more than it was worth. I said he told me he'd let me know if anything changed with the property. He just shrugged and said he owned it, so he could do whatever he wanted. That's how property rights work, he said. I completely lost it. Started yelling about how he'd manipulated me, how he'd taken advantage of me right after Mom died, how he'd destroyed the only thing we had left of our family. Security showed up pretty fast. Derek just sat there, watching them escort me out. As I was leaving, he called after me, said I never appreciated what I had, and that he'd done me a favor. That line stuck with me. I couldn't stop hearing it. I couldn't sleep for weeks after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see Derek's face, that smug smile when security was dragging me out. I'd see the construction equipment tearing apart the fence Dad built. I kept hearing him say I never appreciated what I had, like I was the problem, like I was the one who'd done something wrong. I felt completely powerless. I'd already signed away my rights to the property. I had no money for a lawyer. Derek had won, and he knew it. The worst part was feeling like I'd failed Mom. She'd left us that house together, trusted us to figure it out, and I'd let Derek steamroll me and sell off everything she and Dad had worked for. But after a few weeks of feeling sorry for myself, something shifted. I started thinking about how fast Derek had moved on that sale, how desperate he'd been to get my signature without me reading everything carefully, how he'd rushed me, pressured me, made it seem like the buyer would disappear if we didn't act immediately. None of that was normal. Legitimate real estate deals don't work that way. I started wondering what else he'd cut corners on. Derek had always been like that, even when we were kids. He'd cheat at board games, take shortcuts on chores, lie to our parents about stupid stuff just because he could. When money was involved, he was even worse. So I decided to dig into the sale. I didn't have a plan exactly. I just knew I needed to understand what had actually happened. I called the county records office and asked how I could get copies of documents related to the property. The woman on the phone was really helpful, told me I could request copies of anything that was public record. I had to pay for them, but it wasn't much. When the documents arrived, there were dozens of pages. Sale contracts, permit applications, zoning forms, inspection reports. I had no idea what half of it meant. I spent my evenings after work going through everything, Googling terms I didn't understand, trying to piece together what Derek had done. That's when I noticed something weird. The property was in a residential zone with pretty specific restrictions. I found the zoning map online and confirmed it. The area where our house was located didn't allow commercial development without special permits and community approval. Building luxury rental units definitely counted as commercial development. I went back through the permit applications. There was a form that said the necessary permits were pending approval, but when I cross-referenced it with the county's online permit database, there was no record of anyone ever applying for those permits. Derek had sold the property to the developer with paperwork claiming the permits were in process, but he'd never actually filed for them. That seemed like a pretty big problem, but I kept digging because I had a feeling there was more. And that's when I found it. One of the transfer documents had a signature from the previous owner. Technically, that would be Mom, since the property transferred to us right after she died. But the signature was dated 2 weeks before she passed away, and when I looked at it closely, it didn't look anything like her handwriting. I have boxes of Mom's stuff in my closet, old birthday cards, letters she wrote me when I was in college, shopping lists. I pulled them out and compared the signatures. It wasn't even close. Mom had this very specific way of writing her capital letters, and the signature on the document didn't match at all. Someone had forged it. It had to be Derek. He needed that signature to make the timeline work, to make it look like Mom had approved something before she died. He'd probably traced it or copied it from somewhere, but he'd done a bad job. I sat there on my apartment floor, surrounded by papers, and for the first time in months, I felt like I could actually breathe. Derek had screwed up. He'd been so focused on closing the deal and getting his money that he'd committed fraud. Multiple kinds of fraud, actually. I didn't call him. I didn't call a lawyer. I just started organizing everything. I made copies of the forged signature and put them next to examples of Mom's real signature. I printed out the zoning regulations and highlighted the sections that prohibited what the developer was planning to build. I compiled all the permit applications that claimed approvals were pending when they'd never been filed. Then I wrote it all up. Not in any fancy legal language, just a clear timeline of what Derek had done. The forged documents, the false permit claims, the zoning violations. I put it all in a folder with tabs marking each section. I sent copies to 3 places. First, the county zoning board. Second, the state housing authority. Third, the local newspaper back in our hometown. I didn't put my name on anything, just sent it anonymously, with a note that said, "These documents raised serious concerns about a property development in their jurisdiction." Then I waited. It took about 3 weeks for everything to start happening. The zoning board launched an investigation. I found out later that they'd contacted the developer, who apparently had no idea about the permit issues. The developer immediately halted construction and started demanding answers from Derek. The local newspaper ran a story about development fraud in rural communities. They didn't name Derek at first, but they talked about the property and the forged documents and the zoning violations. It was only a matter of time before his name got out there. Then the developer sued him. I saw the filing online through the county court records. Breach of contract and fraud. The sale was voided, which meant the property went back to Derek. But now, he owed the developer a full refund plus penalties for all the delays and legal fees. From what I heard through mutual acquaintances, it was close to $80,000. The house was still standing, but barely. The construction crew had already done partial demolition before everything got shut down. The roof was torn up. Some of the walls were exposed to the elements. It would cost a fortune to fix, and Derek was stuck with it. My phone started ringing. Derek's number, over and over. I didn't answer. He left voicemails. The first few were angry, accusing me of sabotaging him, threatening to sue me for defamation. Then they changed. He started saying he was sorry, that he'd made mistakes, that he wanted to make peace. He said I'd ruined his life, that his wife was furious with him, that he might lose his job over the legal problems. I listened to every voicemail, but I never called him back. Instead of responding to Derek, I used some of that $15,000 he'd given me and hired a lawyer. I found someone who specialized in property disputes and fraud cases. I brought him all the documentation I had, explained the whole situation from start to finish. He listened, looked through everything, and told me we had a solid case to restore my ownership stake. The buyout had been done under coercion, and the fraud involved in the subsequent sale meant the whole chain of transactions was questionable. He said it would take time, probably several months, but he was confident we could win. I told him to move forward with it, filed the paperwork to challenge the buyout and reclaim my portion of the property. At that point, I wasn't even sure what I wanted to happen. The house was damaged, maybe beyond reasonable repair. The town had been dragged through this whole mess, but I knew I didn't want Derek to just walk away like nothing had happened. The voicemails kept coming. Derek's tone shifted between angry and desperate. He'd leave these long, rambling messages about how I was being vindictive, how I didn't understand the pressure he was under, how the lawsuit was destroying his family. His wife had apparently found out about the fraud and the forged documents, and she was furious. There were problems at his job, too, because the news story had mentioned his name, and his employer didn't want to be associated with fraud allegations. Part of me felt bad. I'm not going to lie about that. He sounded broken in those messages, nothing like the confident older brother who'd dismissed me from his office. But then I'd remember how he'd manipulated me right after Mom died, how he'd forged her signature, how he'd been willing to demolish our childhood home for profit. The sympathy would disappear pretty quick. About 2 months after I filed the lawsuit, Derek showed up at my apartment. I still don't know how he got past building security. I opened my door one evening and he was just standing there. He looked terrible, thinner than I'd ever seen him, dark circles under his eyes, wearing jeans and a wrinkled t-shirt instead of his usual business casual. He looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. He asked if we could talk. I almost closed the door in his face, but something made me let him in. Maybe curiosity. Maybe I wanted to see him grovel in person. He sat on my couch and just started talking. Said he was sorry for everything, that he'd made terrible choices, that he'd been thinking about the money and not about what the house meant. He said his marriage was falling apart, that his wife was talking about separation. The legal fees from the developer's lawsuit were crushing him, and now my lawsuit on top of it was more than he could handle. He actually cried. My brother, who I'd never seen cry at Dad's funeral or Mom's funeral, sat in my apartment and cried. He begged me to drop the lawsuit, said he'd pay me back the difference in the buyout, the full $85,000 or whatever I was actually owed. He said he'd sign over whatever percentage of the house I wanted. Anything. He just couldn't handle the legal battle anymore. I didn't say much. Just listened to him talk himself in circles for about 20 minutes. When he finally ran out of things to say, I told him I'd think about it and asked him to leave. He looked at me like he wanted to say more, but he just nodded and left. That was 3 weeks ago. My lawyer has been calling asking what I want to do. The case is moving forward, and Derek's legal team has indicated they want to settle. My lawyer thinks we could get my full ownership stake back, maybe even get Derek to pay my legal fees. It's basically everything I'd want from a legal standpoint. But I've been sitting here, trying to figure out what I actually want beyond the legal victory. Derek's life is a mess. His reputation is destroyed in our hometown. His marriage might not survive this. He's drowning in debt from the developer lawsuit, and now, potentially, mine. Part of me feels like justice has been served. He manipulated me, and now he's facing consequences. That's fair, right? But there's this other part of me that keeps thinking about Mom. Would she want this? Would she want her sons destroying each other over a house? The property is damaged anyway. Even if I get my share back, I'd have to split repair costs with Derek, and he clearly doesn't have money for that. The house might just sit there rotting because neither of us can afford to fix it. I've been driving out there every few weeks to look at it. The construction equipment is gone, but the damage remains. The roof has tarps over it now, but water's already gotten in. Some of the windows are broken. The porch Dad built is partially collapsed. It doesn't look like home anymore. It looks like a crime scene. My lawyer called again yesterday asking for a decision. Derek's team has offered a settlement where I get 40% ownership and Derek pays my legal fees. Not the full 50% I'm owed, but close. My lawyer says we should reject it and push for more. He says we have leverage and Derek is desperate. I told him I'd let him know by the end of the week. I've got the settlement offer sitting on my kitchen table right now. Next to it is a photo album from Mom's house. Pictures of Derek and me as kids playing in the yard. Dad teaching us how to fix the porch. Mom's birthday parties in that ugly yellow kitchen. Derek sent me a text this morning. First one in weeks since I haven't been responding. It just said he's sorry, and that he knows sorry doesn't fix anything, but he hopes I can forgive him someday. I haven't responded. I don't know if I'm going to accept the settlement or push for more. I don't know if I even want the house anymore, or if I just want to make sure Derek can never profit from what he did. I don't know if what I've done is justice or just revenge, and I'm not sure there's really a difference anymore. After my mother sold the land my grandfather left me, I turned her dream retirement into her biggest nightmare. I'm 33, and I've lived in the same small farming town my entire life. My mother Linda is 58, and she's never really fit in here. She's always been more interested in city life and money than anything this town had to offer. My grandfather, who I called Pop, raised me after my dad died when I was 7. He taught me everything about working the land, caring for crops, and understanding that around here, family land means legacy. It's not just property. It's your history, your future, your name. Pop died 2 years ago, and in his will, he left me a piece of land. It wasn't huge, about 12 acres, but it was fertile, well-maintained, and positioned perfectly near the main road. He'd always told me it was my start in life, the kind of thing you build on, the kind of thing you pass down. My mother had moved to a neighboring city about 10 years ago, coming back only for holidays and the occasional family event. She'd always made it clear she thought farming was beneath her, that I was wasting my potential staying here. But when Pop died, she suddenly became very interested in the estate. She was named executor, something Pop probably did out of obligation since she was his daughter, even though they weren't close. About 2 months after the funeral, she came to me with paperwork. Said there were complications with the estate taxes, that the land needed to be temporarily transferred to her name so she could manage things properly and protect me from getting hit with bills I couldn't afford. She made it sound urgent, like if I didn't sign, I'd lose everything anyway. I trusted her. She was my mother. I signed. 4 months later, I was having coffee at Mabel's diner when Todd Jensen, who works at the county clerk's office, asked me how I felt about the land being sold. I thought he was confused. I told him nobody sold anything. He got this look on his face like he'd just stepped in something terrible. Pulled out his phone and showed me the deed transfer. Sold to Greenfield Developments, LLC for $340,000. Finalized 3 weeks earlier. The seller was Linda Morrison. My mother. I sat there staring at that screen until my coffee went cold. I drove to her new place that same day. Turned out she'd moved again, this time to a luxury condo downtown in the city, about 40 minutes away. When I got there, the building had a doorman. Marble floors, the kind of place that screams money. She let me in like nothing was wrong, offered me wine, showed me around her new place, floor-to-ceiling windows, modern furniture, the works. When I finally asked her about the land, she didn't even have the decency to look ashamed. She told me I was young, that I'd earn more land someday, that she needed this for her future. Said she'd sacrificed so much raising me after my father died, and that she deserved a fresh start. I told her Pop left that land to me. Not her, me. She shrugged and said he left her as executor, that she made a business decision, that I'd thank her one day when I wasn't tied down to that dead-end town. I left without another word. Drove home in a fog. Called a lawyer the next day. He looked over everything and told me what I already knew but didn't want to hear. The papers I signed gave her power of attorney over the estate assets. Technically, what she did was legal. Unethical as hell, but legal. A week later, she posted on Facebook. Pictures of her condo, the view, her talking about new chapters and investing in myself, and finally living the life I deserve. The comments were full of her city friends congratulating her. Nobody knew where the money came from. That's when something inside me hardened. This wasn't just about money. The land wasn't just dirt and crops. It was every morning Pop and I spent walking those fields, It was him teaching me to tell when the soil was ready. It was his laugh, his stories, his hands showing mine how to do things right. It was the promise he made me that I'd always have a place to start from. She'd stolen my grandfather's memory and bought herself a view. Everyone told me to let it go. My aunt said family is family. My friends said I couldn't fight this, that land's gone once it's sold. Even the lawyer said my best option was to move on and rebuild somewhere else. But I couldn't. Every time I drove past where that land used to be mine, I felt it like a wound that wouldn't close. My mother called a few times in the following weeks, never to apologize, always to tell me I was overreacting, or to ask if I'd calmed down yet. She sent me a check for $5,000 once, said it was my share. I ripped it up and mailed the pieces back to her. 3 months after finding out, I told her I was done, that she was dead to me, that she'd chosen money over her own son and her father's legacy, and I wanted nothing to do with her. She laughed, actually laughed, said I was being dramatic and that I'd come around eventually when I grew up. I hung up and blocked her number. I started going through public records, not because I had a plan, just because I couldn't let it go. I needed to understand what happened, trace every step of how she'd taken what was mine. That's when I found something interesting. The sale to Greenfield Developments was marked pending in the county system. I dug deeper. Turns out the developer who bought the land ran into zoning issues, something about wetland protection regulations and road access permits that weren't properly filed. The sale had technically gone through, but the development project was stalled indefinitely. Then I found the real gem. Greenfield had filed for bankruptcy 6 weeks ago. The land was going to be auctioned off to settle their debts. I spent 2 weeks researching everything I could, talked to people at the county office, made some calls to the bankruptcy trustee, found out the auction was open to the public and scheduled for next month. The minimum bid was set at $180,000, half what my mother had sold it for, because of the zoning complications. Greenfield was desperate to get anything back. I'd been saving for years to buy equipment and expand my own small farming operation. I had about $120,000 in the bank. I took out a loan for the rest, using my current property as collateral. Nobody knew I was doing this. I told no one. The auction was held in the county courthouse on a Tuesday morning. There were maybe 8 people there, a few local farmers, a couple of speculators, someone from the bank. I kept my head down, my bid number in my hand, my heart pounding so hard I thought everyone could hear it. When the auctioneer started, I waited, let others bid first. The price climbed slowly. $180,000, $185,000, $190,000. One by one, people dropped out. By $210,000, it was down to me and one other guy. I went to $215,000. He shook his head and stepped back. The auctioneer said sold to bidder 47. I signed the papers that afternoon. The land was mine again. Legally, officially, permanently mine. I didn't tell anyone at first. Just went out to the land and stood there, on the soil Pop had worked, and let myself feel it. It wasn't exactly the same. There were survey stakes and cleared areas where Greenfield had started prepping for development. But it was still there, still mine. Then I got to work. Over the next 2 months, I turned the land into something Pop would have loved. Not a farm exactly, a community garden. I divided it into plots and offered them to local families, schools, the community center. Built raised beds, installed a water system, put up a fence. I placed Pop's old chair, the one he used to sit in while watching the sunset over the fields, under the biggest oak tree on the property. I took pictures of everything. The gardens growing, kids planting seeds, families harvesting vegetables, that chair under the tree. Then I posted them online. Used the exact same captions my mother had used about her condo. New chapter, fresh beginnings, finally living the life I deserve. I tagged the location. I made sure it would show up if anyone searched for the land. It took 3 days for my mother to see it. She called from a number I didn't have blocked. I answered without thinking. She was screaming, asking what the hell I did, saying that was her land, asking how I could do this. I let her rant for a minute before I spoke. Told her it wasn't her land. It never was. It was Pop's. Then it was mine. Then she stole it. Now it was mine again. Legally purchased at public auction. She was silent for a long time. Then she said I set her up. I told her no. I took back what she stole. There's a difference. She hung up. The next day I got a call from a lawyer I didn't know. He informed me that my mother was being investigated for potential fraud related to the sale. Apparently, when she'd sold the land to Greenfield, she'd misrepresented herself as the sole beneficiary and owner, not just the executor. The buyer was now claiming they'd been deceived about the property's legal status. Her mortgage company, which she'd gotten based on her supposed net worth from the sale, was also asking questions. I won't lie. Hearing that felt good. Not in a happy way exactly. More like something settling into place. Like justice actually working for once. Word spread fast in town. People knew the land had been Pop's, knew he'd left it to me, knew my mother had somehow ended up with it. Now they knew I had it back. I got a lot of supportive nods at the feed store. A few people stopped by the community garden to help out, or just to say they were glad to see it back in the family. My aunt called me about a week after the lawyer contacted me. She was upset. Said my mother was in serious trouble, that I needed to fix this, that family helps family. I reminded her that my mother didn't seem too concerned about family when she sold my inheritance out from under me. My aunt said that was different, that my mother made a mistake but didn't deserve to have her life destroyed over it. I told her that wasn't my problem and hung up. But it got to me more than I wanted to admit. I kept thinking about it, about whether what I did was right, or if I'd crossed some line I didn't even know was there. I didn't set out to get her investigated. I just wanted the land back. But once I had it, once I posted those pictures, I knew exactly what I was doing. I knew she'd see them. I knew it would hurt. And yeah, part of me wanted it to hurt. My mother showed up at my house about a week after that call with my aunt. I almost didn't answer the door, but I could see her through the window. She looked different, smaller somehow, tired. I let her in but didn't offer her a seat. She tried to hug me. I stepped back. She said she needed my help. Her voice was shaking. They were saying she might have to pay back the sale money. The mortgage company was threatening foreclosure. Her lawyer said if I'd just sign a statement saying I gave permission for the sale, it would all go away. I said no. She begged. Said she could lose everything. The condo, her savings, all of it. They were talking about criminal charges. She could go to jail. I told her she should have thought about that before she stole from her own son. She got angry then, said I was ruining her life over a piece of dirt, that I was cruel and vindictive, that Pop would be ashamed of me for treating her this way. That last part almost broke me, but I held firm. I told her Pop left me that land because he knew I'd take care of it. She sold it because she thought I didn't deserve it. She was wrong. And now she was facing the consequences of her choices. That's not cruelty. That's justice. She left crying. I haven't seen her since. That was 3 months ago. The land is officially mine now. No dispute, no legal questions. The community garden is thriving. We had our first harvest festival last weekend, and over 100 people showed up. Kids were running around with tomatoes they'd picked themselves. Families were trading recipes and comparing notes on what grew best in their plots. It was exactly the kind of thing Pop would have loved to see. I spend most evenings out there, sitting in Pop's chair under that oak tree, watching the sun go down over the fields. It feels like home again. It feels right. Sometimes I talk to him, tell him about what's growing, about the people using the garden, about how his chair is exactly where it belongs. I don't know if that sounds crazy. Probably does. But it helps. My mother's situation is still unfolding. From what I've heard through family, she's in debt, might lose the condo, and is fighting multiple legal battles. She had to hire a criminal defense attorney on top of everything else. The fraud investigation is ongoing. Her lawyer reached out to mine twice asking if we could come to an arrangement. I declined both times. There's nothing to arrange. I bought the land legally. What she did before that is between her and the law. Some family members think I'm being too harsh. My aunt calls every few weeks trying to guilt me into helping. She says my mother is suffering, that she's my mother regardless of what happened, that I got what I wanted, so why keep punishing her? My cousin sent me a long text about forgiveness and being the bigger person. A few of Pop's old friends have reached out too, split pretty evenly between supporting me and thinking I've gone too far. The people who knew Pop best, the ones who understood what that land meant, they get it. They say she made her bed, that you can't steal from your own kid and expect no consequences, that Pop would have been furious if he'd known what she did. But even some of them look at me differently now. Like, they're not sure if I did the right thing or if I just became someone they don't recognize. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. About who I am now versus who I was before all this happened. Before I found out about the sale, I would have said I was a pretty easygoing guy. I got along with people, didn't hold grudges, believed in second chances. Now I'm the guy who let his mother's life fall apart and didn't lift a finger to stop it. But here's the thing. I didn't make her commit fraud. I didn't make her lie to a developer about owning the land outright. I didn't make her take out a mortgage she couldn't actually afford without that sale money. She did all that herself. All I did was buy back what should have been mine in the first place. Still, watching it happen is harder than I thought it would be. I thought I'd feel vindicated, satisfied, like everything was finally balanced, and I do feel some of that. But I also feel tired. And yeah, alone. Most of my family isn't talking to me anymore. The ones who are keep trying to change my mind about helping her. It's exhausting. I got a letter from her last week. Not from her lawyer, from her, handwritten. She apologized, said she never meant for things to get this bad, that she made a terrible mistake and has been paying for it every day since. She said she understands if I can't forgive her, but begged me to at least help her avoid criminal charges. Said she's already lost the condo, already lost her savings, already lost her son. Losing her freedom would be too much. I read that letter 3 times. Then I put it in a drawer and haven't looked at it since. Part of me wanted to write back, to say something, anything. But what would I say? That I forgive her? I don't. That I'll help her? I won't. That I'm sorry things turned out this way? I'm not sure I am. The truth is, I don't know how I feel anymore. Some days I'm out at the garden and I see families enjoying the space. Kids learning to grow food, people connecting with the land the way Pop taught me to, and I feel like I did exactly the right thing. This is what the land was meant for. This honors his memory better than anything else I could have done. Other days I'm sitting in that chair and I think about my mother living with her sister in a different state, broke and facing possible jail time, and I wonder if Pop would actually be proud of me or disappointed. He believed in accountability, sure, but he also believed in family. He took me in when Dad died, even though it wasn't easy for him. He could have sent me to live with relatives, but he didn't. He chose family. My aunt's last voicemail said something that's been stuck in my head. She said that getting the land back was justice, but watching my mother lose everything else is just revenge. That there's a difference, and I should know where the line is. I've been trying to figure out if she's right. If there even is a line, or if it's all just the same thing from different angles. I'm not signing anything to help her legal situation. I'm not giving statements to her lawyers. The land is mine, and it's staying mine. That much I'm sure about. Everything else is complicated in ways I didn't expect it to be. What I do know is that sitting in Pop's chair last night, watching the fireflies come out over the garden, I felt at peace for the first time in 2 years. The land is where it belongs. Pop's memory is honored. I built something good here, something that helps people, something that matters. But I also felt alone in a way I never have before. Quick update since I know people will ask. The land has been officially restored to my name. No more legal battles, no more questions. Pop's old chair is still there, under the biggest tree, and I sit there almost every evening. It finally feels like home again. As for my mother, last I heard she moved out of the condo and is living with her sister in a different state. We haven't spoken. I'm not sure we will again.
I don't regret getting the land back, but I'm still not sure about everything else that came with it.
At my brother's rehearsal dinner, he mocked me for never achieving anything. So I told everyone how I paid for his engagement ring when he was broke. I'm 29, and my brother Marcus is 32. We grew up pretty close, or at least I thought we were. Our parents always favored him, though. The firstborn, the golden child, all that typical stuff. I learned to live with it early on. Marcus is marrying his fiancée Stephanie, who's 30, and they've been together for about 3 years now. The rehearsal dinner was at this countryside venue about an hour outside the city. Nothing too fancy, but nice enough. You know the type. Both families were there, maybe 40 people total, plus some close friends. The room had string lights and wooden tables, and everyone was drinking wine and laughing at old stories about Marcus and Stephanie. The whole vibe was warm and celebratory. I need to explain how this all started, because what happened that night doesn't make sense without the backstory. 2 years ago, Marcus called me at 11 p.m. on a Tuesday. I remember the exact time because I was getting ready for bed and almost didn't pick up. He was panicking on the other end, talking so fast I could barely understand him at first. He'd been planning to propose to Stephanie for months, had the whole thing arranged, reservation at her favorite restaurant, photographer hiding nearby to capture the moment, everything. But he'd lost his job 3 months earlier, and his savings had disappeared way faster than he expected. He needed $3,800 for the ring Stephanie had been hinting about for weeks. He was desperate, his voice cracking like he was about to cry. I had the money. I'd been saving for a down payment on a condo, had about $15,000 set aside. I couldn't just watch my brother fall apart like that. He promised me he'd pay me back within 6 months, a year at the absolute most. I transferred the money to him the next morning. He proposed that weekend, and Stephanie said yes. I was genuinely happy for them, even though that money represented months of saving. He never paid me back, not a single dollar. 6 months came and went without a word about it. Then a year passed. Whenever I tried to bring it up, which honestly wasn't that often because I felt weird about it, he'd brush me off with vague promises. He'd say things were tight, or he'd get to it soon. Eventually, I just stopped asking because it made everything awkward, and I'd basically written it off as money I'd never see again. But here's the part that really started eating at me. About 8 months ago, Marcus landed a new job. A really good one, actually. Way better than what he'd had before. His salary jumped significantly from what I could tell. And right around that time, he started making these comments about me. Little jabs here and there about how I was still renting an apartment, or how I kept bouncing between jobs. For context, I'm a freelance graphic designer, and I'm actually doing pretty well. I make decent money, and I like the flexibility. But Marcus started calling me the free spirit of the family, the one who hadn't figured life out yet. At family dinners, he'd make jokes about me not having a real career or a mortgage. Our parents would laugh along like it was all in good fun, and I'd sit there, forcing a smile while feeling like I was back in high school. The jokes got more frequent and more pointed as time went on. He'd compare our lives in front of relatives, always positioning himself as the successful one, and me as the one still trying to find my way. It stung every single time, especially knowing I'd given him thousands of dollars when he needed it most. Now, back to the rehearsal dinner. Everything had been going smoothly up until the speeches started. People were finishing their meals, the wine was flowing, and the mood was light. Marcus stood up first to thank everyone for coming. He talked about how much he loved Stephanie, how excited he was for their future together. All the standard stuff you'd expect. Everyone was smiling and nodding along. Then he turned toward where I was sitting, and his tone shifted slightly. He had this smirk on his face that I recognized immediately. He said he had to thank his little sister for finally doing something useful by agreeing to be a bridesmaid instead of just floating through life like usual. The table laughed. It was that polite, uncomfortable kind of laughter that people do when they're not sure if a joke is appropriate, but feel obligated to react. I forced a smile even though my face felt like it was on fire. I glanced over at Stephanie and she was staring down at her plate, refusing to make eye contact with anyone. Our mom was chuckling and shaking her head like this was just typical sibling banter. A few of Marcus's friends were grinning like they'd heard him make jokes about me before. Something inside me just snapped in that moment. I'd stayed quiet for 2 years about the money. I'd swallowed every condescending comment, every joke about my career, every time he'd implied I was somehow less successful or less put together than him. And here he was, standing there in what had to be a $2,000 suit that I'm sure he bought with his fancy new salary, talking about me like I was a charity case who'd finally managed to contribute something to society. I looked around the table at all these people who had no idea what I'd done for him. They were all sitting there thinking his joke was funny, thinking I really was just the aimless younger sister who couldn't get her act together. None of them knew that the ring currently sitting on Stephanie's finger, the one that symbolized his grand romantic gesture and his commitment to her, had been paid for with my money. Money he'd never bothered to pay back, even after his financial situation completely turned around. The speeches continued around the table. Our dad went next, with some story about Marcus as a kid. Then Stephanie's maid of honor shared a sweet anecdote about their friendship. My heart was pounding the entire time because I knew my turn was coming up soon. I had maybe 5 minutes to decide what I was going to do. I could give a normal, safe speech and keep the peace, or I could finally stand up for myself and let everyone know the truth. My turn came faster than I expected. Stephanie's maid of honor finished her speech and sat down, and suddenly everyone was looking at me. I stood up and picked up my wine glass. My hands were shaking, but I tried to keep them steady. I had about 10 seconds to make a final decision. Stay quiet and preserve the peace, or say what I'd been holding in for 2 years. I started with the safe part. I congratulated Marcus and Stephanie, said they were great together, told them I was really happy for them both. My voice sounded normal enough that I think people relaxed a bit. They probably thought I was going to keep it short and sweet, and that would be that. Then I kept going. I told Stephanie that her ring was beautiful, that it really suited her. I said I remembered it well, actually, since I'd paid for most of it 2 years ago when Marcus couldn't afford it himself. The silence that followed was immediate and total. I've never experienced a room going that quiet that fast. 40 people just stopped breathing at the same time. You could hear the music still playing softly in the background, which somehow made it worse. Marcus's face drained of color first, then flushed bright red within seconds. He tried to interrupt me, but his words came out jumbled. Stephanie's head snapped toward him so fast I'm surprised she didn't hurt her neck. I kept talking. I said it was $3,800 exactly, that he'd called me late at night in a panic, desperate and nearly crying, that I'd transferred the money the next day without hesitation, that he'd promised to pay me back within 6 months, a year at most, that it had now been 2 full years, and I hadn't seen a cent of it. My voice was calmer than I expected it to be. I think adrenaline was doing most of the work at that point. I told him that he'd spent months making jokes about me being directionless and unmotivated, calling me the family failure at every opportunity. But that I'd been the one to give him the money that put that ring on Stephanie's finger, when he had absolutely nothing. Marcus shot up from his chair, and it scraped loudly against the floor. He asked if I was serious, if I was really doing this at his rehearsal dinner. His voice was loud and had that edge to it that meant he was both embarrassed and furious. A few people at nearby tables visibly flinched. I told him I was completely serious, that I'd kept quiet for 2 years while he rewrote history and painted me as someone who couldn't get their life together, that I'd sat through countless jokes and comments and implications that I was less than him, but that I was done being his punchline. Stephanie stood up too. She was looking back and forth between Marcus and me, like she was trying to process what was happening in real time. She asked him directly if it was true, if he'd really borrowed money from his sister for her engagement ring. Her voice was quiet, but you could hear it in the silence. Marcus stammered. He tried to explain that he'd been planning to pay me back, that things had been complicated, that it wasn't as simple as I was making it sound. But he couldn't seem to form a complete sentence. He kept starting and stopping, his face getting redder each time. I pointed out that he'd gotten his new job 8 months ago, that he'd bought a new car shortly after, that he and Stephanie had gone to Costa Rica just last month, but somehow he'd never found the money to pay back his sister. Everyone at the table was watching us, like we were a live performance. I could see Stephanie's parents looking absolutely horrified. Some of Marcus's friends were staring down at their plates. A few people had their phones out under the table, probably texting people about the drama unfolding in front of them. My mom finally found her voice. She said this wasn't the time or place for this conversation, that we needed to handle this privately. Her tone had that sharp edge it gets when she's embarrassed in public. I asked her when the right time would be then. At Christmas, when he makes another joke? At the actual wedding? I wanted to know when I was supposed to be allowed to defend myself, since apparently his rehearsal dinner wasn't appropriate. Marcus slammed his hand down on the table hard enough that some glasses rattled. He shouted that I was ruining his wedding weekend because I couldn't take a joke. Several people jumped at the noise. I told him quietly that I could take a joke just fine, but that what he'd been doing wasn't joking. It was him being cruel, because putting me down made him feel bigger and more successful, and that I was done letting him do it. My dad had been silent this whole time, but I could see his jaw clenching and unclenching. He does that when he's trying not to explode. Our mom kept trying to get everyone to sit down and calm down, like that was somehow going to make this better. Stephanie was still standing there looking shell-shocked. She kept glancing at her ring like she was seeing it differently now. A few of her bridesmaids had moved closer to her, probably to offer support or make sure she didn't bolt. Marcus tried one more time to explain himself. He said something about how stressed he'd been back then, how much pressure he was under, how I was making him look bad in front of everyone. He was grasping at anything that might make him seem less terrible in that moment. But I was already done. I'd said what I needed to say. I grabbed my purse from the back of my chair and headed for the door. Behind me, I could hear the explosion of voices starting up, everyone talking at once now that the main event was over. People were probably taking sides, gossiping, trying to figure out what they'd just witnessed. I didn't turn around. I didn't look back to see Marcus's face, or Stephanie's reaction, or my parents' expressions. I just walked out of that venue and into the parking lot, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I sat in my car in the parking lot for at least 20 minutes, maybe longer. My hands were shaking so badly, I couldn't get my keys into the ignition at first. I kept expecting someone to come after me, my mom, my dad, maybe even Stephanie, but no one came. The parking lot stayed empty except for me sitting there in the dark, watching the lights from the venue and trying to process what I'd just done. The drive home was a blur. I kept replaying the moment over and over in my head. Marcus's face going from white to red. Stephanie's expression when she looked at him. The absolute silence in that room. Part of me felt vindicated and powerful. Another part of me felt sick to my stomach, wondering if I'd just permanently destroyed my family relationships. The next morning I woke up to 17 missed calls. 12 from my mom, 3 from my dad, 2 from Marcus. There were voicemails too, but I couldn't bring myself to listen to them yet. I knew what they'd say anyway. My mom would be upset about the scene, my dad would be disappointed, and Marcus would probably be furious. I left my phone on the kitchen counter and tried to pretend it wasn't buzzing constantly. There was one text I did read, though. It came from Stephanie at 2 a.m., so she'd clearly been up all night. All it said was asking if we could talk, just the two of us. No anger in the message, no accusations, just a request to meet. We met for coffee the next afternoon at a place near her apartment. She looked exhausted when she walked in, like she hadn't slept at all. There were dark circles under her eyes, and she'd pulled her hair back in a messy ponytail. She ordered a large coffee, and we sat in the corner booth where no one could hear us. She told me she'd had no idea about the loan. Marcus had told her he'd saved up for the ring himself, that it represented months of careful budgeting and sacrifice on his part. She'd been so touched by the gesture, thinking he'd gone without things he wanted just to buy her something beautiful. Finding out he'd borrowed the money and never paid it back had apparently sparked a massive fight between them that lasted most of the night. Stephanie said she'd told him he needed to pay me back immediately, with interest. She also said she wasn't going to let him handle their joint finances alone anymore, that she needed to be able to trust him with money, and right now she didn't. The way she said it made me think this wasn't the first financial issue they'd had, just the biggest one. She apologized for laughing at his jokes about me. She said she hadn't realized how often he did it, or how mean some of the comments actually were. When you hear them one at a time, they seem like normal sibling teasing, but apparently after the rehearsal dinner blow-up, she'd gone back through her memories and realized it was a pattern. She seemed genuinely upset about it, like she felt guilty for not noticing sooner. I believed her. Stephanie's always been kind to me, and I don't think she's the type to knowingly participate in someone being bullied. She was just seeing Marcus through the lens of being in love with him, and sometimes that makes you miss things that are obvious to everyone else. My parents are a completely different story. My mom has called me every day since the dinner. She thinks I should have handled it privately, that I embarrassed the entire family in front of Stephanie's relatives and all their friends. She keeps saying, I made a scene, and that people will remember the drama instead of the celebration. She's not wrong about that last part, but I don't think she understands why I did it. My dad has been quieter about the whole thing. He did say in one brief phone call that Marcus should have paid me back by now, that borrowing money from family and not returning it isn't acceptable. But he also said I could have picked a better time to bring it up. He's disappointed in both of us, basically. Marcus sent me a long text 2 days after the dinner. It was half apology and half justification, which is pretty typical for him. He said he'd been going through a lot when he borrowed the money, that he was stressed and embarrassed about his financial situation. He claimed he'd always intended to pay me back, but kept putting it off because he felt awkward about it. Then he said I'd blindsided him at the dinner and that I should have talked to him privately first if I had a problem. The thing is, I had tried to bring it up before, multiple times. He'd brushed me off every single time. But I guess in his version of events, those conversations never happened or didn't count somehow. He did Venmo me $4,200 the day after he sent that text, though. The extra $400 was supposed to be interest, I guess. So at least I got my money back, even if it took a public explosion to make it happen. The wedding is in 2 weeks. I'm technically still a bridesmaid. Stephanie specifically asked me not to drop out, said it would mean a lot to her if I stayed in the wedding party. She said this whole situation isn't about her and me, it's about her and Marcus, and she doesn't want me to be punished for his behavior. I haven't given her an answer yet, because I honestly don't know what to do. Some of my friends think what I did was completely justified, that Marcus had it coming and someone needed to call him out. Others think my timing was terrible, that I should have confronted him before the wedding instead of during a family event. My cousin sent me a long message saying I'd nuked the family dynamic and that Thanksgiving and Christmas are going to be awkward for years now. She's probably right about that. I don't regret saying it. I've thought about this a lot over the past few days, and I keep coming back to that. I regret that it had to escalate to that point. I regret that it happened in front of 40 people. I regret that Stephanie got caught in the middle of it. But I don't regret finally standing up for myself and making sure everyone knew the truth. The wedding is coming up fast, and I need to make a decision soon. Part of me thinks going would be the mature thing to do, that I should be there for Stephanie since she asked me to be. Another part of me thinks showing up is just asking for more drama and tension. Marcus and I haven't spoken since that text exchange, and I don't know if we will before the wedding. Maybe that bridge is burned. Maybe it's been burning for a while and I just didn't want to admit it. At my father's funeral, my half-sister called me a disappointment during her eulogy, so I exposed that he left everything to me because I was the only one who cared for him. I'm 30 years old, and I honestly never imagined standing in a church watching my half-sister Rebecca, who's 35, use our father's funeral as an opportunity to publicly humiliate me. My half-brother Mark, 32, was sitting in the front row looking uncomfortable, and my stepmother Linda, 58, kept dabbing at her eyes with tissues. My own mom Sarah, 55, came even though she and Dad divorced over 20 years ago. She squeezed into the pew next to me for moral support, which I really needed. Let me back up because none of this is going to make sense without context. Dad married Linda when I was 12 years old. Her kids, Rebecca and Mark, came with the package, and from day one, they made it clear I wasn't really part of their family. We did the whole blended family thing for appearances, awkward holiday dinners, forced small talk at birthdays, but there was never any real connection. Once I turned 18 and moved out for college, our relationship basically became limited to seeing each other at Christmas, and maybe Thanksgiving if schedules aligned. When Dad got sick 3 years ago, everything changed. It started with heart problems, then diabetes complications that just kept getting worse. He needed help managing his life, and I stepped up. I started visiting twice a week, every week, without fail. I'd organize his medication into those daily pill containers because he kept forgetting what he'd taken. I drove him to doctor's appointments, waited in those depressing waiting rooms, took notes on what the doctors said because his memory was getting foggy. I paid his bills when he got confused by the online banking system. I meal prepped on Sundays so we'd have healthy food in the fridge. Rebecca lives 2 hours away and visited maybe 4 times a year. She'd breeze in for an afternoon, take some photos with Dad for Facebook, post about what an amazing father he was, then disappear for months. Mark actually lives in the same city as Dad did, maybe 20 minutes away, and he saw him once every couple months. Both of them always had excuses ready. Rebecca had her demanding job and 2 young kids. Mark had his career and his wife's family obligations. I get it, life is busy. But Dad was declining, and someone had to be there. Dad noticed. He'd make comments sometimes while we sat together watching TV or during the drives to his appointments. He'd say things like, "You're the only one who bothers to show up," or, "Your sister called for 5 minutes last week, acted like she'd done something heroic." A few times he told me he was going to make sure I was taken care of because I was taking care of him. I always brushed those comments off because, honestly, I wasn't doing any of this for money or inheritance. I was doing it because he was my father, and watching him struggle alone felt wrong. The funeral was at this small church Dad used to attend back when he was healthier. Maybe 80 people showed up, relatives I barely recognized, his old co-workers, some neighbors, friends from his poker group. I sat in the front row between my mom and Linda, which was incredibly awkward, but we all managed to be civil. The service went normally at first. The pastor said some generic comforting things. A few people shared memories. Then Rebecca got up to deliver the eulogy. She started off fine. She talked about Dad's career as an accountant, how he loved fishing even though he rarely caught anything, some story about him teaching her to ride a bike. Her voice got emotional in all the right places. People were nodding along. Some were tearing up. I was actually thinking maybe we'd get through this without any drama. Then I noticed her tone shift. She got this look on her face, kind of thoughtful and sad, and said, "Our father was such a devoted man. He had such high hopes for all of us. He wanted us to be successful, to make something of ourselves, to build lives he could be proud of." She paused, and I swear she looked directly at me before continuing. I think it broke his heart watching some of us waste our potential. Never really amounting to what he'd hoped. Never settling down. Never building a real career. Never giving him grandchildren. Just drifting through life without direction or purpose. The temperature in that church dropped about 20 degrees. Everyone went silent. I could feel eyes shifting toward me because it was obvious who she meant. I'm a freelance graphic designer working from home. I'm not married, and I don't have kids. Apparently, in Rebecca's world, that makes me a complete failure and a disappointment to our dead father. My mom's hand found mine under the program and squeezed hard. A few relatives in the rows behind us shifted uncomfortably in their seats. My face felt like it was on fire. Rebecca kept going with her eulogy, wrapping it up with some quote about how Dad was at peace now, but I couldn't hear it over the blood rushing in my ears. My mom leaned over and whispered right against my ear, "Don't react. Just let it go. She's not worth it." But my hands were shaking and I felt sick. I'd spent the last 3 years basically putting my life on hold to care for Dad. I'd canceled freelance projects to take him to appointments. I'd spent my evenings organizing his medications and my weekends cleaning his house and making sure he had groceries. I'd held his hand in the hospital when he was scared about a procedure. I'd been there for every single hard moment, while Rebecca showed up for the Instagram-worthy highlights. And now, she was standing at his funeral telling everyone I was the disappointment? I managed to sit through the rest of the service without making a scene. People stood for the final hymn, and I mouthed the words without actually singing. When it ended, everyone started filing out toward the church hall where the reception was set up. My mom kept her arm linked through mine, like she was afraid I might bolt or do something rash. I probably looked like I was about to either cry or start screaming. maybe both. The reception was set up in the church hall with those standard funeral spreads, sandwich platters, coffee urns, cookies on plastic trays. People were milling around in small groups, talking quietly, sharing memories of Dad. I stood by myself near the windows, trying to calm down and process what had just happened. My mom had gone to get us coffee, and I was watching Rebecca across the room holding court with a group of Dad's relatives. She looked perfectly composed, like she hadn't just trashed me during a eulogy 10 minutes earlier. She was doing that thing where she touched people's arms while talking, nodding sympathetically, playing the role of the grieving daughter. A few people kept glancing my way, and I knew they were probably talking about me. About how I was the disappointment. About how Dad must have been so let down by his younger daughter, who never got her life together. I was seriously considering just leaving when I heard Rebecca's voice get louder. She'd moved to a different group now, closer to where I was standing. Dad's business partner, Tom, was there, along with Mark, Linda, and a couple of Dad's old friends from his poker group. I could hear fragments of their conversation drifting over. Someone mentioned the will reading scheduled for next week. Someone else made a comment about hoping Dad had left clear instructions about his wishes. Rebecca laughed, this light, dismissive sound, and said something about how she was sure it would all be divided fairly. Then she added that Dad always tried to be equitable, even when some people didn't deserve it. Mark said something I couldn't quite catch, and Rebecca responded louder. Well, we all know who actually contributed to this family and who just coasted along. I'm sure Dad took that into consideration. Tom looked uncomfortable. One of the poker friends was nodding along. Linda had this pinched expression on her face, but she wasn't contradicting Rebecca. Then someone, I think it was Dad's old co-worker from the accounting firm, asked directly about whether Dad had indicated how he wanted his estate handled. If he'd said anything about splitting things between the 3 kids. Rebecca's whole face lit up like she'd been waiting for this question. I'm sure he made provisions for everyone, though honestly, we all know who doesn't deserve a dime from his estate. She said it just loud enough that I could definitely hear. Several people in the group glanced my way. Rebecca saw me looking and actually smirked. That's when something inside me just snapped. I'd stayed quiet during the eulogy. I'd let her have her moment. I'd been planning to keep my mouth shut about the will until the official reading next week, specifically to avoid causing drama at the funeral. But she couldn't leave it alone. She had to keep pushing, keep humiliating me, keep making sure everyone knew I was the family failure. I walked over to their group. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat, but my voice came out steady and clear. I said I needed to clear something up since Rebecca kept bringing it up. Rebecca's smirk faltered a little. She told me this wasn't the time or place to make a scene. The irony of her saying that after what she'd just done wasn't lost on me. I told her she'd made it the time and place. She'd done it during her eulogy, and she'd just done it again right now in front of everyone. So I was going to be completely clear about something. Dad had left everything to me. The house, all his savings, his share of the business partnership with Tom. Everything. The entire estate. The group went dead silent. Rebecca's face went white, then red, then white again. She said I was lying, that there was no way, her voice getting higher and shakier. I told her I wasn't lying. Dad's lawyer had contacted me 2 days after he died. Dad had updated his will 8 months ago, made everything crystal clear about his intentions. He'd even left a letter explaining his decision. One of the poker friends asked what the letter said. I looked around at all of them staring at us and said Dad had written that I was the only one who actually took care of him when he needed it. The only one who showed up. That he wanted his estate to go to the person who'd been there. Linda appeared out of nowhere, her face bright red, telling me how dare I discuss this here at his funeral, how inappropriate and disrespectful to Dad's memory. My mom materialized at my side holding 2 coffee cups and said Rebecca had started it. That she'd insulted me during the eulogy and then again just now in front of everyone. That Linda shouldn't act shocked that I defended myself after being publicly attacked twice. Mark was staring at me with his mouth slightly open. He asked if what I was saying was actually true, if Dad really left me everything. I could see him doing math in his head, probably calculating what he'd just lost. I told him yes, it was true. The will was updated and filed properly with the lawyer. Everything was legally binding. Rebecca's voice went shrill. She said it was impossible, that Dad wouldn't do that we were his children too. She looked like she might actually start crying, but I honestly couldn't tell if it was real emotion or just shock at losing the inheritance she'd clearly been counting on. I felt my voice crack a little, but I kept going. I told her she'd visited Dad 4 times in 3 years. 4 times. I'd been there twice a week, every single week, for 3 years. I'd held his hand through hospital stays. I'd organized his medications. I'd sat with him when he was scared and confused. I asked her where she'd been during all of that. Rebecca's eyes filled with tears. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. A couple of Dad's friends were nodding, and I heard one of them mutter that he'd never seen Rebecca or Mark at the house during all those months Dad was declining, that it had always been me there. Tom cleared his throat and said Dad had actually mentioned this to him a few months back, that Dad had told him he wanted to take care of the one who'd taken care of him, that Dad had been very clear about his reasoning. Linda made this choking sound and turned away. Rebecca just stood there staring at me like I'd slapped her. Mark looked back and forth between us like he was trying to figure out what to say. The whole hall had gone quiet, because even the people across the room had noticed something was happening. The reception basically fell apart after that. People started making excuses and leaving within about 20 minutes. Nobody knew what to say or where to look. A few of Dad's closer friends came up to me quietly and said they were glad he'd made that decision, that they'd watched me care for him and knew I deserved it. But most people just awkwardly grabbed their coats and headed out. Linda wouldn't even look in my direction. She kept her back turned to me the entire time, talking to relatives in this really loud voice like she was making a point of excluding me from her awareness. Mark stood off to the side looking shell-shocked, checking his phone every few seconds like he was texting someone. Probably Rebecca, who'd disappeared into the bathroom and didn't come back out before I left. My mom drove me home and we barely talked. I think we were both too exhausted and emotionally drained to process what had just happened. She walked me to my apartment door, hugged me for a long time, and told me she was proud of me for standing up for myself. Then she left, and I spent the rest of the evening sitting on my couch, staring at the wall, replaying the whole thing over and over in my head. The will reading was scheduled for the following Tuesday. I showed up at the lawyer's office at 10 a.m. and found Rebecca and Mark already there with their own lawyer, some guy in an expensive suit who looked annoyed to be there. The tension in that waiting room was unbelievable. Nobody said a word to each other. Rebecca stared at her phone. Mark kept clearing his throat. Linda sat rigid in her chair with her purse clutched in her lap. Dad's lawyer, Mr. Peterson, brought us all into the conference room and started going through the documents. He read through the will, which was exactly what I'd said at the funeral. Everything to me. The house, the savings accounts, the investment portfolio, Dad's share of the business partnership. There were a few small bequests to charities Dad had supported, but nothing for Rebecca or Mark. Before Mr. Peterson even finished reading, Rebecca's lawyer interrupted and started talking about contesting the will. He brought up undue influence, questioned Dad's mental state in his final months, suggested I'd manipulated a sick old man. The accusations were wild and honestly kind of insulting. Mr. Peterson just waited for him to finish, then calmly pulled out a folder. He produced the updated will, which had been signed and witnessed properly with 2 witnesses present. Then he laid out 2 signed statements on the table. One from Dad's primary care doctor, dated from 7 months ago, explicitly stating that Dad was of sound mind and fully capable of making his own decisions. The other was from Dad's next-door neighbor, who'd witnessed the will signing and confirmed Dad had been clear-headed and insistent about his wishes. Then Mr. Peterson pulled out a letter. He said Dad had written it specifically to be read if anyone contested the will. He asked if we wanted him to read it aloud or if we'd prefer to read it privately. Rebecca's lawyer said to read it. The letter was typed and signed by Dad. It was dated about 8 months before he died. In it, Dad laid out his reasoning in detail. He wrote about how his health had been declining for years and how he'd watched to see which of his children would step up. He wrote about how I'd been there consistently, reliably, without being asked or expecting anything in return. He wrote about how Rebecca and Mark had their own lives and families, and he understood they were busy, but that their absence had been noted and felt. He specifically stated that this wasn't done out of anger or spite, but as a recognition of who had actually been present in his life when it mattered most. The part that hit hardest was near the end, where Dad wrote that he wanted his estate to go to someone who'd cared about him as a person, not just what he could leave behind. He wrote that he'd made his decision carefully and with full awareness, and that he expected Rebecca and Mark might be upset, but hoped they'd understand, eventually. Rebecca was crying by the time Mr. Peterson finished reading. Real tears this time, I think. Mark had his head in his hands. Their lawyer looked through all the documents again, then had a quiet conversation with them in the corner of the conference room. After about 15 minutes, he came back and said they wouldn't be contesting the will after all. Rebecca left without saying a word to me. Mark paused at the door and said I'd destroyed the family. That was it. That was the last conversation we had. I haven't heard from either of them since, except for one text Mark sent about a week later, saying I should be ashamed of myself for turning Dad against his own children. I didn't respond. Linda blocked me on Facebook and Instagram. A few mutual relatives unfriended me too. I heard through the grapevine that Rebecca's been telling people I manipulated Dad, that I isolated him from his real family, that I'm basically a con artist who stole their inheritance. I don't really care what she's saying at this point. I moved into Dad's house about a month ago. The process of transferring everything took a while, but it's all legally mine now. It's strange living here. The house still smells like him, like his cologne, and the coffee he used to make every morning. Sometimes I walk past his study and expect to see him sitting at his desk doing crossword puzzles. I kept most of his things exactly where they were, because moving them felt wrong. The inheritance itself is substantial. Not millionaire money, but enough that I'm financially secure for the first time in my life. The house is paid off. There's enough in savings that I don't have to stress about money anymore. The business partnership with Tom generates steady income. But honestly, the money isn't what matters to me. What matters is knowing that Dad saw what I did, that he recognized I was there, that in his own way, he was telling me thank you, and I love you through that will. I keep thinking about that moment at the reception, though. The look on Rebecca's face when I told everyone about the inheritance. The way the room went silent. Part of me wonders if I should have kept quiet, let the will reading happen privately, avoided the public confrontation. My mom says I did exactly the right thing, that Rebecca forced my hand. My best friend thinks I should have waited and handled it more privately. I go back and forth. The thing is, Rebecca made a choice to attack me publicly at our father's funeral. She could have kept her feelings private. She could have waited until after to express her disappointment in me. But she chose that moment, in front of everyone, to make sure they all knew I was the family failure. So I made a choice too. I defended myself with the truth. Maybe the timing was bad, but she started it. I don't know if I'll ever hear from Rebecca or Mark again. Part of me is sad about that because they're still my family, technically. But a bigger part of me feels relieved to be done with people who only valued Dad for what he could give them. I'm at peace with Dad's decision, and I'm trying to be at peace with mine. At my grandmother's birthday dinner, my mother mocked me as ungrateful. So I revealed how she secretly sold the heirloom jewelry meant for me. I'm 28, and my relationship with my mother Linda has always been complicated. She's 56 now, and honestly, things haven't gotten any easier between us over the years. This whole situation came to a head at my grandmother Eleanor's 80th birthday dinner last month. We were at this upscale Italian place she'd been excited about, the kind with cloth napkins and a wine list thicker than a phone book. The whole family showed up. My dad, my 2 aunts, my uncle, a handful of cousins. My mother sat directly across from me, which should have been my first warning sign. Before I get into what happened that night, I need to give some context because none of this makes sense otherwise. Growing up, I was incredibly close to my grandmother. She basically raised me during the worst years of my parents' marriage. All the screaming matches, the trial separations, the reconciliations that never actually fixed anything. I spent every summer at her house from the time I was 6 until I left for college. Those were the best months of my year. She'd make me breakfast, we'd work in her garden, and in the evenings, she'd let me look through her jewelry collection. She had these beautiful vintage pieces from the 1950s and 60s, stuff her own mother had passed down to her. There was one set in particular that I loved, a jade bracelet with matching earrings. The jade was this deep green color, almost translucent when you held it up to the light. Every time I admired it, Grandma would tell me the same thing. She'd say it would be mine someday, when I was old enough to really appreciate it. It wasn't about the monetary value. It was about us, about our relationship, about her trusting me with something that mattered to her. About a year ago, I was visiting Grandma and asked if I could see the jade set again. I hadn't looked at it in a while, and I'd been thinking about it. She gave me this confused look and said she thought I already had it. She told me my mother had picked it up months earlier to give to me as a surprise for my birthday. I felt my stomach drop. My birthday had come and gone 6 months prior. I hadn't received anything. When I asked my mom about it later that week, she got immediately defensive. She said Grandma was getting older and misremembering things, that the jewelry was in safe storage somewhere, and that I was making drama out of nothing. Classic Linda behavior. Turn it around. Make me feel like I'm the problem for even asking. I dropped it because pushing my mother on anything usually ends with her crying and calling everyone in the family to tell them how cruel I'm being to her. I tried to let it go. I really did. Then about 3 months ago, I was at a family barbecue at my aunt's house. My cousin Rachel pulled me aside while we were getting drinks from the cooler. She had this look on her face like she'd been debating whether to tell me something. She said she'd overheard my mom and my aunt talking in the kitchen a few weeks before. They didn't know she was in the hallway. According to Rachel, my mother had sold the jade set. Along with a few other pieces Grandma had set aside for Rachel and for our cousin Mark. She'd used the money to pay off credit card debt. But that wasn't even the worst part. My mother had apparently told multiple family members that I'd lost interest in the heirlooms, that I was too modern and materialistic to care about family history. She'd completely rewritten what happened to make herself look better and make me look shallow. I was furious when Rachel told me, but I still didn't say anything to anyone. Part of me didn't want to hurt my grandmother with the truth. Part of me just didn't want to deal with the inevitable fallout. My mother has this gift for making herself the victim in every situation, and I knew that confronting her would somehow end with me being the bad guy. So I stayed quiet. For 3 months I stayed quiet, while my mother kept making little comments about how I didn't value family traditions. Which brings me to the dinner. Everything started out fine. Grandma looked beautiful, wearing this lavender dress she'd been saving for a special occasion. She was telling stories about growing up during the war, laughing at my dad's terrible jokes about getting old. We ordered appetizers, the champagne was flowing, and for a little while, I actually thought we'd get through the night without incident. Then my mother had her second glass of champagne and decided it was time. She turned to my grandmother with this big smile and said how lucky Grandma was to have family that actually showed up and appreciated her. How not everyone did that these days. I felt the energy at the table shift. A few people glanced at me. My mother kept going. She said some people just take and never appreciate what they're given. That some people only care about themselves. My Aunt Jenny laughed nervously. My cousin Mark suddenly found his bread plate fascinating. My dad tried to shut it down. He said something like, "Linda, come on," but she waved him off. She looked at Grandma and said it was just so nice when people valued family traditions, that not everyone did anymore. When she said it, she was looking directly at me. My hands were shaking under the table. My throat felt tight. I'd spent a year listening to her subtle digs and passive-aggressive comments, knowing the whole time that she was the one who'd betrayed me and lied about it. And now she was doing it again, in front of everyone, at my grandmother's birthday dinner. A server came by to refill our water glasses. The moment passed. People started talking about something else. But I couldn't hear any of it. All I could hear was the blood rushing in my ears and my mother's voice saying I didn't appreciate what I was given. Something inside me cracked. I spent the next 20 minutes trying to calm down. Dinner came, and I pushed food around my plate without really eating. My dad kept giving me these concerned looks, but I avoided eye contact with everyone. My mother was chatting away like nothing had happened, laughing with my aunt about some story from work. Like she hadn't just publicly humiliated me for the 100th time. Then dessert arrived. This massive tiramisu cake with 80 candles stuck in it. Everyone started clapping and singing happy birthday. Grandma was beaming, her eyes getting teary the way they do when she's really happy. The servers gathered around to watch. It should have been a perfect moment. After she blew out the candles, my uncle suggested we go around the table and each say a few words. A toast to Eleanor. Everyone seemed to think this was a great idea. My stomach started churning. My aunt went first. She talked about growing up with Grandma, some sweet story about learning to sew. My cousin shared something about Grandma teaching her to make pierogi from scratch. My dad gave this really touching speech about how Eleanor had welcomed him into the family 40 years ago and never made him feel like an outsider, even during the rough patches with my mom. Then my mother stood up. She had her champagne glass in hand, and she went on about what an incredible mother-in-law Eleanor had always been. How family values meant everything in this world. How she'd always tried to pass those values down to me, even when it was difficult. Even when it didn't always take. She actually said those words. Even when it didn't always take. A few people shifted in their seats. My dad closed his eyes briefly. She sat down looking pleased with herself, and then everyone was looking at me because I was next. I stood up. My legs felt shaky, but I made myself do it. My heart was pounding so hard I thought people might be able to hear it. Grandma had this soft, expectant smile on her face, the same smile she'd given me 1,000 times before. I started by telling her how much she meant to me, how she'd been there during the hardest parts of my childhood, how she'd shown me what real, unconditional love looked like. My mother smiled at this, probably thinking I was going to keep it safe and sweet. Then I said that Grandma had also taught me the value of honesty, and that's why I couldn't sit there and let people keep thinking I didn't care about our family or our traditions. I watched my mother's smile falter slightly. I brought up the jade jewelry set. I asked Grandma if she remembered telling me that Mom had picked it up to give to me. She nodded slowly, her expression shifting from happy to confused. The table had gotten very quiet. I told her I'd never received it, that Mom hadn't given it to me because she'd sold it. I said she'd also sold other pieces Grandma had set aside for Rachel and Mark, that she'd used the money for credit card debt. The silence that fell over the table was absolute. You could have heard a pin drop. I looked at my mother while I said the last part. I told everyone she'd been telling people I'd lost interest in family heirlooms, that I was too selfish and modern to care about that stuff. My mother's face had gone completely white. Her mouth opened, but nothing came out. Grandma's voice cut through the silence. She asked if it was true. She was looking at my mother, and her voice had this quality I'd never heard before. Cold. Hurt. My mother tried to answer. She stuttered something about it being temporary, about planning to replace everything. Her voice was shaking. My Aunt Jenny, who never confronts anyone about anything, asked how she was planning to replace them when she couldn't even pay her regular bills. There was real anger in her voice. My dad had his face in his hands. He wasn't even looking up. Grandma said something that made my chest hurt. She said my mother had let her believe for a year that her granddaughter didn't care, that she'd been lying to her face this entire time. My mother started crying. She kept saying she was embarrassed, that she didn't know what to do, that she was going to fix everything. But her excuses sounded hollow even to my own ears. My uncle asked how she could blame her own daughter instead of just admitting what she'd done. His voice was quiet, but there was disbelief in it. Then everyone started talking at once. My aunts were demanding answers. My cousins were confirming that they'd also been told I didn't care about family stuff. My mother was sobbing and trying to explain herself to multiple people simultaneously. Rachel was staring at me with her mouth open. Mark looked like he wanted to be anywhere else. I just stood there. I was still holding my champagne glass, but my hand had gone numb. I watched it all unfold like I was outside my body, like this was happening to someone else. The restaurant manager appeared at some point, hovering nervously near our table because we were clearly causing a scene. Grandma's birthday cake sat in the middle of the table, forgotten. The candles had burned down into the frosting, creating these little pools of colored wax. Nobody was eating it. Nobody was even looking at it. My mother pushed back from the table and practically ran toward the bathroom. A few people watched her go. My Aunt Jenny started to follow, then stopped and sat back down. She looked at me with this expression I couldn't quite read. Not angry exactly. Maybe sad. Maybe disappointed in my mother. I couldn't tell. My dad quietly signaled for the check. He didn't say anything to anyone, just handed his credit card to the server when they brought it over. My aunt and uncle started gathering their things. Rachel and Mark were whispering to each other. Within 10 minutes, half the family had left the restaurant. Most of them didn't say goodbye to anyone. They just left. Grandma sat at the head of the table, looking smaller than I'd ever seen her look, staring at her ruined birthday cake. I realized I'd done this. I'd blown up my grandmother's 80th birthday dinner. The night that was supposed to be about celebrating her had turned into a family disaster, and it was because I couldn't keep my mouth shut for one more evening. I went outside because I couldn't breathe in there anymore. The air was cold, and I hadn't brought a jacket, but I didn't care. I just stood on the sidewalk trying to process what I'd just done. Rachel came out a few minutes later. She didn't say anything at first, just stood next to me. Then she said, "Holy shit." She couldn't believe I'd actually done that. There was something like awe in her voice, but also concern. I told her I shouldn't have. Not that night. not at Grandma's birthday. Saying it out loud made it real. I'd ruined an 80-year-old woman's birthday dinner because I couldn't control myself for 2 more hours. But Rachel shook her head. She said my mother had been trashing me to everyone for a year, that I had every right to defend myself. I wanted to believe her, but all I could think about was Grandma's face when the truth came out. My dad came outside next. I braced myself for him to yell at me, to tell me how selfish and dramatic I was. But he just looked exhausted. He said my mother was still locked in the bathroom, and probably would be for a while. Then he said something I didn't expect. He said I already knew my mother was a mess. I told him I'd ruined Grandma's birthday. I needed him to confirm it, to validate what I was feeling. He said my mother ruined it the second she opened her mouth about me not appreciating things, that I'd just finished what she started. I don't know if he actually believed that, or if he was trying to make me feel better. But either way, it didn't help much. We drove home in complete silence. My mother sat in the back seat staring out the window. She didn't look at me, didn't speak. The silence in that car was suffocating, but nobody broke it. When we got to my parents' house where I'd left my car, I just got out and drove to my apartment without saying goodnight. My mother didn't speak to me for 3 days after that. Radio silence, which was almost worse than her yelling would have been. But Grandma called me the next morning. I saw her name on my phone and almost didn't answer. I was terrified she was calling to tell me how disappointed she was, how I'd embarrassed the family, how I should have handled it differently. She said she needed me to know something, that she wasn't angry with me. She was angry with my mother. She said what my mother did was unconscionable, and what she'd been saying about me was even worse. Her voice was firm when she said it, not sad or disappointed, just firm. That's when I started crying. I'd been holding it together since the night before, but hearing her say she wasn't mad at me just broke something loose. I apologized for her birthday, for ruining what should have been a happy celebration. I could barely get the words out. She told me she'd had 80 birthdays and she'd survive 1 bad dinner. But what she wouldn't survive was watching her daughter destroy her relationship with her own child through lies. Then she said she'd asked my mother to either return the money or replace the jewelry. If she didn't, there would be consequences. She didn't specify what those consequences were, but her tone made it clear she was serious. Over the next week, both my aunts reached out. My Aunt Jenny called and said she had no idea what my mother had been saying about me, that if she'd known the truth, she would have said something sooner. She apologized for laughing at the dinner when my mother made those comments. My Aunt Diane sent me a long text saying basically the same thing. They both felt terrible. My cousin Mark sent me a message apologizing too. He said he'd felt uncomfortable when my mom was talking, but didn't know why at the time. And now he understood. He said he was sorry for not speaking up. Rachel has been checking in on me almost daily. She keeps saying I did the right thing, that someone needed to call my mother out. I appreciate it, but I still don't know if I believe her. My mother, on the other hand, still hasn't apologized. Not to me, anyway. Instead, she's been posting things on Facebook. Vague posts about betrayal and public humiliation, about how some people have no respect for their parents, about how hard it is when your own child turns everyone against you. My Aunt Jenny sent me screenshots because I'd unfollowed my mother months ago. My dad says she's seeing a therapist now. He mentioned it casually last week when I stopped by to pick up some mail. I don't know if that's actually true, or if it's just something he's telling me to make me feel less guilty about the whole situation. Grandma has been leaving me voicemails every few days. Just short messages checking in, asking how I'm doing, telling me she loves me. I save every single one of them. Sometimes I listen to them when I'm having a bad day. But I keep going back to that moment in my head, standing at the table with everyone staring at me, watching my grandmother's smile disappear when she realized what had happened. The shock on everyone's faces. That birthday cake sitting there with its melting candles that nobody ever ate. The way half the family just got up and left without saying goodbye. I've replayed it 1,000 times, and I still don't know if I did the right thing. Part of me thinks I should have just swallowed it one more time, dealt with my mother's comments, and handled everything privately later. Had a calm conversation with Grandma when it was just the two of us. Confronted my mother at home where she couldn't make a scene. But another part of me knows that if I hadn't said something right then, in that moment, I never would have. I would have kept quiet forever. Let my mother keep telling everyone I didn't care about family. Let everyone keep believing I was the ungrateful daughter who'd turned her back on traditions. The lie would have just kept growing. And honestly, I'm still not sure which would have been worse. The explosion at dinner, or the slow burn of staying silent while my mother rewrote history. I genuinely don't know anymore. Was I justified in exposing her in front of everyone after she humiliated me? Or should I have protected my grandmother's birthday no matter what? During my father's hospital fundraiser, my stepbrother mocked me for being useless. So I revealed how he drained our dad's medical savings for his wedding. I'm 33, and my stepbrother Marcus is 36. We've known each other for almost 20 years now, since our parents got married when I was 15. We were never really close, but we got along well enough at family dinners and holidays. That surface-level peace lasted until about 8 months ago, when my dad got diagnosed with late-stage kidney disease. The medical bills started coming in fast. Even with insurance, we were looking at tens of thousands of dollars out of pocket for dialysis, medications, and specialist appointments. It was overwhelming. My stepmother Linda suggested organizing a fundraiser at the local community center, and everyone thought it was a good idea. We needed help, and Dad's pride had already taken enough hits without us pretending everything was fine financially. What nobody in the family knew was that I'd been helping Dad quietly for months before the fundraiser was even discussed. I'd transferred money from my own savings account to cover his medication costs when insurance denied claims. I spent hours on hold with billing departments and insurance companies, trying to negotiate payment plans and appeal denials. I did it because he's my father, and he needed help. I didn't post about it on social media or bring it up at family gatherings because that's not how I do things. I just handled it. Marcus took a completely different approach. He made sure everyone knew he was stepping up. He posted updates about Dad's condition on Facebook, organized the fundraiser committee, sent out invitations to everyone in Dad's contact list. He positioned himself as the responsible son who was holding the family together during this crisis. Linda loved it. She kept telling people how lucky Dad was to have Marcus taking charge. Dad seemed grateful, but he was too exhausted from treatments to really pay attention to family dynamics. About 3 months before the fundraiser, I was helping Dad organize his financial documents for a meeting with his accountant. That's when I found the withdrawal records from his medical savings account. Large withdrawals over a 6-month period, all adding up to $50,000. The timing lined up perfectly with Marcus's wedding last year. I confronted Marcus privately the next day. He got defensive immediately, said it was a loan that he fully intended to pay back. He claimed Dad had agreed to help with wedding expenses because family is supposed to support each other during big life events. But I'd been the one sitting with Dad when he looked at his medical bills with that exhausted, defeated expression. Dad hadn't agreed to anything. Marcus had access to that account because Dad added him as a backup signer years ago during a minor health scare when Marcus was helping manage some finances. I told Marcus he needed to come clean to Dad and start making payments. He actually laughed at me, said I was being dramatic, and that Dad would understand when he eventually told him. He'd handle it when the time was right. Except the time was never right, apparently, because months passed, and Dad was still struggling to afford his treatments while Marcus played the hero at family dinners. The fundraiser came together surprisingly fast. We booked the community center, set up tables and a silent auction with donated items from local businesses. The turnout was incredible. Dad's co-workers showed up. Extended family came from 2 hours away. Neighbors we barely knew made donations. It was actually really touching to see how many people cared about him. I spent the entire day managing logistics. I made sure the caterers had everything they needed, greeted guests as they arrived, organized the silent auction items by category, and handled the donation table where people were dropping off checks and cash. My feet were killing me, and I was exhausted. But seeing Dad in his wheelchair, looking genuinely moved by everyone's support, made it worth it. Marcus was working the room like a politician, shaking hands and accepting thanks like he'd personally organized every detail. To be fair, he had helped with outreach and invitations, but he was acting like he'd single-handedly saved Dad's life. I tried to ignore it and focus on keeping everything running smoothly. About an hour into the event, I was carrying a box of additional auction forms from my car to the main table. People were mingling, bidding on items, and the energy in the room was positive. I walked past the refreshment table where Marcus was standing with a group of Dad's co-workers. That's when he saw his opportunity. He said it loud enough for half the room to hear. Something about how nice it was to see me actually doing something useful for once, though he guessed carrying boxes was about the limit of my capabilities. He added that some people had been organizing this whole thing, while others just showed up to look sad. A few people laughed nervously. One of Dad's co-workers, who didn't know our family well, actually chuckled like it was a genuine joke. Linda was standing right there next to Marcus. She heard the whole thing. She didn't say a word in my defense. She just pressed her lips together in this tight smile and looked away like she was embarrassed by me instead of her son's behavior. I set the box down carefully on the nearest table. My hands were shaking, but my mind went completely clear. I'd spent months helping Dad in silence while Marcus took credit and played the devoted son. I'd kept his secret about the stolen money because I didn't want to cause family drama. And now he was publicly mocking me at an event meant to help our father. The same father whose medical savings he'd drained for his wedding. I walked toward the small stage where we'd set up a microphone for announcements. Marcus was still soaking up attention from his little audience, probably thinking I was going to let it slide like I always let things slide. I could feel people's eyes on me as I stepped up to the microphone and tapped it to make sure it was on. The microphone feedback screeched for a second, and the room started to quiet down. People turned toward the stage. I could see Marcus still standing by the refreshment table, looking smug. Dad was in his wheelchair near the front, looking confused about why I was suddenly making an announcement. I started with the standard script I'd mentally prepared earlier in the day. Thanked everyone for coming, expressed how much it meant to the family that so many people showed up to support Dad. I acknowledged the generous donations and the local businesses that contributed auction items. Basic fundraiser speech stuff. I watched Marcus relax a little, probably assuming I was going to be the bigger person and let his comment go. Then I went off script. I said it was really touching to see so many people stepping up to help my father when he needed it most. I paused for just a second, looked directly at Marcus, and added that it was especially meaningful after some of his own family had used $50,000 from his medical savings account to pay for their wedding expenses last year. The silence that followed was absolute. I've never heard a room full of 70 people go that quiet that fast. You could hear the air conditioning humming. Marcus's face went through about 5 different expressions in 3 seconds. Confusion, then realization, then panic, then this bright red flush that started at his neck and spread upward. He started trying to speak, but nothing coherent came out at first, just stammering and half-formed denials. His fiancée, Jessica, was standing next to him, and she'd gone completely pale. She was staring at him with this expression of dawning horror. I kept going. Said the withdrawals were documented, that I'd seen the records from Dad's medical savings account myself. the same account that was supposed to cover the exact treatments he was going through now. $50,000. Gone. Right around the time someone needed money for a destination wedding in Cabo. Linda made this strangled, gasping sound from somewhere in the crowd. Dad was staring at Marcus with an expression I'd never seen on his face before. Not quite anger, more like he was watching something break in real time and couldn't stop it. People started whispering to each other, heads turning between Marcus and me and Dad. I told Marcus he'd promised to pay it back 8 months ago, that Dad had been rationing his medication because he couldn't afford the full doses, that we were standing here asking strangers for money while Marcus and Jessica had just booked a honeymoon trip to Europe. I asked him how exactly that worked. Jessica grabbed Marcus's arm hard enough that I could see it from the stage. She said something about how he'd told her the money was a gift from Dad. Her voice was loud enough that people nearby definitely heard. She sounded betrayed and furious. Marcus was completely falling apart. His face was red and sweaty, and he kept starting sentences without finishing them. He finally managed to say this wasn't the place for this conversation, that we should talk privately, like a family. I stepped away from the microphone and said that he'd thought this was the perfect place to call me useless in front of everyone, so it seemed appropriate. Then I set the mic down and walked off the stage. The fallout was immediate and chaotic. Linda rushed over to Dad's wheelchair. Dad was demanding answers from Marcus in this voice I'd rarely heard him use, the one that meant he was too angry to yell. Jessica had backed away from Marcus like he was contagious. People were pulling out their phones, either checking whether they should still donate or starting to text people about what they'd just witnessed. Marcus tried to follow me as I walked toward the exit, but one of Dad's former co-workers, this big guy named Tom, who'd always been protective of our family, physically stepped into his path. Tom suggested very firmly that Marcus should probably give people some space right now. Marcus looked like he wanted to argue, but Tom's expression made it clear that wasn't going to go well for him. I kept walking until I got outside. My hands were shaking, and I felt like I might throw up. The adrenaline that had carried me through the confrontation was wearing off, and the reality of what I'd just done was hitting me. I'd just blown up my family in front of 70 people at a fundraiser for my sick father. People were still donating inside, actually. I could see through the windows that the donation table still had a line. If anything, more people seemed to be pulling out their checkbooks. But the social aspect of the event was completely dead. Small groups were standing around talking in low voices, definitely about what had just happened. The silent auction had been abandoned mid-bid. I found a bench near the accessible ramp and sat down. My heart was pounding, and I couldn't tell if I felt vindicated or guilty, or some horrible combination of both. I'd kept Marcus's secret for months to avoid exactly this kind of scene, and then I detonated it in the most public way possible. After about 10 minutes, I heard the automatic door open behind me. Dad's wheelchair came down the ramp slowly. He looked exhausted and devastated, but also resigned, like he'd been waiting for the other shoe to drop for a while now. He rolled over to where I was sitting and we just stayed quiet for a few minutes. Finally, he asked me how long I'd known. I told him about finding the records 3 months ago when we were organizing his documents for the accountant, about confronting Marcus and being promised he'd come clean and start paying it back. Dad nodded slowly and explained that Marcus had asked him for $20,000 for wedding expenses, had given him this whole speech about how it would be his only wedding, how families should support each other during important life events. Dad had said yes, because he thought he'd be healthy enough to rebuild the savings before he needed it. His voice cracked when he said he didn't know Marcus had taken $50,000. Didn't know he'd taken it from the medical account specifically. We sat there while the fundraiser dissolved inside. People started leaving, some stopping to say goodbye to Dad through the window, others just heading to their cars quickly like they wanted to escape the awkwardness. Linda came out at one point, but Dad waved her off. Marcus left with Jessica, or more accurately, Jessica left and Marcus followed her to the parking lot. I could see them having what looked like a very heated argument next to her car. The community center coordinator came out eventually and told us we could take our time, that she'd lock up when we were ready. She squeezed my shoulder as she walked past and said sometimes the truth needed to come out, even when it was messy. The fundraiser ended up raising almost $12,000 more than our initial goal, which was something. But the family situation was a complete disaster. Linda tried to do damage control that same evening, calling me and suggesting we all needed to calm down and have a rational family discussion. Dad wasn't interested. He told Marcus he had 30 days to present a payment plan, or he'd be talking to a lawyer about recovering the money. Jessica broke off the engagement 2 days later. I found out through Facebook, of all places, when she changed her relationship status back to single. Apparently, Marcus had also been using her personal savings for their honeymoon planning without telling her the full extent of their expenses. Learning that he'd essentially stolen from his dying father was the final straw. I almost felt bad for her. She'd been dragged into our family mess without knowing the full story. Linda has called me probably 20 times since the fundraiser. The first few calls were angry, blaming me for destroying the family and humiliating Marcus publicly. Then they shifted to begging me to talk to Dad, to convince him to forgive Marcus and move past this. I've been letting most of them go to voicemail. The few times I did answer, she kept saying that airing dirty laundry in public was worse than what Marcus had done. I stopped picking up after that. Marcus sent me a series of text messages that got progressively more unhinged. The first one called me vindictive. The second accused me of being jealous of his relationship with Dad. By the fifth message, he was claiming I'd been planning this public humiliation for months, that I deliberately waited for the fundraiser to maximize the damage to his reputation. I blocked his number after that. I wasn't interested in his justifications or his victim narrative. The weird part was how everyone else reacted. I'd expected judgment from extended family and Dad's friends, thought people would say I'd been cruel or that I should have handled it privately. Instead, I got a lot of support. Relatives I barely talked to reached out to say they were glad someone finally called Marcus out on his behavior. Apparently, a lot of people had noticed over the years how he took credit for things, how he made subtle digs at others while positioning himself as the golden child. Several of Dad's co-workers told me they'd always thought Marcus was performative and fake. Dad ended up moving all his medical savings to a new account with only his name on it. He also went through every financial document he had with a fine-tooth comb. Turned out Marcus had been borrowing smaller amounts for over a year before the big wedding withdrawal. Nothing as large as $50,000, but it added up. A few hundred here for car repairs, $1,000 there for his business venture, $2,000 for furniture. Dad had noticed the account balance seemed off, but Marcus always had explanations that sounded reasonable at the time. We're still cataloging everything for the lawyer Dad consulted last week. It's possible he won't pursue legal action, depending on what Marcus does in the next couple weeks. But Dad wanted to know his options. The lawyer said we had a solid case for theft if it came to that, especially since Marcus had continued accessing the account after Dad became ill, and the money was clearly earmarked for medical expenses. My relationship with Dad has actually gotten stronger through all of this. He apologized for not noticing how much I'd been doing behind the scenes. Said he'd been so focused on his health and treatments that he'd missed what was happening with his own kids. We've been having dinner together twice a week now, and he's opened up more about his disappointment in how Marcus turned out. He keeps saying he doesn't know where he went wrong in raising him. I went back to the community center last week to drop off some final paperwork for the fundraiser accounting. The event coordinator mentioned that 3 other families had canceled events with Marcus's event planning business. Apparently, he'd been building up a side business organizing weddings and corporate functions, and word had spread fast about what happened. People don't want someone who steals from their sick father handling their important events. His business website is still up, but the testimonial section has been disabled. Marcus hasn't spoken to me at all since the fundraiser. Linda sent me a Facebook message a few days ago saying Marcus is going through a really hard time and that I should be the bigger person and reach out to him. She said family is supposed to forgive each other and that holding grudges only hurts everyone. I didn't respond. The 30-day deadline Dad gave him for a payment plan is coming up next Tuesday, and as far as Dad knows, Marcus hasn't reached out about it at all. I keep going back and forth on whether I did the right thing. I exposed Marcus at an event specifically meant to help Dad, in front of people who came because they genuinely cared. Some of those people looked really uncomfortable witnessing family drama play out. The fundraiser atmosphere was definitely ruined after my announcement. Part of me wonders if I should have found another way, or waited for a different time. But then I remember standing there with that box of auction forms, hearing Marcus call me useless while people laughed. I remember Linda's tight smile and how she said nothing. I think about all those nights organizing medical bills and transferring money from my savings without expecting anyone to notice or care. I think about that $50,000 and how many months of treatment it could have covered. Dad told me yesterday that he'd suspected something was wrong with the account, but didn't want to believe Marcus would actually steal from him. He said he's glad the truth came out even though it hurt. He also said he's proud of me for standing up for myself, and for him, even though the method was dramatic. So I guess I'm putting this out there because I genuinely don't know anymore. Was I wrong for revealing what my stepbrother did at a fundraiser meant to help our dad? Or was it deserved after he mocked me in front of everyone? Did I handle this the right way? Or did I just make everything worse? Everyone laughed when I walked out of my sister's wedding, but none of them knew the secret she'd hidden in her vows. I'm 28 years old, and I've spent most of my life trying to keep the peace in a family that thrives on chaos. My sister Claire is 26, and she's always been the golden child, the one who could do no wrong. I was the responsible one, the mediator, the one who smoothed things over when tensions ran high. Claire was the one everyone protected. I shouldn't have been at that wedding. Every instinct I had told me to stay home, to make up an excuse, to protect myself. But according to my parents, not showing up would make me the problem. Again. My mom had called me 3 times the week before, reminding me that this was about family and moving forward, and showing everyone I was mature enough to let the past go. So I went. I put on a dress, drove 2 hours to that countryside estate, and told myself I could get through one day. I need to explain how we got here, because none of what happened at that wedding makes sense without the context. 2 years ago, I was engaged to Marcus. We'd been together for 3 years, and I was completely in love with him. We had plans, real plans. We'd looked at apartments, talked about kids' names, argued about whether we wanted a dog or a cat first. I thought I knew exactly what my future looked like. Then one day, out of nowhere, Marcus told me he couldn't do it. He said he wasn't ready for marriage, that he'd realized he needed more time, that it wasn't about me. I was devastated. I mean, completely shattered. I'd already sent save the dates to relatives. I'd started a Pinterest board for centerpieces. And suddenly it was just over. For months I tried to make sense of it. I blamed myself, wondered what I'd done wrong, replayed every conversation looking for signs I'd missed. My family told me it was for the best, that if he wasn't ready, then it was better to find out now. Claire specifically, he was so supportive during that time. She'd come over with wine, let me cry on her couch, told me I deserved better. 6 months after the breakup, I found out the truth. A mutual friend let it slip at a party. She assumed I already knew. Claire and Marcus had been seeing each other. She didn't know for how long, but long enough that it was clearly a thing. I confronted them both. They swore nothing happened until after Marcus and I broke up. They made it sound like some chance meeting, like they'd run into each other and just connected. But I'm not stupid. I remembered things. The way Claire had asked about him a little too often during our relationship. How she'd always volunteered to drop things off at our apartment when I was out of town. The time I'd caught them having coffee together, and they'd both acted weird about it. When I told my parents, they didn't react the way I'd expected. My dad said I was being dramatic. My mom said I needed to stop living in the past and be happy for my sister. They acted like I was the one causing problems by being upset about it. Like the issue wasn't that my sister had been involved with my fiancé. The issue was that I wouldn't get over it fast enough. Claire and Marcus got engaged a year after my breakup with him. My mom called to tell me, said she hoped I could be supportive. I didn't go to their engagement party. That brings me back to the wedding day. The venue was exactly what you'd expect from Claire. Massive, expensive, over the top. The estate had gardens and fountains and a whole string quartet. She'd made sure everything was perfect, as if the more money she spent, the more legitimate it all became. I sat in the fourth row on the bride's side, wedged between a cousin I barely knew and an aunt who kept giving me sympathetic looks. My parents had already cornered me that morning in the parking lot. My mom grabbed my arm and said I needed to behave, that this was Claire's day, that whatever I was feeling needed to stay inside. My dad just looked tired and told me not to cause a scene. I promised I wouldn't. I meant it, too. I was planning to sit through the ceremony, skip the reception with some excuse about not feeling well, and drive home. That was the plan. The ceremony started. Claire looked beautiful, obviously. She always did. Marcus stood at the altar looking nervous, which gave me some petty satisfaction. The officiant did the standard opening, talked about love and commitment, and the journey they were about to begin together. Then Claire started her vows. The first line hit me like a punch to the stomach. Marcus, from the moment I knew you, I knew I wanted to build a home in your heartbeat. I wrote that line 4 years ago, in a letter to Marcus during the early days of our relationship, back when everything felt new and possible. At first, I thought maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was just similar. Maybe it was a common phrase I'd happened to use too. But then she kept going. You are my morning choice, my everyday decision, my constant yes. That was mine too, word for word. She continued, and every sentence was another knife. The metaphor about growing roots together. The promise about being each other's home when the world felt too big. The part about choosing love, even on the hard days. I had written all of it. These were my words, my feelings, my specific way of describing what I'd felt for him. The guests around me were sighing, dabbing at their eyes. Someone behind me whispered that the vows were so poetic. My hands were shaking in my lap. I felt like I might actually throw up. Claire's voice wavered a little as she finished, and for a split second, she looked directly at me. There was something in her expression, maybe triumph, maybe guilt, maybe both. Then she looked back at Marcus and smiled. I sat there frozen while Marcus said his vows. I barely heard them, but I caught one phrase that sounded familiar too. Another letter I'd written, probably. My brain was racing. She didn't just take him from me. She took my words, my feelings, the most vulnerable parts of myself that I'd put on paper, and she used them to marry him. She stood up there in front of everyone and wore my heart like a costume. I sat there through the ring exchange, completely numb. The officiant was talking about unity and partnership. And all I could think about was that letter. I'd written it on blue stationery, the kind with the subtle texture that felt fancy. I remember spending an entire evening on it, crossing out lines and rewriting them until they felt right. It was maybe 3 months into my relationship with Marcus, right after he'd told me he loved me for the first time. I was so happy I couldn't sleep, so I wrote it all down instead. After we broke up, I'd gone looking for that letter. I wanted to burn it or shred it or do something cathartic with it, but I couldn't find it. I assumed I'd thrown it away during one of my angry cleaning sprees, but I hadn't thrown it away. Marcus had kept it, and somehow Claire had gotten her hands on it. The more I thought about it, the worse it got. Had he given it to her? Had she found it in his apartment and decided to use it? Had they read it together and laughed about how naive I'd been? My mom was smiling in the front row, crying those delicate tears that wouldn't mess up her makeup. My dad had his arm around her. Everyone looked so happy, so moved, so completely unaware that they were watching my sister recite my own words back to the man who'd broken my heart. I thought about just leaving quietly, slipping out during the recessional, getting in my car, and never speaking to any of them again. That would be the mature thing, right? The thing that wouldn't cause drama. I'd spent my whole life being the bigger person, swallowing my anger, letting things go for the sake of family peace. But something shifted in me right then. Maybe it was seeing them both smile at each other like they'd actually written those vows. Maybe it was remembering all the times I'd been told to get over it, to move on, to stop being jealous. Maybe it was just that I was tired of being the only one who had to pretend everything was fine. I'd protected Claire our entire lives. When she got caught cheating on a test in high school, I'd helped convince our parents it was a misunderstanding. When she wrecked my car and blamed it on ice, I'd backed up her story even though it was 60 degrees that day. When she needed money she'd never pay back, I gave it to her. And this was what I got. She took the person I loved and the words I'd used to love him, and she expected me to sit there and smile about it. The officiant was wrapping up. He said something about the power of love and asked if anyone had any objections. It was meant to be rhetorical. No one ever actually objects at weddings. But I felt myself starting to stand up before I'd even decided to do it. I didn't object, though. I waited. Let the officiant pronounce them married. Let everyone start clapping. Then I reached over and picked up the champagne glass from the table next to me. I stood up fully and clinked my fork against it, the way people do when they're about to make a toast. The clapping died down. People turned to look at me. My mom's face went from happy to horrified in about 2 seconds. Claire's smile froze. I kept my voice calm and clear. I said I wanted to say a few words. The officiant looked confused but stepped aside. Marcus wouldn't look at me. I started by congratulating them, said the vows were beautiful, really moving. I told everyone I especially loved the part about building a home in someone's heartbeat, that it was so poetic and emotional. Then I just said it. I told them I wrote those exact words 4 years ago, in a letter to Marcus. The room went silent except for a few gasps. Claire's face drained of color. Someone in the back said, "What the fuck?" under their breath. I didn't stop. I kept going, quoting the rest of the letter, the parts she'd conveniently left out. The part where I'd written about being scared I'd love him more than he loved me. The part where I'd mentioned the inside joke we had about terrible action movies. The part where I'd described the specific way he'd smiled at me the night he proposed. Details that weren't generic. Details that only made sense if you'd lived that relationship, written that letter, been that person. Claire tried to interrupt me. She said I was making things up, that I was being insane, that I needed to stop. but her voice was shaking, and everyone could see she was lying. Marcus just stood there like a statue. My dad started to get up, but my aunt grabbed his arm and told him to wait. I mentioned that I still had the drafts of that letter on my laptop, that they were dated and saved in my cloud storage. I offered to pull them up right now if anyone wanted to fact-check me. No one took me up on it. They didn't need to. The look on Claire's face was confirmation enough. The officiant had no idea what to do. He was just standing there, holding his little ceremony binder, looking back and forth between me and Claire like he was watching a tennis match. I set the champagne glass back down on the table. I told Claire congratulations on her marriage, and said I hoped it was built on something more solid than stolen words. Then I picked up my purse and started walking down the aisle. Behind me, the room erupted. I could hear my mother saying my name in that sharp tone she uses when she's furious but trying not to show it in public. Someone was talking loudly, maybe one of the groomsmen. Claire was definitely crying. Multiple people were talking at once, and the sound just blended into this wave of chaos. I didn't look back. I kept walking through the garden, past the string quartet who'd stopped playing, past the servers who were setting up for cocktail hour, past all of it. I got to my car, got in, and sat there for a second with my hands on the steering wheel. My whole body was shaking, not from fear or regret, from adrenaline, from the sheer relief of finally saying something after 2 years of staying quiet. I started the car and drove away while my phone started buzzing in my purse. I didn't answer it. I just drove. I drove straight to my friend Jess's apartment. She opened the door, took one look at my face, and pulled me inside without asking questions. I told her everything while sitting on her couch, and she just kept saying, "Holy shit," over and over. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing. I finally looked at it around midnight and had over 50 messages and 20 missed calls. My mom had sent about 15 texts, each one angrier than the last. The first few were asking where I went, then demanding I come back and apologize, then telling me I'd embarrassed the entire family. My dad sent one message saying I'd crossed a line and we'd talk when I was ready to act like an adult. My Aunt Karen, who'd been sitting near the back, sent me a message asking if I was okay. A couple cousins wanted to know if what I said was actually true. One of Marcus's groomsmen, a guy named Tyler who I'd met a few times, messaged me saying he had no idea about any of this and that it was messed up. But most of the messages were some variation of "how could you do this?" or "you ruined everything," or "this was so inappropriate." My uncle called me selfish. A bridesmaid I barely knew told me I was bitter and jealous. Claire sent me one text that just said, "I hope you're happy now." I turned my phone off and stayed at Jess's place for 3 days. She let me sleep on her couch and didn't push me to talk when I didn't want to. On the 3rd day, I turned my phone back on. The messages had slowed down, but there were still new ones. What surprised me was that the tone had shifted for some people. A few relatives had reached out privately, saying they'd always thought something was off about how fast Claire and Marcus got together. My cousin on my dad's side admitted she'd never bought their story about meeting after my breakup. Even Tyler messaged again, saying he'd talked to Marcus, and that Marcus had basically admitted the vows weren't original. But my immediate family was a different story. My mom demanded I apologize to Claire and Marcus. She said what I did was vindictive and cruel, that I'd humiliated my sister on the most important day of her life over something petty. My dad said I needed to grow up and learn when to let things go. I didn't respond to either of them for a week. When I finally did, I agreed to meet them for coffee. That was a mistake. My mom spent the entire time telling me how much damage I'd caused. She said Claire had been crying for days, that half the wedding guests had left early, that Marcus's family was horrified. She kept saying family is supposed to forgive, that sisters are supposed to support each other, that I should have been the bigger person. I asked her if she even cared that Claire had stolen my words, that she'd used the most vulnerable thing I'd ever written as material for her wedding vows. My mom waved that off and said I was being dramatic, that lots of people use similar phrases in their vows, that I couldn't prove Claire had actually seen that letter. My dad was quieter, but basically agreed with her. He said what I did was a disproportionate response, that even if I was upset, there were better ways to handle it. He said I'd chosen public humiliation as revenge, and that wasn't the person he raised me to be. I told them I wasn't apologizing, that I was done pretending Claire hadn't hurt me just because it was easier for everyone else. My mom's face went hard, and she said if that was my decision, I wasn't welcome at family events until I made things right with my sister. I left that coffee shop knowing I'd probably just lost my parents. At least temporarily. Maybe permanently. And honestly, I was surprised by how okay I felt about it. 3 months went by. I didn't reach out to Claire or my parents. A few family members stayed in touch. My Aunt Karen, my cousin Sarah, my uncle on my mom's side who'd apparently been through something similar with his own siblings. Everyone else either stopped talking to me or sent the occasional message about how I should apologize. Then I heard through my cousin Sarah that Marcus had filed for separation. Apparently, the vows weren't the only thing Claire had lied about. Sarah didn't have all the details but said something about money, and lies about her job, and some story about an ex-boyfriend that turned out to be completely fabricated. Marcus had started noticing inconsistencies, and when he pushed, everything unraveled. I didn't feel vindicated when I heard that. I mostly just felt tired, like the whole thing had been such a waste of everyone's time and energy. My mom never mentioned the separation to me directly, but my aunt said she'd been telling people it was because of the stress I'd caused at the wedding. Always someone else's fault with her. A few more months passed. I started dating someone new, a guy I met through work. Nothing serious yet, but it's nice. I got closer with the relatives who'd actually supported me through everything. I realized that the family members I'd lost weren't really ones I wanted to keep anyway. I still don't talk to Claire. She's never apologized or even acknowledged what she did. As far as I know, she still tells people I ruined her wedding because I was jealous. My parents and I have a surface-level relationship now. We exchange texts on birthdays and holidays, but that's it. Some people in my life have told me I should have handled it differently, that I should have pulled Claire aside privately, or written her a letter, or just walked away quietly. They say confronting her publicly was stooping to her level, that it was petty, that revenge doesn't actually make you feel better. Maybe they're right about some of that. But here's what I know. I spent 2 years being told my feelings didn't matter. 2 years watching everyone pretend that what Claire did was fine, or understandable, or something I just needed to get over. 2 years being the one who had to stay quiet while she got to be happy. That day at the wedding was the first time in 2 years that I didn't have to pretend. I didn't have to smile and play nice and act like I was fine with everything. For once, Claire had to be the one who felt exposed and humiliated. For once, she had to face consequences. My family still thinks I'm the villain in this story. My mom told my aunt that I destroyed Claire's special day over something trivial. But those weren't just words on a page. They were mine. From the most vulnerable time in my life. And she used them like they meant nothing. So I'm asking, was I wrong to expose her in front of everyone? Or was it finally time someone made her face what she'd done to me? I stood up and picked up my glass. My heart was absolutely pounding. I could feel everyone's eyes on me. Sarah was smiling at me from across the room, holding her fiancé's hand, looking so happy and confident. My aunt had this expectant look on her face, like she was ready to cry happy tears. Sarah's friends were all watching with these encouraging smiles. They had no idea what was coming. I started off normally, congratulated them both, said Sarah and I went way back, that I'd watched her accomplish a lot over the years. Sarah was still smiling. Her fiancé squeezed her hand. A few people raised their glasses slightly, anticipating a nice toast. Then I said it was really impressive how she managed to earn that family house she'd mentioned earlier, especially considering it wasn't actually hers to earn. The smile started fading from Sarah's face. I could see confusion spreading through the room. People were glancing at each other, trying to figure out what I meant. I kept going. I explained that what Sarah hadn't mentioned in her speech was how exactly she earned that property. That she earned it by taking advantage of our 84-year-old grandmother while she was sick and dealing with memory problems. That grandmother thought she was just updating routine paperwork. That instead, Sarah had manipulated her into signing over the entire property to herself alone, cutting out the rest of us grandchildren, who were supposed to inherit it together. The room went completely silent. Someone dropped a fork, and it clattered against a plate. The sound echoed in the suddenly quiet hall. I could see people's faces changing as they processed what I was saying. Shock, confusion, discomfort. I told everyone that grandmother didn't even remember signing those papers, that she has memory issues now, and Sarah knew that when she did it, that Sarah used her legal knowledge and our grandmother's trust to manipulate her into signing away property that was meant for all 5 grandchildren.
Sarah shot up out of her chair. Her face had gone bright red.
She started saying that wasn't true, that I didn't know what I was talking about. Her voice was shaky and too loud. People were staring at her now instead of me. I stayed calm, told her I'd seen the documents myself, that all of us cousins had asked her about them, and she'd claimed grandmother wanted her to have the property because she was so responsible. I said it was a funny definition of responsible, tricking a sick old woman. Her fiancé turned to look at her. He asked what I was talking about. You could tell he was completely blindsided. He had no idea any of this existed. Sarah's voice cracked when she said I was lying, that grandmother gave her the property because she takes care of her. She was getting louder, more defensive. A few of her friends looked uncomfortable, like they weren't sure who to believe. I asked her if she meant taking care of grandmother by filing legal paperwork she didn't understand while she was recovering from pneumonia, if that's what she considered caretaker behavior. My voice was steady, but I could feel anger in my chest. All those months of watching her pretend everything was fine, playing the loving granddaughter on social media, and now listening to her lie to everyone's faces. My uncle jumped up and said this wasn't the time or place, that we should discuss family matters privately. A few people nodded in agreement. Sarah's mom looked like she wanted to disappear into the floor. I told him that Sarah made it the time and place when she bragged about it in her speech, that I wasn't planning to say anything tonight. I was going to let her have her party and deal with this later through lawyers like we'd all agreed. But she stood up in front of everyone and lied about deserving something she'd stolen from a confused elderly woman. I wasn't going to sit there and let everyone congratulate her for it. That's when things really fell apart. Multiple people started talking at once. Sarah's future mother-in-law was asking her fiancé what was happening, if he knew about this. My other cousins were nodding, backing me up, starting to explain to the people sitting near them. My aunt was crying, covering her face with her hands. Some of Sarah's friends were whispering to each other, looking between me and Sarah like they were watching a car crash. Sarah just stood there, shaking her head with tears running down her face. She looked at me and said I was a horrible person, that I'd ruined her engagement party. Her voice was breaking, and mascara was smudging under her eyes. I told her she ruined grandmother's trust, that she took advantage of someone who loved her and trusted her completely, that if anyone ruined this night, it was her when she decided to brag about something she should have been ashamed of. Her fiancé still looked completely lost. He kept looking between Sarah and me and the rest of the family like he was trying to understand if this was real. Sarah grabbed her purse and his arm and started pushing through the crowd toward the exit. People moved out of her way. Some looked sympathetic, others looked angry. Her fiancé kept glancing back at the room as she pulled him along, like he couldn't process what had just happened. The room stayed loud with everyone talking. My uncle was trying to salvage the situation, saying something about family disagreements and misunderstandings. He asked everyone to please stay and enjoy the party, that this was still a celebration. But you could tell it was over. The energy was completely dead. A few people went back to their food awkwardly, but most were still talking about what had just happened. People started leaving pretty quickly after that. Within maybe 30 minutes, half the guests were gone. Sarah's friends were shooting me dirty looks on their way out. A couple of them made comments loud enough for me to hear about ruining someone's special day. Some of my relatives came up quietly and told me they were glad I'd said something, that someone needed to. Others avoided making eye contact with me completely, just grabbed their coats and left without saying goodbye to anyone. I didn't stay much longer. There was no point. The party was clearly over and I'd said what I needed to say. I got my jacket and headed out. The next morning I woke up to about 30 text messages. I laid in bed scrolling through them, watching the notifications keep coming in. Some were from family members, saying I was right to expose Sarah, that someone needed to call her out. Others were saying I should have handled it privately, that doing it at her engagement party made me an asshole, regardless of whether I was right about the property. My mom called me around 9 and said what I did was technically correct, but socially horrible, that I'd embarrassed the entire family. My dad texted separately and said he would have done the same thing, that Sarah had it coming. Sarah blocked me on everything, phone, social media, all of it. I tried to text her the next day just to see if we could talk, and the message wouldn't go through. Her fiancé apparently spent the entire next day questioning her about the property situation. I heard through my aunt that he was really upset, not just about what Sarah did, but about the fact that she'd never mentioned any of it to him, that he felt blindsided and made to look like a fool in front of his family. My aunt also told me that Sarah admitted the documents were complicated, but still maintained that grandmother knew what she was signing, that it wasn't manipulation, just helping an elderly person organize her affairs. Nobody in the family was buying it anymore, though. Once I'd said it out loud at the party, it was like everyone suddenly felt permission to admit they'd thought something was wrong. Cousins I hadn't heard from in months were texting me asking for details, saying they'd always thought Sarah was sketchy. 3 days after the party, my uncle and 2 of my other cousins agreed to go visit grandmother with me. We needed to hear directly from her what happened, without Sarah there to influence the conversation. We drove over on a Tuesday afternoon. Grandmother was happy to see us at first, but you could tell she sensed something was wrong, by the way we all came in together, looking serious. We sat down in her living room and asked her about the property transfer. I made sure not to lead her or put words in her mouth. Just asked her to explain what she remembered about signing papers with Sarah. Grandmother got quiet for a minute, like she was trying to pull the memory up. Then she said Sarah had told her she was making sure the house stayed in the family, that Sarah said it was just paperwork to protect the property, and that nothing would really change. Grandmother said she trusted Sarah, because Sarah knows about legal things and she doesn't. Then grandmother started crying. She asked if she'd made a mistake, if she'd caused problems for the family. She kept apologizing, saying she didn't understand all the legal words on the papers, and Sarah told her not to worry about it. She said she thought she was doing the right thing by trusting her granddaughter. Watching her cry and blame herself for being manipulated was one of the worst things I've experienced. She's 84 years old and she felt guilty for being tricked by someone she loved. We told her it wasn't her fault, that Sarah took advantage of her. My uncle was the most upset I'd ever seen him, and that's his own daughter we were talking about. He kept saying he didn't raise her to be like this, that he was ashamed. We explained that we wanted to talk to a lawyer about reviewing the transfer. Grandmother said she'd do whatever we thought was right, that she never meant for Sarah to take everything. We contacted a lawyer the next day. The consultation was pretty straightforward. The lawyer said cases like this happen more often than people think, especially with elderly family members. She explained that there might be grounds to contest the transfer based on grandmother's mental state at the time of signing and the possibility of undue influence. She said we'd need medical records showing grandmother's condition around that time, which we had because of the pneumonia and the follow-up appointments about her memory. The lawyer warned us that these cases can be tricky and there's no guarantee, but it was worth pursuing. She said the fact that Sarah has legal training and knew grandmother was confused actually worked in our favor, because it showed she should have known better. We officially filed a petition to review the transfer yesterday. Grandmother signed off on it, though she still feels terrible about the whole situation. She keeps saying she should have asked more questions, should have told the rest of us what Sarah was doing. I keep reminding her that she was sick and confused, and that Sarah knew exactly what she was doing. Sarah sent a message through my aunt a few days ago. Wouldn't talk to me directly, obviously, since I'm blocked. The message said I destroyed her life, that her fiancé is reconsidering the engagement because of what I did, that everyone looks at her differently now, and some of her friends have stopped talking to her. She said I could have handled it privately, but instead, I chose to humiliate her in front of everyone she cares about, that I'm vindictive and cruel, and she'll never forgive me. Part of me does feel bad about how it went down. The party was brutal. Watching her face when I said it, seeing her cry and run out, knowing her fiancé and his whole family witnessed it. That's harsh no matter how you look at it. Maybe there was a better way to handle it. Maybe I could have pulled her aside before the speeches, or waited until after the party and confronted her the next day with the whole family present. The lawyer said it wouldn't have changed the legal situation either way. But another part of me thinks she destroyed her own life the moment she decided to manipulate our sick grandmother for personal gain. She made the choice to scam an elderly woman with memory problems. She made the choice to cut out 4 other family members who trusted her. And then she made the choice to brag about it publicly, like she'd accomplished something admirable. She stood up in front of 60 people and lied about how she earned something she stole. If she'd kept her mouth shut and not made that speech, I probably would have stayed quiet that night and dealt with it through lawyers like we'd planned. So now I'm here, asking whether I was wrong for exposing my cousin at her engagement party, or if I was justified after she publicly lied about the whole thing. Should I have kept quiet and handled it privately? Or did she deserve to be called out in front of everyone after bragging about manipulating our grandmother? It took my cousin stealing my scholarship for me to learn how powerful quiet revenge can be. I'm 22, and I was the first person in my family to get into a real university. Not a community college, not a trade school, an actual 4-year university with dorms and a library that looks like something out of a movie. My parents both work 2 jobs. My mom cleans houses during the day and works night shifts at a grocery store. My dad does construction and drives for a delivery service on weekends. They've been breaking their backs my entire life just to keep us afloat. So when I got my acceptance letter, everyone knew there was no way I could go without a scholarship. My cousin Mara is also 22. We're 3 months apart, grew up in the same school district, same town, same everything. And she's been competing with me since we were kids. Every test score, every award, every achievement, she was right there, watching. The thing is, she always came in second. I never said anything about it. I didn't have to. The teachers announced the rankings. The trophies had our names engraved on them. It was just facts. Our families are close. Too close, maybe. My Aunt Lisa, Mara's mom, hosts every single holiday and family gathering. My parents never miss one, because they're big on the whole family is everything thing. Growing up, I started noticing things, like how Aunt Lisa's smile would get tight whenever my mom brought up my grades, or how Mara would suddenly need to go to the bathroom whenever someone congratulated me on something. I never called it out. It felt mean to acknowledge that kind of jealousy out loud. The scholarship I applied for was through a local community foundation. They give out one award every year to a student from a working-class family in our county. $25,000. That was enough to cover my entire junior year tuition, plus books. I spent weeks on that application.
Rewrote my essay about being the first in my family to go to college at least a dozen times. 2 months after I submitted it, I got a phone call telling me I'd won. I cried. My mom cried. My dad, who I've maybe seen emotional 3 times in my life, had to step outside because he was tearing up. For 3 days straight, I felt like I was floating. Like everything I'd worked for was finally paying off. My parents wouldn't have to take out a second mortgage. I could actually finish my degree. Then I got the email. It was from the foundation. The subject line said, "Scholarship Award Update," and my stomach dropped before I even opened it. The email said they regretted to inform me that my scholarship had been revoked due to my written declination of the funds. They wished me well in my academic pursuits. I read it 5 times trying to make sense of it. Declination? I never declined anything. I called the foundation immediately, my hands shaking so bad I could barely hold my phone. The woman who answered was polite but firm. She told me they'd received a signed letter from me, dated about a week after they'd announced my award, saying I no longer needed the scholarship because I'd secured alternative financial arrangements. I told her I never wrote that letter. I never signed anything. She paused, then said she'd have someone look into it and call me back. They never did. I started going through everything, trying to figure out what happened. I asked my parents if they'd seen any mail from the foundation. Nothing. Then I remembered something. About a week after I'd won, Aunt Lisa had stopped by our house. She'd brought over some leftovers and mentioned she wanted to help me sort through college paperwork, since she'd been through it all with Mara the year before. My mom had been exhausted from pulling a double shift, and she'd just handed over this stack of unopened mail that had been sitting on our kitchen counter. I hadn't thought anything of it at the time. 3 weeks after my scholarship got revoked, I was scrolling through Instagram and saw a post from Mara. She was holding one of those giant novelty checks, the kind they use for photo ops. She was standing next to 3 people in suits, grinning like she'd won the lottery. The caption said she was so honored to be selected as this year's Community Foundation Scholar, something about dreams coming true, with a bunch of hashtags about being blessed and first generation. The same scholarship, the same foundation, the same $25,000. I felt like someone had punched me in the chest and knocked all the air out of my lungs. I took screenshots of everything. Her post, all the comments from our relatives congratulating her, the foundation's public announcement on their website listing her name as the recipient. Then I called the foundation again. This time I got a different person. I explained the whole situation, that I'd been told I won, then got an email saying my award was revoked, and now my cousin was listed as the winner. The guy on the phone went quiet for a minute. Then he told me they'd only given out 1 scholarship this year, to Mara. When I insisted I'd been selected first, he said he'd pull up my file. Another long pause. Then he said they had my declination letter on file, and if I didn't write it, that was identity theft, and I needed to file a police report. I didn't go to the police. Not yet. I needed to confirm what I already knew in my gut. I needed to hear it from my family first. So I waited until Sunday dinner at Aunt Lisa's house, when everyone would be together in one room. I brought my phone with all the screenshots saved. I brought printouts of the emails. And I waited until we'd finished eating, and everyone was sitting in the living room, full and relaxed and unsuspecting. Then I put my phone on the coffee table and asked Mara directly if she'd stolen my scholarship. The room went completely silent,
like someone had hit a mute button on the entire family. Mara's face went white first, then bright red. She asked me what I was talking about, but her voice came out shaky. I laid it all out, showed them the email revoking my award, explained the timeline of when Aunt Lisa had taken my mail, pulled up Mara's Instagram post on my phone and passed it around, told them the foundation had confirmed only one scholarship was given out this year, and according to their records, I'd declined mine in writing. Writing I never did. Mara started crying immediately. The ugly kind of crying where you can barely get words out. She kept saying she didn't steal anything, that the foundation had chosen her fair and square, that I was just jealous because for once she'd gotten something I didn't. She was practically gasping between words. Before I could even respond, Aunt Lisa jumped in. She said I was being ridiculous, that Mara had earned that scholarship and I was just being a sore loser. Then she turned to my parents and told them they needed to get me under control. Said I was making wild accusations because I couldn't handle not being the golden child for once. I looked at my parents, waiting for them to say something, anything. My dad was staring at his hands. My mom looked exhausted, which wasn't unusual, but this was different. This was the kind of tired that comes from not wanting to deal with something. Finally, my mom said that maybe there was just a mix-up with the foundation, that these things happen sometimes. I asked her how a forged signature counted as a mix-up. My voice came out louder than I meant it to. I told them someone had committed fraud, that this wasn't some administrative error. Aunt Lisa cut me off. She said I'd be fine without the scholarship, that I always landed on my feet, that I should be happy for Mara because she needed this more than I did, that Mara had been struggling. That's what got me. I asked her what she meant by struggling. I told her I was working 2 jobs while taking a full course load, that my parents were drowning in bills trying to keep me in school, that Mara lived at home, rent-free, with a car Aunt Lisa had bought her outright. I asked her to explain to me exactly how Mara needed it more. My dad said that was enough. His voice was quiet, but in that way that meant he was done with the conversation. He said we weren't going to do this, that family doesn't turn on family over money. I looked around the room. My uncle was suddenly very interested in his phone. My little brother had disappeared into the kitchen. Mara was still crying into Aunt Lisa's shoulder, and Aunt Lisa was glaring at me like I'd just attacked her kid. My parents wouldn't look at me. These were the same people who'd raised me to tell the truth no matter what, who'd punished me as a kid if I lied about stupid things like whether I'd finished my homework. And now they were telling me to let this go for the sake of keeping the peace. Something changed in me right then. The anger didn't disappear, it just went cold, turned into something else entirely. I told them fine. I picked up my phone and walked out of that house, drove home in complete silence. My mom called me twice that night and I didn't answer. For 2 weeks, I didn't talk to anyone in my family. They probably thought I was sulking, that I'd cool off eventually and everything would go back to normal, the way it always did when there was family drama. I'd always been the one to smooth things over, to apologize first, to let things slide. They were counting on that. They shouldn't have. I went back through every single email from the foundation, found the original award letter in my spam folder because it had been forwarded from a university email address I barely checked. I requested a copy of the declination letter they had on file. When they sent it,
I compared the signature to documents I'd actually signed. My passport application, my lease, my work contract. The signature on the declination was close, but it wasn't right. The pressure was different. The loop on the Y in my last name was wrong. I documented everything with side-by-side photos. Then I did some digging. One of my friends from high school still hung out with Mara's roommate occasionally. I asked her to feel out what was going on with Mara, if she'd mentioned anything about the scholarship. Turns out Mara had been bragging. Her roommate had been at a party a few weeks earlier where Mara had gotten drunk and told people she'd found a loophole after her own scholarship application got rejected. She'd apparently practiced my signature for days after seeing my award letter. She'd typed up the declination on university letterhead she'd stolen during a campus tour months earlier. Drove 3 towns over to mail it so the postmark wouldn't raise flags. She'd planned the whole thing. Every single step. I spent a week putting together a document. Every email from the foundation. The signature comparison with notes on the differences. Screenshots of Mara's Instagram posts with timestamps. A written statement about Aunt Lisa taking my mail. The information from Mara's roommate about her confession at the party. I compiled it all into one PDF file. Then I sent it to the Scholarship Foundation's Board of Directors. Not just the general contact email, but directly to the board members whose names were listed on the foundation's website. The subject line just said, Fraud Investigation Request. I attached the PDF and wrote one paragraph explaining that I was the original scholarship recipient and had reason to believe my award had been stolen through identity theft. I didn't tell anyone I'd done it. Didn't call my parents or send angry texts to Mara. Didn't post about it on social media. I just hit send and closed my laptop. Then I waited. 3 months went by without a word. I started to think maybe nothing would come of it, that maybe the foundation had looked at my evidence and decided it was too messy to deal with, or that they just didn't care enough to investigate. I kept going to classes, working my jobs, trying not to think about the $25,000 that should have been mine. Then I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. It was the foundation's executive director. She told me they'd launched a full internal investigation after receiving my email. They'd brought in a handwriting analyst to compare signatures. They'd interviewed people at the post office where the letter was mailed. They'd reviewed their entire verification process. Everything I'd suspected was true. Every single detail. Mara's scholarship was revoked, effective immediately. The director apologized to me personally, said this had never happened in the foundation's 40-year history. Then she told me something I wasn't expecting. The board had voted to reinstate my scholarship for the remainder of my undergraduate degree. On top of that, they were establishing a research grant in my name for graduate school. $5,000 specifically for students pursuing advanced degrees. They wanted to make it right, she said. I didn't know what to say. I think I just thanked her about 6 times and then sat in my car crying for 20 minutes after we hung up. The foundation issued a public statement 2 days later. They announced they were implementing new identity verification protocols for all future scholarship recipients. They didn't name Mara directly, but they referenced her case as the reason for the policy change. Anyone who followed the foundation's social media could put the pieces together pretty easily, especially since Mara's celebratory post from months earlier was still up on her Instagram. Mara deleted all her social media within a week. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all of it just vanished. I heard through mutual friends that she'd withdrawn from her classes and moved back home, just dropped out halfway through the semester. Aunt Lisa called my mom 3 days after the foundation's announcement. I was at my parents' house when it happened. I could hear her screaming through the phone from across the room. My mom kept trying to get a word in, but Aunt Lisa just kept going. Something about how I'd ruined Mara's life, how I'd humiliated the entire family, how I was vindictive and cruel, and she'd always known there was something wrong with me. My mom finally hung up on her. She looked at me for a long moment and then just went back to folding laundry. Didn't say I was right. Didn't say she was sorry for not believing me. Just folded laundry in silence. The family split pretty much down the middle after that. Some relatives stopped talking to me entirely. My Aunt Lisa's sister sent me a long message about forgiveness and family values. One of my uncles told my dad I should be ashamed of myself for not handling it privately. But other people, my mom's cousin, a few of the younger relatives, sent me quiet texts saying they'd always known something was off about the whole situation, that they were glad I'd stood up for myself. My dad didn't say much about any of it, but about a month after everything went down, he slipped me $200 one night when I was leaving their house. There was a note with it that just said, "For books." That was as close to an apology as I was going to get from him, and honestly, it was enough. My mom started telling people at church that I'd worked through some scholarship complications and come out on top. She never admitted she was wrong to tell me to stay quiet that night at Aunt Lisa's house. But I think she knows. I think they both know. I'm graduating in May. Full scholarship, research grant secured, and I've already got 3 job offers lined up. One of them is in another state, which I'm seriously considering. Mara hasn't spoken to me since the foundation made their announcement. Neither has Aunt Lisa.
I saw Mara once at the grocery store about a month ago, and she turned around and walked the other way when she spotted me. Yesterday, my mom asked if I was planning to come to Thanksgiving this year. It's going to be at Aunt Lisa's house like always, apparently. My mom said the family needs to heal, that holding grudges isn't healthy. She said I'd made my point, and now it was time to be the bigger person and smooth things over. I told her I'd think about it, but I'm probably not going. I don't feel like sitting at a table with people who didn't believe me, who told me to let someone steal from me for the sake of keeping the peace. The thing is, I keep going back and forth on whether I did the right thing. I didn't humiliate Mara publicly. I didn't blast her on social media or tell everyone what she'd done. I sent evidence to the foundation and let them handle it through official channels. She's the one who humiliated herself by lying and stealing and then bragging about it online for everyone to see. But I knew what would happen when I sent that email. I knew her scholarship would get revoked. I knew it would probably derail her entire college experience. I knew the family would blame me, and I sent it anyway. Part of me feels justified. She stole from me. She committed fraud. She let me think I was crazy for weeks while she paraded around with money that wasn't hers. Why should she get to keep it just because exposing her would cause drama? But another part of me wonders if I let my anger make the decision. If I could have handled it differently. If quiet revenge was really justice, or if it was just revenge dressed up in nicer clothes. My graduation ceremony is in May. The college sends you invitation cards, and you're supposed to fill out the guest list by next week. I've got my parents down, my little brother, a few friends. The list has a spot for extended family. I still haven't decided if I'm sending one to Aunt Lisa's house. It wasn't until my wedding day that I realized my brother had stolen the life I was supposed to have. So I took his reputation instead. I'm 31, and my brother Daniel is 33. Growing up, our family looked perfect from the outside. Big house, nice cars, parents who were involved in everything. But if you lived in it, you knew the hierarchy. Daniel was the golden child. He got straight A's without trying, made varsity in 3 sports, got a full ride to Princeton. I was good too, but it didn't matter. My role was to support him, help him study, even though his grades were better than mine, show up to his games, make him look good. My parents never said it outright, but the message was clear. His success was the family's success, and I needed to stay out of the way. I met my fiancé Marcus in college. Junior year, at some networking event Daniel dragged me to. Marcus was studying finance,
came from old money, had that easy confidence that made people listen when he talked. We dated for a few months, broke up, got back together senior year, broke up again after graduation. It was always complicated with us, but we kept finding our way back. At least, that's what I told myself. When he proposed 8 months ago, I thought it meant we'd finally figured it out. My parents lost their minds when they heard. Not because I was happy, but because Marcus checked all their boxes. His family had money. His dad knew people my dad wanted to know. Within a week of the engagement, my mom had taken over the entire wedding. She picked the venue, this country club that cost more than my car. She chose the flowers, the caterer, the band, the seating chart. I got to pick my dress and my maid of honor. That was it. Every time I tried to have an opinion, she'd say something about how she and Dad were paying for most of it, so they should have a say. I stopped arguing after a while. The months leading up to the wedding were strange. Marcus started acting different.
He'd get texts and smile at his phone, then flip it over when I looked at him. When I asked who it was, he'd say work or one of his buddies. Daniel started coming around more too. He'd show up at our apartment with takeout, saying he wanted to bond with his future brother-in-law. They'd have these conversations in the kitchen that would stop the second I walked in. I'd catch them exchanging looks during family dinners. Once I saw them step outside at my parents' house, and when I came out 5 minutes later, they were laughing about something they wouldn't explain. I mentioned it to my maid of honor, Jess, a few times. She's known me since college, and she's not the type to sugarcoat things. She said she'd been getting weird vibes from them, too. At the rehearsal dinner 3 days before the wedding, she pulled me aside and told me she'd seen Marcus and Daniel go outside twice during dinner. She went out to smoke and overheard them laughing about something, but she couldn't make out what. I told her she was overthinking it. Guys bond, it's normal. But I didn't really believe myself. The wedding morning started at 6. I woke up in the bridal suite with my bridesmaids, and immediately my mom was there, reorganizing everything the coordinator had set up. She'd been doing this for weeks, micromanaging every detail like it was her wedding and not mine. Daniel's wife Kim was in the corner doing her makeup, and she kept checking her phone and typing fast. Everyone seemed tense, but I figured it was just normal wedding day stress. We did hair and makeup. The photographer came in and took 1,000 pictures of us getting ready. My mom kept adjusting my veil and telling me to stand up straighter. I felt like I was going through the motions, just waiting for the actual ceremony to start so I could stop performing. Then, around 11, 2 hours before I was supposed to walk down the aisle, Jess came over to me with a phone in her hand. She looked pale. She said Marcus had left his phone on a table near the guy's suite and she'd picked it up by accident. They had the same phone case. When she unlocked it to check the time, a text thread with Daniel was already open. She handed me the phone without saying anything. I read the first message and my stomach dropped. It was from Daniel, sent about 2 months ago. He'd written something about me being predictable, easy to manage. Marcus had responded with a laughing emoji. I scrolled up. The thread went back months. There were jokes about me, about how I never questioned anything, how I always did what my parents wanted. Then I found the message that made everything click into place. It was from 6 weeks after Marcus proposed. Daniel wrote, "You really pulled it off, man. I wasn't sure you'd be able to go through with it, but you're committed to the bit. Once you're married in, you'll have access to everything. Dad's already talking about bringing you into the business." Marcus replied, "It's not that bad, honestly. She's sweet. Makes it easier. Your parents love me, and that's what matters." Daniel's response, "Just remember, this is about the long game. You keep her happy, we keep the family happy, and we both win. She doesn't need to know how any of this actually works."
I kept scrolling. There were more. Months of messages. They'd been planning this from the start. Marcus hadn't proposed because he loved me. He'd proposed because Daniel convinced him it was a smart move. I was a business deal, a way into my family's money and my dad's company. Daniel got an ally out of it, someone who'd back him up and help him keep his position as the golden child. And I was just the bridge to get them both what they wanted. I sat there in my wedding dress, reading through message after message, and I didn't cry. I just felt cold, numb. Every moment of the past year was rewriting itself in my head. Every time Marcus said he loved me, was he acting?
Every time we got back together after breaking up, had Daniel talked him into it? Every fight we had, every makeshift, every plan we made, was my brother orchestrating it from the background? Jess was asking me if I was okay. My mom knocked on the door and said we had 20 minutes. The photographer needed more shots. Everything was moving forward like the ground hadn't just disappeared under my feet. I stood up. Jess asked what I was going to do. I told her I needed a minute, but I already knew I wasn't calling it off. That would be too easy for them. That's what the quiet daughter would do. Disappear. Let them tell whatever story they wanted about what happened. I was done being quiet. I didn't have much time to process what I'd just read. My mom came back in and started adjusting my veil again, going on about how beautiful everything looked and how perfect the day was going to be. She mentioned that Daniel and Marcus were outside laughing together, getting along so well. That's when something clicked in my head. She had to know. Maybe not the specifics, maybe not the texts, but she had to know this wasn't real. My parents had been pushing Marcus and me together for years. Every time we broke up, my mom would ask about him. My dad would mention job opportunities Marcus might be interested in. They knew this was about business. They just didn't care. I could have walked out right then. I could have told everyone the wedding was off, explained what I'd found, handled it all privately. But that felt like exactly what they'd expect from me. The daughter who didn't make scenes, the one who sacrificed her own feelings to keep everyone else comfortable, the one who'd spent her whole life making sure Daniel looked good and the family looked perfect. If I called it off quietly, they'd find a way to spin it. They'd make me the unstable one, the bride who got cold feet, the girl who couldn't handle commitment. Marcus and Daniel would get to walk away clean, so I made a different choice. I told Jess to keep the phone and not say anything to anyone. I fixed my makeup where I'd smudged it. I put on the biggest smile I could manage. Then I walked down that aisle like nothing was wrong. Marcus looked nervous when he saw me, but I don't think he knew I'd found out. He probably thought he was just having normal groom jitters. Daniel was standing up there as one of the groomsmen, grinning like this was the best day of his life. My parents were in the front row, looking proud. Kim was crying next to my mom. Everyone was so happy. It was all so perfect and so fake. The ceremony went exactly as planned. I said my vows. Marcus said his. We exchanged rings. The officiant pronounced us husband and wife, and we kissed while everyone clapped. I smiled for photos for over an hour. I hugged relatives. I thanked people for coming. I danced with my dad during the parent dances, and he told me how proud he was, how Marcus was such a good choice, how this was the start of something wonderful. I nodded and smiled and felt absolutely nothing. At the reception, I sat through dinner. I laughed at the best man's speech. I held Marcus's hand under the table. He kept squeezing it like he thought I was nervous, and I let him think that. Daniel came over during dinner to hug me and tell me I looked beautiful. He said he was so happy for us.
that Marcus was lucky to have me. I hugged him back and told him I couldn't have done any of this without him. He had no idea what I meant. Then came the toasts. The best man went first, told some story about Marcus in college that everyone laughed at. Jess gave her maid of honor speech and kept it short because she knew what was coming. My dad stood up next and gave this long speech about family and legacy and how happy he was to welcome Marcus into the fold. He talked about business and partnerships and how this union was going to strengthen both families. He actually said union, like we were two companies merging. I'd arranged something with the DJ earlier in the day. I told him I wanted to give a surprise speech after my dad's toast, before Marcus and I did our joint thank you. I said it was a surprise for my brother, and asked him to hand me the mic right after my dad sat down. He thought it was sweet. When my dad finished, the DJ called my name and handed me the microphone. The room got quiet. Everyone was looking at me, waiting. I stood up and started by thanking everyone for coming. I said how much it meant to have everyone there to celebrate with us. I could feel Marcus relaxing next to me, probably thinking I was just going to give a normal speech. Then I turned toward Daniel. I said I especially wanted to thank my brother, that he'd done so much to make this day possible, more than anyone in the room probably realized. Daniel smiled. A few people clapped. My mom looked like she was about to cry happy tears. I kept going. I told everyone that Daniel had been involved in my relationship with Marcus from the very beginning. He'd introduced us. He'd encouraged us to get back together every single time we broke up. He'd even helped Marcus plan the proposal. I said Daniel had always been so invested in my happiness, so involved in making sure Marcus and I ended up together. People were smiling. My dad was nodding. Daniel raised his glass at me. Marcus had gone very still beside me. Then I pulled out my phone. Jess had airdropped me the screenshots during cocktail hour. I said I thought it would only be fair to share some of the advice Daniel had been giving Marcus over the past year. Just some texts between brothers, showing how much Daniel cared about my relationship. The room went completely silent. I started reading. I read the message about Marcus being committed to the bit. I read the part where they called me easy to manage. I read Daniel's message about the long game, about Marcus getting access to everything once we were married. I read Marcus's response about me being sweet, and how that made it easier. I didn't look up. I didn't pause. I didn't add any commentary. I just read their words exactly as they'd written them. By the time I got to the part where Daniel said I didn't need to know how any of this actually worked, my mom had stood up from her chair. My dad's face had gone red. Kim was staring at Daniel with her mouth open. Marcus had his head in his hands. A few people in the back were whispering to each other. Someone's fork clattered onto a plate. I read one more message where they joked about me being predictable. Then I lowered the phone, looked directly at Daniel, and said thank you. Thank you for showing me exactly who he was. Thank you for teaching me that I'd spent my whole life supporting someone who saw me as a tool. And thank you to Marcus for making today unforgettable. I set the microphone down on the table. Then I walked out of the reception hall. I didn't run. I didn't cry. I just walked out the doors like I was stepping out for air. Except I kept walking. I heard chairs scraping behind me and voices rising, but I didn't turn around. I went straight to the bridal suite, locked the door, and started taking off my dress. I didn't see what happened after I left, but Jess filled me in later. Apparently Marcus sat there for about 30 seconds before he got up and walked out of the venue entirely. He didn't try to explain or defend himself, just left. Daniel's wife Kim started yelling at him right there in front of everyone, asking if he'd manipulated her the same way. if their whole marriage was some kind of setup too. My parents were trying to do damage control, going table to table asking people to please keep this private, begging the photographers not to post anything online. A few of my cousins started clapping, which made everything worse. My aunt told my mom this was what happened when you treated your daughter like a business asset. The whole thing fell apart in less than 10 minutes. I changed out of my wedding dress in the bridal suite. I put on the jeans and t-shirt I'd worn that morning and stuffed the dress in a corner. Jess came in and asked if I was okay. I told her I didn't know yet, but I needed to leave. She said she'd get my stuff from the venue and bring it to me later. I called an Uber and went to a hotel near the airport. I didn't want to go home because home was the apartment I shared with Marcus, and I couldn't deal with that yet. I spent that night in the hotel room just staring at the ceiling. My phone kept buzzing, but I didn't look at it. I ordered room service around midnight because I realized I hadn't eaten since breakfast. The wedding dinner I'd paid thousands of dollars for was still sitting on those plates at the venue. I ate a burger in bed and tried to figure out what I was supposed to do next. The next morning, I finally looked at my phone. 15 missed calls from my mom, 8 from my dad, a few from aunts and cousins, 3 voicemails from my dad, and I made the mistake of listening to one. He said I'd embarrassed the entire family, that I'd made a scene and humiliated everyone over something that should have been handled privately. He said I'd ruined Daniel's reputation and destroyed years of relationship building with Marcus's family. He didn't say anything about what Daniel and Marcus had done to me, just what I'd done to them. My mom's voicemails were more of the same, crying about how people were already talking, how she couldn't show her face at the club, how I should have come to them first before airing everything in public. She said I'd made everything worse by reacting emotionally instead of thinking about the family. Daniel sent me a long text. He said I'd ruined his marriage, that Kim was threatening to leave him, and I destroyed his reputation over a misunderstanding. He actually called it a misunderstanding. He said the texts were taken out of context, that he and Marcus were just joking around the way guys do, and I'd blown it out of proportion because I was insecure. He said I'd always been jealous of him, and this was just another example of me trying to tear him down. Marcus didn't contact me at all. The thing is, I wasn't sorry. For the first time in my entire life, I'd made them actually see me, not as Daniel's supportive little sister, not as the obedient daughter who did what she was told, not as Marcus's convenient wife who came with a trust fund and family connections. I'd made them see what they'd done, and I'd made sure they couldn't pretend it didn't happen. There were 200 witnesses. There were photographers. There was no way to rewrite this story and make me the villain without everyone knowing the truth. A week after the wedding, I made a decision I hadn't planned on. We'd booked a honeymoon in Greece, 2 weeks on the islands. I'd already paid for half of it, and the tickets were non-refundable. The idea of sitting in that apartment or going back to my parents' house while everyone decided what story to tell about me felt unbearable. So I went, by myself. I spent 2 weeks on beaches, eating at restaurants alone, hiking through old ruins, swimming in water so clear I could see the bottom. I didn't talk to anyone from home. I turned off my phone most days. I read 4 books. I learned how to say basic phrases in Greek. I sat at a cafe one morning and realized I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt this calm. While I was there, I applied for a job I'd been too scared to pursue before. It was in Seattle, completely across the country from my family. Better pay, better title, working for a company that had nothing to do with my dad's business or his connections. I did the interview over video chat from my hotel room. They offered me the position 3 days before I flew back. I moved 2 months ago. I'm living in an apartment in Capitol Hill with a view of the water. I haven't spoken to Daniel since the wedding. My parents and I are in limited contact. They still think I should apologize. My mom keeps sending me articles about family reconciliation and forgiveness. My dad sent me an email last month saying Daniel's wife filed for divorce and it's my fault for exposing private matters publicly. He said I cost Daniel his marriage and damaged his standing in the business community. Kim actually reached out to me a few weeks ago. She thanked me for reading those texts. She said she'd been ignoring things for years, little comments Daniel made, the way he talked about people when he thought it was just between them. She said seeing it laid out like that, in front of everyone, made it impossible to ignore anymore. She told me she should have left him years ago, and I gave her the push she needed. I started therapy last month. My therapist asked me if I regretted how I handled things. I told her I didn't know. Some days I think I could have done it differently. Called off the wedding, confronted them privately, saved myself the spectacle. Other days I remember how many times I'd stayed quiet, how many times I'd swallowed my feelings to keep everyone else comfortable. And I think it was the only way to make sure I was actually heard. My family says I humiliated everyone, that I turned what should have been a private matter into a public disaster. They say I destroyed relationships that could have been repaired if I'd just handled it with more grace. My mom still cries on the phone about it. My dad won't talk to me unless I apologize to Daniel first. But here's what I know. I'm sitting in my own apartment in a city where nobody knows my family. I have a job I actually like. I'm making friends who see me as a person, not as someone's sister or daughter or failed bride. For the first time in years, I can breathe.
I wake up in the morning and I don't feel like I'm playing a role in someone else's story. I don't know if that makes what I did right or wrong. I just know it's the first time I've ever put myself first. And I'm not ready to apologize for that. My father cut me out of his will for being ungrateful, so I made sure the family secret he was hiding came out at his own funeral. I'm 35, and I spent most of my life trying to prove myself to my father, Richard. He passed away 3 months ago. My younger brother, Marcus, is 32, and he was always the favorite. Our mother died when I was 12, so after that it was just the 3 of us on this massive countryside estate that's been in our family for 4 generations. Dad ran a commercial real estate development company. Big contracts, government projects, the kind of business that looks impressive on paper. Marcus got his business degree and immediately got handed a VP title at the firm. He barely did anything, just showed up to events and nodded along with whatever Dad decided. I got my MBA too, but Dad told me the company wasn't the right fit for someone like me. He never explained what that meant. I ended up working in marketing at a tech startup instead. 2 years ago, Dad got diagnosed with stage 3 lung cancer. Marcus couldn't handle it. He'd visit the hospital for maybe 10 minutes before leaving because it was too hard for him. I was the one who moved back home. I coordinated all his medical care, managed his medications, drove him to appointments. When he got too weak to go into the office, I stepped in and ran the company for 8 months. I learned every single contract, every client relationship, all the problems that needed fixing. Dad would call me every evening for updates. Sometimes he'd say, "Good work." That was about as close to approval as I ever got from him. He died in his sleep 3 months ago. The funeral was set for the following Saturday, but first there was the will reading 4 days after his death. I sat in the lawyer's office with Marcus and listened as everything got left to my brother. The house, the company, all the investment accounts, even Dad's car collection. My name came up exactly once. The lawyer read it out loud. "To my daughter, I leave nothing, as she has demonstrated throughout her life that she will never amount to anything on her own." The lawyer was this older guy named Frank, who'd known our family for decades. He couldn't even look at me while he read it. Marcus sat across from me, and I could tell from his face that he already knew. He wasn't surprised at all. After it was over, I asked Frank if there was any other explanation or letter that might clarify things. He handed me a sealed envelope. I waited until I got to my car to open it. The letter was short. Dad wrote that he'd built everything for the family name, and that name needed a man to carry it forward.
He said I'd been useful during his illness, but that I was too emotional and too soft. Giving me anything would be throwing good money after bad. He ended with this line: "You were born the wrong sex for this family. I'm sorry, but that's not something I can fix." I drove back to the estate. I was still staying there, wrapping up his affairs and getting things organized. I found Marcus in the study, pouring himself a glass of Dad's expensive scotch. He saw me walk in and smiled. He asked if I'd read the letter. I said yes. He shrugged and told me that he and Dad had talked about it months ago, that Dad wanted to make sure Marcus understood his reasoning. Then he said, Dad was right. I'd always been the help, not the heir. He told me not to take it personally. I went upstairs to my old bedroom and just sat there for a while. I kept thinking about something that happened 5 years earlier, before Dad got sick. I was home for Christmas and helping him organize his office. He kept every document he'd ever touched, all filed away in cabinets along the walls. I found a folder in the back of a drawer labeled Whitmore and Associates, 1987. Inside were letters, bank statements, copies of ledgers. I didn't really understand what I was looking at first, but then I noticed my father's signature on transfer documents. Money being moved around, a partnership being dissolved. There was a handwritten note on legal paper that said, J. Whitmore will not pursue legal action in exchange for severance package and NDA. I'd asked Dad about it later that day. He got really quiet, then told me it was old business and nothing I needed to worry about. He took the folder from me, and I never saw it again. But I knew where he kept sensitive documents. There was a safe in the basement, hidden behind a false panel in the wine cellar. I'd seen him open it once when I was helping him look for something. I'd also watched him enter the combination without meaning to. It was my mother's birthday. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept replaying what Marcus had said, kept reading that letter over and over. Around 2 a.m, I went down to the wine cellar. The safe opened on the first try. Inside were stacks of documents going back 40 years. I found the Whitmore folder within minutes. James Whitmore had been Dad's original business partner. They started the development company together in 1985. The documents laid out everything. Dad had been embezzling money from their joint projects, moving funds into a separate account that only he controlled. Nearly $800,000 over 2 years. When Whitmore discovered it in 1987, Dad threatened to destroy him. He said he'd forged documents to make it look like Whitmore was the one stealing. Whitmore had a wife and 2 young kids. He signed the settlement agreement, took $50,000, and agreed to never talk about what happened. Then he left the state. Every building Dad claimed to have built from nothing was funded with money he stole from his partner. The entire family legacy started with fraud. I took photos of everything on my phone. Every letter, every bank statement, every page of the settlement agreement. Then I put all the documents back exactly how I'd found them and locked the safe. The funeral was scheduled for Saturday. Marcus had gone all out. Over 200 people were coming. He'd hired a professional coordinator, rented a string quartet, ordered flowers and catering. He'd even commissioned a tribute video with photos of Dad set to music. The coordinator was overwhelmed trying to manage everything. So when I offered to handle the video presentation, she practically hugged me. She handed me the USB drive and thanked me for helping. I took it home and got to work. I kept the first 3 minutes of Marcus's tribute video exactly as he'd made it. Photos of Dad as a young man, pictures from groundbreaking ceremonies, shots of him shaking hands with politicians and business partners. The music was this sweeping orchestral piece that made everything look noble and impressive. I knew people would be nodding along, maybe tearing up a little. Then I programmed the video to cut to black for 2 seconds. When it came back, the first document appeared on screen. It was a bank transfer record from Whitmore and Associates to an account under only my father's name. The amount was $125,000. The date was March 1986. I added 15 more slides after that. Each one stayed on screen for exactly 6 seconds. Long enough to read, not long enough for anyone to stop it before the next one appeared. The second slide was a letter from Whitmore's lawyer dated June 1987, laying out accusations of embezzlement and demanding a full audit. The third was Dad's response, threatening to bury Whitmore with fabricated evidence if he didn't accept a settlement and disappear. Then came the settlement agreement itself, the NDA, the acknowledgement that Whitmore would take $50,000 and stay silent about the $800,000 that had been stolen from him. I timed the whole thing to 90 seconds. After the last slide, the video would just end, and the chapel lights would come back up. The funeral was on Saturday morning. I got there early to help set up. The coordinator was running around checking flowers and sound levels. I told her I'd handle the projection equipment, and she looked relieved. I loaded my modified video file onto the laptop connected to the projector and tested it once to make sure the timing was right. Everything worked perfectly. People started arriving around 9:30. I stayed near the back, watching everyone file in. Business associates in expensive suits, older couples who'd known Dad for decades, some local politicians. Marcus was at the front greeting everyone, playing The Grieving Son. He was wearing Dad's watch. I noticed that immediately. The service started at 10. There were readings, a eulogy from one of Dad's golf buddies, some music from the quartet. Then Marcus stood up to introduce the tribute video. He talked about Dad's legacy, his vision, his dedication to family and business. He said the video would show everyone the kind of man Richard really was. He wasn't wrong about that. The lights dimmed. The video started. I watched from my spot in the back row. The first 3 minutes played exactly as Marcus had intended. I could see people smiling at the old photos, nodding when shots of Dad's buildings appeared on screen. The music swelled at all the right moments. Then it cut to black. I saw a few people shift in their seats, probably thinking there was a technical problem. 2 seconds later, the first document appeared. It took a moment for people to realize what they were looking at. I watched heads start to tilt, people leaning forward to read the text. The whispers started around the 30-second mark. Marcus stood up from the front row. He turned around, looking confused, trying to find the projection booth. The coordinator was standing near the side door with the same confused expression. Neither of them moved to stop it. The second slide appeared. Then the third. The whispers got louder. Someone near the middle of the chapel said something I couldn't quite hear. More people were turning to look at each other now, pointing at the screen. When Dad's threat letter appeared, the one where he explicitly stated he would fabricate evidence to destroy Whitmore, I heard someone gasp. An older man in the fourth row stood up. He said something about recognizing Jim Whitmore's signature, about having worked with him back in the 80s. He asked out loud if Richard had really done this. Marcus was at the projection booth now, yelling at the coordinator. She was crying, saying she didn't know what happened, that it was supposed to be the tribute video Marcus had made. He grabbed the laptop, but by then the settlement agreement was on screen. The final slide. The video ended. The screen went black again, and the chapel lights came up. The silence lasted maybe 5 seconds. Then everyone started talking at once. People were standing up, pulling out phones, having urgent conversations with whoever they were sitting next to. The man who'd recognized Whitmore's signature was talking to 2 other older men, all of them looking furious. Marcus was still at the projection booth, staring at the laptop screen like he could will it to make sense. I slipped out through the side door while everyone was distracted. No one saw me leave. I got in my car and drove straight back to my apartment in the city. I'd moved most of my stuff out of the estate the week before. There was nothing left there I needed. My phone started ringing around noon. Marcus. I didn't answer. He called 16 more times that day. Then he started leaving voicemails. The first few were angry, demanding to know if I'd done this, saying I'd destroyed everything. The later ones were more desperate. He said the company's board had called an emergency meeting. 3 major clients had already pulled out of contracts. The state attorney general's office had issued a statement saying they were opening an investigation into potential fraud. By Sunday evening, 3 of Dad's oldest business associates had released public statements distancing themselves from his company. By Monday morning, a law firm representing Whitmore's estate sent a formal demand for a full forensic audit. Whitmore had died in 2019, but apparently his kids had never forgotten what happened. They'd just never had proof before. Marcus showed up at my apartment on Wednesday night. It was almost 11. He pounded on the door hard enough that my neighbor came out to see what was happening. I heard him shouting through the door that I'd destroyed everything, that the accounts were frozen, that he was going to lose it all. I opened the door. He looked terrible. He hadn't shaved. His hair was a mess. His shirt was wrinkled. He asked me why I did it. I told him the truth. I said he'd told me I was always the help, never the heir, and I just wanted to make sure everyone knew what they were actually inheriting. He tried to argue that Dad had changed, that whatever happened with Whitmore was 40 years ago and didn't matter anymore. I asked him if he'd known about it. He went quiet for a long moment. Then he admitted Dad had told him some version of the story years ago, but that it was just business, and everyone cuts corners sometimes. I closed the door while he was still talking. The investigation moved faster than I expected. Within 2 weeks, the forensic auditors had confirmed everything in those documents. The state attorney general held a press conference announcing that while my father couldn't be prosecuted due to being deceased, there would be a full review of every contract his company had been awarded over the past 4 decades. Several projects that were currently in development got shut down pending the outcome. Marcus called me one more time after that press conference. I actually answered. He didn't yell this time. He just asked if I was happy now. I told him I wasn't happy or unhappy. I just was. He said I'd ruined his life over something that happened before we were even born. I reminded him that he'd known about it and never said anything. That Dad had told him years ago and he'd decided it didn't matter. He hung up on me. The company got sold 2 months later. A competitor bought it for a fraction of what it would have been worth before the scandal. After settling Dad's debts and paying legal fees, Marcus walked away with maybe $200,000. The estate went up for sale a week after that. A hotel developer bought the property. Last I heard, they're turning it into some kind of boutique resort. I didn't go to the estate sale. I didn't want to watch strangers picking through 40 years of family history, deciding what was worth keeping and what should be thrown away. Marcus texted me once during the sale saying I should come get anything I wanted before it was all gone. I ignored it. But the day before the sale, I did go back one last time. It was early morning, around 6. The house was empty. All the furniture had been moved into the barn for the auction. I walked through the rooms and they felt smaller than I remembered. The study where Dad used to work looked tiny without his desk and bookshelves. My old bedroom upstairs was just a blank square with scratches on the hardwood where my bed used to be. I went into the study and looked around. There was one thing still sitting on the windowsill. Dad's fountain pen. It was a Mont Blanc he'd used for 40 years. He'd kept it in a leather case on his desk, and I guess whoever packed up the study hadn't thought it was worth including in the sale. I picked it up and put it in my pocket. I moved 4 hours away after that. I got a job at a consulting firm, doing the kind of strategic work I'd been doing for Dad's company during his illness. Turns out I'm actually pretty good at it.
I got promoted 6 months in. I make more money than I ever did at the tech startup, and nobody questions whether I belong there. I kept the fountain pen. I have it in my desk drawer at home. Sometimes I take it out and just hold it. I think about all the things Dad signed with that pen. My mother's death certificate. Business contracts worth millions of dollars. The letter explaining why I'd never be good enough to inherit anything. And those documents. The ones where he stole from his partner and threatened to destroy him if he didn't stay quiet. He signed all of those with this pen too. Marcus and I haven't spoken since that last phone call. I heard through a mutual acquaintance that he moved out west somewhere, got a job in sales. The acquaintance said he'd told people our father had made some bad business decisions, and that's why everything fell apart. He's still protecting Dad's reputation, or what's left of it. Still can't admit what actually happened. I think about James Whitmore sometimes. I looked him up after everything went public. He'd moved to Oregon in 1987 with his wife and kids. He worked as a project manager for a small construction company for the rest of his career. Never started another business. He died in 2019 from a heart attack. His obituary mentioned his 2 children and 4 grandchildren. It said he was known for his integrity and honesty. His kids were the ones who pushed for the investigation after the funeral video. They'd grown up knowing something had happened with their father's business partner, but he'd never told them the full story. He'd honored that NDA until the day he died. When they saw those documents projected in the chapel, they finally understood why their family had struggled financially for years, why their dad had seemed defeated sometimes when they were growing up. They sent me a letter about 3 months ago. It came to my office somehow. They must have tracked me down through the news coverage. The letter thanked me for exposing the truth. They said their father never got over what happened, that he'd spent the rest of his life wondering if he'd been a coward for taking the settlement instead of fighting. They said knowing that other people finally understood he'd been the victim, not the criminal, gave them some peace. They hoped it gave me peace too. I don't know if what I did gave me peace. Some days I feel like I did the right thing. I exposed a fraud, made sure the truth came out, stopped Marcus from building his life on the same lies Dad had built his on. Other days I wonder if I just wanted revenge and found a way to justify it. If I'm honest, it was probably both. Dad spent his whole life believing that being a man meant being strong, being in control, protecting the family name no matter what. He thought that's what made him worthy of respect. In the end, the family name is worth nothing. The company is gone. The estate is gone. His reputation is gone. Everything he built turned out to be just as fragile as he always said I was. I still have those photos on my phone. All the documents I photographed from the safe that night. I've never deleted them. Sometimes late at night I scroll through them and think about how many lives Dad damaged because he couldn't admit he'd done something wrong. How many years Whitmore spent carrying that shame, thinking he was the one who'd failed. The pen sits in my drawer, and sometimes I wonder what Dad would think if he could see me now. If he'd finally admit I amounted to something, or if he'd just find some other reason why I still wasn't good enough. I'll never know. But I do know that I'm the one who decided what his legacy would be in the end. Not him. Not Marcus. Me. Nobody believed me when I said my aunt stole my grandmother's savings, so I let her expose herself at the inheritance meeting. I, 30M, grew up spending summers at my grandmother's house in our small coastal town. My Aunt Linda, 52, is my grandmother's only daughter, and she's always been the golden child. Charming, persuasive,
and somehow always the victim in every story she tells. My mom passed away when I was young, so my grandmother basically raised me on weekends and school breaks. We were close, really close. About 2 years ago, my grandmother started slowing down. Nothing dramatic at first, just forgetting appointments, getting confused about dates. Linda swooped in immediately, saying she'd handle everything, so Grandma wouldn't stress. She got power of attorney, took over the bank accounts, moved some of Grandma's paperwork to her place. The family thought it was sweet. My Uncle Rob, 49, and my cousin Sarah, 28, kept saying how lucky we were that Linda was so responsible. I visited Grandma every other weekend like I always had. That's when I started noticing things. First, it was small stuff. Grandma's jewelry box felt lighter. A pearl necklace I remembered wasn't there anymore. When I asked about it, Linda said Grandma had given it to her as a thank you for all the caregiving. Okay, weird, but possible. Then I noticed Linda's lifestyle changing. New designer handbags, a lease on a luxury SUV. She posted constantly on Facebook, fancy dinners, weekend spa trips, a cruise to the Bahamas. When I casually mentioned it at a family dinner, she got teary-eyed and said she deserved to treat herself after sacrificing so much time for Mom. Everyone nodded sympathetically. I felt like an asshole for even bringing it up. 6 months before Grandma died, I stopped by her house unannounced. Linda was there, sitting at the dining table with a stack of papers. She jumped when I walked in and quickly gathered everything into a folder.
Said it was just medical bills and insurance stuff. But I saw one of the papers before she grabbed it, a bank withdrawal slip for $15,000. I asked what it was for. She said in-home nursing care. Grandma didn't have a nurse. I started asking more questions after that. Every time I did, Linda had an answer ready. The money was for medications, for physical therapy, for updating the house so it was safer for Grandma. But nothing in the house had been updated, and when I tried talking to Grandma about it, she seemed confused about what Linda was even doing with her money. My grandmother passed away last November. Heart failure, peaceful, at home. It hurt like hell, but at least she wasn't suffering. The will reading was scheduled for 3 weeks later. Linda acted like she owned the place the moment Grandma died, started throwing out furniture, measuring rooms, talking about renovations. Uncle Rob asked her to slow down, and she snapped at him that she'd been doing all the work, so she'd handle the estate her way. Then came the meeting. The lawyer, this older guy named Mr. Patterson, sat us all down in his office. Me, Linda, Uncle Rob, and Sarah. He opened the will, and it was straightforward. Grandma's estate would be split between Linda and Rob, with a portion set aside for me and Sarah as grandchildren. The house was worth around $400,000. She had a pension and savings. We expected the total estate to be somewhere around $650,000, maybe more. Mr. Patterson cleared his throat and said the estate was valued at $178,000. The room went silent. Uncle Rob asked him to repeat that. Mr. Patterson did. He explained that the savings accounts had been nearly depleted, and after debts and final expenses, that's what remained. Linda dabbed her eyes with a tissue. Mom's medical costs were so high, she said softly. I tried to make it last, but the hospital bills, the medications, I did everything I could. Everyone looked sad, sympathetic. Uncle Rob reached over and squeezed her hand. I said, "That doesn't make sense." All eyes turned to me. I said Grandma had good insurance. I said I'd seen luxury purchases. I mentioned the $15,000 withdrawal. Linda's face went hard. "How dare you?" she hissed.
I gave up 2 years of my life to take care of her, and you want to accuse me of, what, stealing? Uncle Rob told me I was out of line. Sarah looked horrified. Mr. Patterson said if I had concerns, I should bring them up privately, not in a meeting like this. I tried to push back. I said we should request bank statements. Linda started crying, saying I was attacking her while she was grieving. Uncle Rob stood up and told me to leave if I was going to keep stirring up drama. I left, but I wasn't done. I spent the next 2 weeks feeling insane. I kept replaying the meeting in my head, wondering if I was wrong. Maybe the medical costs really were that high. Maybe I was just bitter about losing Grandma and looking for someone to blame. But I couldn't let it go. I started doing research. I called Grandma's insurance company and pretended to be handling her estate. They sent me a summary of claims. The total out-of-pocket medical expenses over the last 2 years? About $48,000. High, but nowhere near enough to drain $500,000. I looked at Linda's social media again. I screenshotted every post from the last 2 years that showed expensive purchases, trips, or restaurants. I made a timeline. The spending ramped up exactly when she got power of attorney. Then I did something I'm not sure was entirely legal. I contacted my grandmother's bank and explained that I was a beneficiary of the estate and had concerns about financial elder abuse. The representative said they couldn't share account details without a court order, but they could confirm whether there was an investigation if one was opened. That gave me an idea. I called Mr. Patterson's office and asked to schedule a follow-up meeting. I told his assistant I had some questions about tax documents before we finalized everything. She said the signing was scheduled for the following week and I could ask then. Perfect. I spent 3 days preparing. I made a folder with printouts, screenshots of Linda's posts, the insurance summary, a written timeline of everything I'd noticed. Then I reached out to Mr. Patterson directly via email and asked, very politely, if he could provide an updated accounting of all transactions from my grandmother's accounts over the last 2 years. I said it was for estate tax purposes and that I wanted to make sure we weren't missing any deductions. He responded that he'd have his assistant pull the records. The day of the final signing, I showed up early. Mr. Patterson handed me a thick stack of bank statements. I sat in the waiting room and went through them, highlighting every large withdrawal. There were dozens. $8,000 here, $12,000 there, $15,000, $20,000. All of them marked as cash withdrawals or transfers to Linda's personal account. My hands were shaking. Linda arrived 20 minutes later, dressed like she was going to a cocktail party. She ignored me completely. Uncle Rob and Sarah came in right after. We all sat down in Mr. Patterson's conference room. He started going over the final paperwork. Linda was smiling, flipping through the documents, signing where he indicated. She made a comment about how she was glad this was finally over so she could move on with her life. Uncle Rob nodded. Mr. Patterson slid the last document across the table. I said, "Before anyone signs, I think we should review this." I pulled out the bank statements and handed copies to everyone. Linda's smile faltered. "What is this?" I said, "It's the accounting Mr. Patterson pulled for me. Every transaction from Grandma's accounts over the last 2 years." Mr. Patterson looked confused. He hadn't realized I was going to share it with the group. I pointed to the highlighted sections. "These are all cash withdrawals or transfers to your account, Linda. They add up to about $462,000. The room went dead silent. Uncle Rob stared at the papers. Sarah's mouth fell open. Linda laughed. It was shrill, defensive. "Those were for Mom's care. I already explained this." I pulled out the insurance summary. Her out-of-pocket medical expenses were $48,000. So where did the other $414,000 go?
Linda's face turned red. I don't have to justify every expense to you. There were other costs, home modifications, special equipment. I slid my phone across the table. It was open to one of her Facebook posts, a photo of her on a yacht in the Caribbean, dated 8 months ago. The caption read, "Finally treating myself. I deserve this." Sarah made a small, choked sound. Linda snatched the phone and threw it back at me. "You have no right to." "I have every right," I said. "You stole from her." Uncle Rob was staring at Linda now, his face pale. "Is this true?" She started crying again, but this time no one moved to comfort her. "I took care of her. I gave up everything. You don't understand how hard it was." "So you stole $500,000, I said. Mr. Patterson cleared his throat. "I think we need to pause this meeting." Linda stood up, knocking her chair back. "You're all going to regret this. I'll sue every single one of you for defamation." She grabbed her purse and stormed out. No one stopped her. The meeting didn't continue that day. Mr. Patterson said he needed to consult with the firm's senior partners and possibly report the findings to the probate court. Uncle Rob sat there staring at the bank statements for a long time without saying anything. Sarah kept whispering, "Oh my God. Oh my God." I went home feeling like I'd just run a marathon. My chest was tight. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Part of me felt vindicated. The other part felt sick. Over the next few days, things moved fast. Mr. Patterson contacted the probate court and filed a formal report of suspected financial elder abuse. The court froze the estate and opened an investigation. Uncle Rob called me and apologized, really apologized, for not believing me. He said he felt like an idiot for defending Linda, and that he should have known something was wrong when she'd been so defensive. Sarah sent me a long text saying she'd gone through Linda's social media and found even more evidence. Posts about designer shopping sprees, a new car lease, renovations to her own house. All of it happening while she was supposedly sacrificing everything for Grandma. Linda, for her part, went completely silent. She deleted all her social media accounts within 48 hours. She stopped answering calls. Uncle Rob tried to reach her to talk, and she sent back a text from a lawyer saying any further contact would be considered harassment. 2 weeks after the meeting, the probate investigator contacted me for an interview. I handed over everything I had, the timeline, the screenshots, the insurance documents. He told me it was one of the clearer cases of elder financial abuse he'd seen, and that the funds were likely recoverable. He said Linda could face criminal charges if the DA decided to pursue it. Uncle Rob decided not to wait. He filed a civil suit against Linda on behalf of the estate to recover the stolen funds. The court agreed to fast-track it given the evidence. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, Linda's husband, who I barely mentioned because he's always been kind of a ghost in her life, filed for divorce. Apparently, he didn't know about the money either, and he's furious. The rest of the family has completely cut her off. My cousin Sarah said her mom tried to call her crying and begging for support, but Sarah didn't pick up. I thought I'd feel better once the truth came out. And I do, mostly. But I also keep thinking about the fact that I let her walk into that meeting, knowing what I was about to do. I could have confronted her privately. I could have gone to the lawyer first and let him handle it quietly. Instead, I let her sit there, smug and smiling. And then I destroyed her in front of everyone. Linda's lawyer sent me a letter last week threatening to sue me for defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress. My lawyer says it's a scare tactic and won't go anywhere, but it still rattled me. Uncle Rob says I did the right thing. Sarah says Linda deserved it. Mr. Patterson told me off the record that he's seen plenty of people get away with this kind of thing because families don't want to make waves, and that I probably saved the estate. But I still wonder, was it cruel to let her expose herself like that? Or was I right to finally show everyone who she really was? The estate case is moving forward. The investigator thinks we'll recover most of the money. Linda's gone completely dark. No social media, no contact with the family, nothing. I don't know what happens next.
Nobody believed me when I said my aunt stole my grandmother's savings, so I let her expose herself at the inheritance meeting. I'm 30, and I spent most of my childhood summers at my grandmother's house in our small coastal town. My Aunt Linda, 52, is her only daughter, and has always been the golden child of the family. She's one of those people who can charm anyone, talk her way out of anything, and always comes out looking like the hero. My mom, 55, is Linda's younger sister, but she's always lived in Linda's shadow. My Uncle Mark, 48, and my cousins just go along with whatever Linda says because it's easier than questioning her. 3 years ago, Gran started showing signs of dementia. Nothing major at first, just the usual stuff like forgetting names or repeating the same stories. Linda immediately took charge, telling everyone she'd handle everything since she lived the closest. She moved into Gran's house, got power of attorney, took over her bank accounts, and started making all the medical decisions. Everyone in the family was relieved that someone was stepping up to take care of things. I was visiting Gran every few weeks, and at first everything seemed normal. Linda seemed devoted, always talking about doctor's appointments and medication schedules. But then I started noticing small things that didn't add up. Gran's jewelry box used to be packed with antique pieces from her mother, but suddenly it was almost empty. When I asked Linda about it, she said Gran had wanted to sell some items to help cover expenses. But Gran had good insurance and a solid pension, so I didn't understand why she'd need to sell family heirlooms. About 6 months before Gran passed, Linda showed up to a family dinner wearing this brand new Cartier watch. She laughed and said it was a gift to herself for dealing with all the stress of caregiving. But the week before, I'd been at Gran's house and saw bank statements sitting on the kitchen counter. There was a $15,000 withdrawal labeled as medical equipment. I'd looked around the house that day and there was no new medical equipment anywhere. I pulled my mom aside and tried to talk to her about what I was seeing. She completely shut me down and told me Linda had sacrificed everything to take care of Gran, and I had no right to accuse her of anything. I tried talking to my uncle too, and got the same response. Nobody wanted to hear it. I started feeling like I was losing my mind. Gran died last October. The funeral was beautiful, and Linda played her part perfectly, sobbing and accepting condolences like she'd lost everything. She was wearing a designer handbag I'd never seen before. 2 weeks later, we all met at the family lawyer's office for the will reading. Mr. Patterson has been our family lawyer for decades. He's this older guy who knew Gran personally, so everyone trusted him completely. He went through the will and explained that Gran's house would be split between Linda and my mom, and her savings and investments would be divided among all the grandchildren. Pretty standard stuff that we'd all expected. Then he got to the actual numbers. The total estate value was $127,000. My Uncle Mark immediately frowned and said that seemed way too low. Gran had mentioned having at least $500,000 in savings the last time they'd talked about it. Mr. Patterson did this throat-clearing thing and explained that medical expenses and end-of-life care are expensive, and it's actually pretty common for estates to get drained like that. But I knew that wasn't right. I'd been keeping track of things, so I asked if we could see a breakdown of where the money had gone. Just a simple question. Linda's head whipped around to look at me so fast I thought she'd hurt her neck. My mom's face turned bright red and she said something like, "Not this again." My cousin Sarah asked what she meant by that, and that's when Linda stood up. She started crying, her voice shaking, talking about how she couldn't believe I was doing this at their mother's will reading. She went on about how she'd spent 3 years sacrificing her career and her social life and everything else to take care of Gran, and this was how I was repaying her. It was a complete performance. I kept my voice calm and just repeated that I was asking a question. Mr. Patterson stepped in and said he could assure us all the expenses were legitimate, and Linda had provided detailed records. He showed us this massive stack of receipts and invoices. Everything looked official enough that everyone immediately turned on me instead of questioning Linda. My mom told me to apologize. My uncle called me disrespectful. Even my cousins were looking at me like I was the worst person in the world. Linda just sat there crying, playing the victim so perfectly that for a second I actually doubted myself. But only for a second. Because the night before the will reading, I'd done something I probably shouldn't have. Gran had given me her online banking password years ago for emergencies, and I'd logged in and downloaded every single transaction record from the past 3 years. I'd spent hours going through them, matching up dates with Linda's social media posts, and I'd found everything I needed. The lawyer scheduled a final signing meeting for 6 weeks later to officially transfer all the assets and close the estate. I apologized to Linda, even though it made me want to throw up. Everyone seemed satisfied that I'd been put in my place, and the meeting ended. I walked out of that office knowing exactly what Linda had done. I had proof of every shady withdrawal, every suspicious transfer, every lie she'd told. I had timestamps that matched her luxury purchases and vacation photos. I had everything. The question was what I was going to do with it. I could go to the police, but without family support it would just look like a grudge. Linda had covered her tracks well enough that she could probably explain most of it away, and the family would definitely side with her over me. I'd be cut off from everyone, and she'd still get away with it. Or I could wait 6 weeks and let her think she'd won. Those 6 weeks were absolute hell. I had to keep showing up to family events and watching Linda play the grieving daughter, while everyone praised her for being such a saint. She'd already started redecorating Gran's house, talking about putting it on the market and buying some vacation property with her share of the inheritance. She was planning her future with stolen money, and everyone was congratulating her for it. My mom stopped inviting me to family dinners. She actually told me I was causing unnecessary stress during an already difficult time, and that I needed to work on my attitude. I tried one more time to show her the bank records I'd downloaded, but she refused to even look at them. She said she wasn't going to let me drag Linda through the mud with my conspiracy theories. That was the exact phrase she used. I felt completely isolated. My girlfriend Emma was the only person who believed me, but even she was worried about what I was planning. One night she asked me what if I was wrong. What if there was some explanation I hadn't considered? I showed her everything on my laptop. September 15th, there was an $8,000 withdrawal, marked as home health care. September 16th, Linda posted photos on Facebook from a spa weekend in Napa Valley. November 3rd, a $12,000 withdrawal for specialized medical equipment. November 5th, Linda posted pictures of her new designer furniture being delivered to her apartment. It went on and on like that. Over $300,000 in withdrawals across 3 years, and Gran had lived in the same modest conditions the entire time. Nothing in her house had changed. No new equipment, no modifications for her dementia. Nothing that justified that kind of spending. Emma asked me what I was going to do. I'd been thinking about it constantly. Going to the police seemed pointless without the family backing me up. Linda could probably talk her way through most of the evidence, claim it was for Gran's care in ways that weren't obvious, whatever. And the family would absolutely close ranks around her. I'd lose everyone, and she'd still walk away with the money. So I decided to wait and use the final signing meeting to my advantage. 2 weeks before the signing, I called Mr. Patterson's office. I kept my tone super casual and friendly, said I was helping organize some tax documents related to Gran's estate, and could I please get a full accounting ledger for our records.
His secretary said it would take a few days to compile everything, but she'd send it over. Perfect. I also reached out to my cousin Sarah privately. She was the only one who'd seemed even slightly uncertain during the will reading, the only person who hadn't immediately jumped down my throat. I didn't tell her everything, just said I'd found some financial inconsistencies, and would she be willing to look at documents if I found actual proof. She hesitated for a while before agreeing, but she made me promise that if I was wrong, I'd let the whole thing go. I told her I would. The accounting ledger showed up 5 days before the signing. It was exactly what I needed. Every single withdrawal, every transfer, every expense over the past 3 years, with dates and Linda's signature authorizing all of it. I spent 2 full days building a presentation, organizing everything chronologically. On one side, I'd show the bank withdrawal with Linda's signature. On the other side, I'd show her social media post from the same time frame. The evidence was absolutely damning when you laid it out like that. I didn't tell anyone what I was planning, not even Emma, though she knew I was working on something.
I borrowed a small projector from my office and told my coworker I needed it for a family thing. He didn't ask questions. The morning of the signing, I woke up at 5 in the morning and couldn't fall back asleep. I couldn't eat anything. My hands kept shaking while I was packing up my laptop and the projector. I kept thinking about Gran, about how much she'd trusted Linda, about how Linda had stolen from her own mother while she was dying. Linda hadn't just taken her money. She'd taken advantage of her deteriorating mind and her vulnerability. We all met at Mr. Patterson's office at 2 in the afternoon. Linda walked in, wearing another outfit I'd never seen before, laughing with my uncle about something. When she saw me, her smile dropped for maybe half a second before she recovered. She made some comment about how nice it was that I'd decided to join them, her voice all syrupy and fake. The signing was supposed to be straightforward. Mr. Patterson would present the final documents, everyone would sign where they needed to, and the estate would be officially closed. Linda would get the house and half the remaining money. My mom would get the other half, and us grandkids would split what was left. Linda would walk away clean, and nobody would ever question her. But I'd called Mr. Patterson's office that morning. I told his secretary I had some questions about the estate accounting. Professional questions, since I work in finance. She'd checked with him, and he'd agreed to let me present my concerns before we signed anything. He probably thought I just wanted clarification on tax implications or something technical. Mr. Patterson started the meeting with his usual formalities, going over what we were signing and what it meant. Linda was practically glowing, already reaching for the pen to sign her papers. That's when I stood up and said I needed to review the accounting ledger before anyone signed anything. I'd found some discrepancies that I thought everyone should see. The entire room went silent. My mom's face immediately went hard and angry. She said we were not doing this again, her voice sharp. But Mr. Patterson looked at his notes and said that I had actually requested time for questions, and we should hear what I had to say. I set up the projector on the conference table. My hands were completely steady now. All the nervousness from the morning was gone. Linda was staring at me with this expression I'd never seen on her face before, like she was trying to calculate exactly what I knew and how much trouble she was in. I told everyone this wouldn't take long. I just wanted to walk through some expenses from the ledger. Then I pulled up my first slide. February 12th, 2023. A withdrawal for $7,500 labeled as Specialized Dementia Care Consultation. I clicked to the next slide. Linda's Instagram post from February 13th showing her at some luxury spa resort with a caption about treating herself and hashtags about self-care. I heard my cousin Sarah inhale sharply. I moved to the next one. April 8th. A $10,000 withdrawal for emergency medical supplies. April 9th. Linda's Facebook post showing off her new Louis Vuitton luggage set, talking about how she deserved nice things. My Uncle Mark said, "Wait, just wait a second."
His voice sounded confused and angry at the same time. But I kept going. June, August, October, month after month of the same pattern. Big withdrawal for medical expenses, immediately followed by Linda buying something expensive or going on a trip. My final slide showed the total amount, $342,000 over 3 years. Every single withdrawal approved and signed by Linda as Gran's power of attorney. The room completely erupted. Linda jumped to her feet, her face drained of all color. She started yelling that everything was out of context, that those were all legitimate expenses, that she had receipts for everything. Her voice was shaking, but it wasn't the sad, crying voice from before. This was panic. I just stood there calmly and told her to explain the timing then. Explain why every single major medical expense happened right before she bought something expensive or took a vacation. The silence after I said that was deafening. Mr. Patterson was frantically flipping through his files, his face getting more and more serious. My mom was crying. Sarah was just staring at Linda like she'd never seen her before in her life. My uncle looked like someone had punched him in the stomach. Linda turned on me and said I had no right to do this, no right to accuse her of anything. She went into this whole speech about how she'd given up 3 years of her life to take care of Gran. But her voice was wrong now. Everyone could hear it. The charm was gone. I told her she gave up 3 years to systematically steal from Gran while she was too sick to notice. Linda screamed that she didn't steal anything, that the money was all for Gran's care. So Sarah stood up, her voice shaking, and told Linda to show us the medical equipment then. Show us the specialists. Show us literally anything that proved she'd actually spent that money on Gran. Linda couldn't do it. She tried, stammering about receipts that got thrown away and verbal agreements with doctors and expenses that just weren't properly documented for some reason. But everyone could see through it now. Whatever spell she'd had over the family was completely broken. Mr. Patterson cleared his throat and said he needed to pause the proceedings. He told Linda directly that he was going to have to report this to the state bar and recommend a full forensic audit of the estate. His voice was cold in a way I'd never heard before. Linda grabbed her purse and ran out of the office. She literally just ran, didn't say another word to anyone. The door slammed behind her and we all just sat there in shock. The next 20 minutes were complete chaos. My uncle was yelling. My mom was sobbing. Sarah was pulling up Linda's social media on her phone to verify the posts I'd shown. Mr. Patterson was on the phone with someone, probably the state attorney's office or whoever handles this kind of thing. People were talking over each other, asking how this could have happened, saying they should have seen the signs. I just sat there, feeling numb. I'd done what I set out to do, but I didn't feel victorious or relieved. I'd just blown up my entire family. Emma had warned me this would happen, and she'd been right. My mom wouldn't even look at me. That was 3 weeks ago now. Mr. Patterson officially reopened the estate investigation and filed a formal complaint with the state. There's going to be a full forensic audit and possibly criminal charges depending on what they find. The family is completely fractured. My mom still won't speak to me or answer my calls. She's convinced I humiliated Linda on purpose and that I enjoyed doing it. My uncle isn't talking to me either. But Sarah apologized, and a few of my other cousins have reached out to say they believe me now, and they're sorry they didn't listen before. Linda has gone completely dark on social media. She deleted most of her posts, especially the ones showing off expensive stuff. Her Instagram is basically empty now, and her Facebook is private. Apparently she hired a lawyer because last week I got a cease and desist letter in the mail. Her lawyer is threatening to sue me for defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress. The letter claims I orchestrated a public humiliation campaign against her, and that all the withdrawals were legitimate expenses that I'm just too financially illiterate to understand. It's completely ridiculous, but also scary because lawsuits are expensive, even when you win. The forensic accountant working on the case told Mr. Patterson they think most of the stolen money can be recovered, but it's going to take months, or maybe even years. There are assets that need to be traced, accounts that need to be frozen, all this legal stuff that moves incredibly slowly. Gran's house is stuck in limbo now. Nobody can sell it or do anything with it until the investigation is complete. My mom is furious about that too, because she was counting on her share of the sale. I keep replaying the whole thing in my head, wondering if I could have done it differently. Maybe I should have gone to the police privately before the meeting. Maybe I should have pushed harder with my family earlier on, made them listen somehow. But I honestly don't think they would have believed me no matter what I did. Linda had them all fooled. She'd built up this image of herself as the devoted daughter over 3 years, and nobody wanted to question it. The thing that bothers me most is whether it was cruel to let her walk into that meeting thinking she'd won. I knew exactly what I was going to do. I let her sit there feeling smug and safe, reaching for the pen to sign away Gran's estate. And then I destroyed her in front of everyone. Part of me feels guilty about the spectacle of it. It was brutal and public, and there's no coming back from that kind of humiliation. But another part of me thinks she deserved exactly what she got. She stole from a dying woman, from her own mother. She took advantage of Gran's dementia and her trust, drained her accounts while pretending to care for her, and then tried to play the victim when she got caught. She would have gotten away with it completely if I hadn't done something. My girlfriend keeps telling me I did what I had to do, that Gran deserved justice, and I was the only one willing to fight for it. My therapist says I need to stop obsessing over Linda's consequences and focus on processing my own grief over losing Gran. She says I'm using the investigation as a way to avoid dealing with the actual loss. Maybe she's right. I don't know anymore. The investigation is still ongoing, and I have no idea how long it'll take to resolve. Linda's lawyer is making noise about suing me. Half my family hates me. The other half is slowly coming around, but the damage is done. My relationship with my mom might never recover from this. I guess I'll find out in a few months whether any of this was worth it. Whether the money gets recovered, whether Linda faces actual consequences, whether my family can ever forgive either of us. Right now it just feels like I burned everything down, and I'm standing in the ashes waiting to see if anything grows back. The day my stepmother tried to steal my late mom's jewelry, I turned her own greed into public humiliation. I, 27F, have been dealing with my stepmother Linda, 52, and my dad, 58, for about 2 years now. My mom passed away when I was 23, and honestly, those first couple years after were a blur. Dad and I weren't super close before that. He traveled a lot for work, and Mom was always the one who held everything together. When she died, he sort of checked out emotionally. I inherited the house, Mom's jewelry collection, and a bunch of family heirlooms that had been passed down through her side for generations. Dad met Linda about a year after Mom died. They got married fast, like 6 months fast. I didn't love it, but I figured he was lonely and I was trying to build my own life anyway. I work in finance, long hours, so I wasn't around much. Linda started making these comments almost immediately. Little digs about how young people don't appreciate fine things, or it's such a waste keeping gold locked away in boxes. I'd catch her looking at the jewelry cabinet in my bedroom when she thought I wasn't paying attention. Dad would laugh it off, say she was just curious, that I was being paranoid. The thing is, Mom's jewelry wasn't just valuable, it was hers. Her grandmother's engagement ring, a gold bracelet from the 1940s, pearl earrings she wore to every important event. I kept them in a vintage wooden box with a lock. I wore some pieces occasionally, but mostly I just liked knowing they were safe. They smelled like her perfume still. That probably sounds stupid, but it mattered to me. 3 months ago, things escalated. Linda started being more pushy about organizing my space. She'd come over when Dad visited and suggest I declutter or modernize. I shut it down every time, but she didn't stop. She'd make comments at family dinners about how I was hoarding things that could be shared or appreciated by others. My dad never corrected her. Not once.
I remember one dinner specifically where she went on for 10 minutes about how sad it was that beautiful pieces were sitting in a box instead of being worn to events. She kept looking at Dad for backup, and he just nodded along like she was making perfect sense. I started limiting how often I saw them after that. I'd make excuses about work or plans with friends. Dad noticed and asked if everything was okay between me and Linda. I told him she made me uncomfortable with all the comments about Mom's stuff. He said Linda was just trying to bond with me and that I was being too sensitive. That should have been my first red flag that he wasn't going to have my back when it mattered. Then came the afternoon that changed everything. I was at work, stuck in back-to-back meetings about a merger we were handling. My phone was on silent. When I finally checked it around noon, I had a text from Dad saying Linda was at my place helping tidy up as a surprise. I felt my stomach drop immediately. I texted back asking what she was doing there and why he'd given her my spare key. He said she wanted to do something nice for me since I'd been stressed lately. I tried calling him, but it went to voicemail. I couldn't leave work. I was presenting to clients in an hour, so I just sat there feeling sick about it until my shift ended. I got home around 7 that evening. The house looked normal. Too normal. Everything was in its place, counters wiped down, dishes put away. For a second I thought maybe I really was paranoid. Then I went to my bedroom, and the jewelry box wasn't on my dresser where I always kept it. I found Linda in the kitchen, wiping down counters with a dish towel like she lived there. I asked her where the box was. She smiled, this sweet, fake smile, and said she'd taken it to get it professionally cleaned because it looked dusty. Said she wanted to do something nice for me since I'd been working so hard. I asked which jewelry shop. She got vague, said she couldn't remember the name, but had the receipt somewhere in her purse. Something about the way she said it made my skin crawl. I went back to my room and started going through drawers. I found the box shoved in the back of my closet under some old sweaters. When I opened it, half the pieces were gone. The bracelet, the pearls, 3 rings, including my grandmother's engagement ring. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped the box. I called Dad immediately. He was at Linda's sister's place for dinner, but said he'd come over. They both showed up 20 minutes later. I showed him the box, told him what was missing. He looked uncomfortable, kept glancing at Linda like he was waiting for her to explain. She started crying immediately, saying she would never steal from me, that maybe I'd misplaced them, or forgotten where I'd put certain pieces. She said she was hurt I would accuse her of something like that, after she'd tried so hard to be a good stepmother. Dad asked if I was sure they were missing. Not if Linda took them. If I was sure. Like maybe I was confused or mistaken about my own mother's jewelry that I'd been keeping safe for 4 years. I told him I was absolutely sure. Linda kept crying, saying she didn't understand why I hated her so much. Dad put his arm around her and said we should all calm down and figure this out rationally. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I just asked them both to leave. Dad tried to say we should talk about this, but I told him there was nothing to talk about until the jewelry came back. Linda left first, still crying. Dad lingered in the doorway and said he was sure there was a reasonable explanation and that I should give Linda the benefit of the doubt. Then he left too. I sat on my bedroom floor for an hour, just staring at that half-empty box. I knew what happened. I knew she took them, and I knew Dad was going to protect her instead of me. Over the next week, I did some digging. Linda was active on social media. Lots of photos from charity events, country club brunches, dinners with Dad.
I started scrolling back through her posts from the past few months, and there it was. My mother's gold bracelet on her wrist in a photo from 2 weeks ago. The pearls in another photo from a month before that. She'd been wearing them, in public, posting about them like they were hers. I screenshot everything, saved dates, captions, tagged locations. Dad called a few times, asking me to move past this, and said Linda swore she'd return everything soon. But I was done being dismissed. I was done being the one expected to keep the peace. That's when I decided to throw Dad a birthday dinner. I texted Dad and Linda, saying I wanted to host a family dinner for his 58th birthday. Nothing fancy, just close family. My aunt and uncle from Mom's side, a couple of Dad's cousins, Linda's sister who I'd met once at the wedding. I framed it as an olive branch, a chance to move forward. Dad sounded relieved on the phone. He kept saying he was glad I was being mature about everything, and that Linda was really touched I wanted to include her. I didn't correct him. I spent 2 weeks planning. I made a slideshow, the kind you'd show at a milestone birthday or a retirement party. I pulled old photos of Dad and Mom from the early years, pictures of me as a kid, family vacations to the lake house we used to rent every summer. I added captions about memories, inside jokes, the time Dad tried to teach me to fish and we both fell in the water. It looked genuine. It was genuine, for the first half. I wanted people to feel nostalgic and comfortable before I pulled the rug out. The hard part was gathering all the evidence and organizing it in a way that would be impossible to deny. I went through 2 months of Linda's Facebook and Instagram posts. I found 6 different photos where she was wearing Mom's jewelry. The bracelet showed up 3 times, the pearls twice, the engagement ring once. And that was the one that made me the angriest, because she'd captioned it something about vintage finds and classic elegance. I screenshot everything, made sure the dates were visible, cross-referenced them with the timestamps. I spent hours on this. I barely slept the week before the dinner. The night finally came. Everyone showed up on time. Linda wore a navy dress I didn't recognize, and thankfully, none of the jewelry. Dad was in a good mood, talking about a project at work, making jokes with my uncle. My aunt kept asking if I was okay because I'd been distant lately, but I told her I was just busy with work stuff. We ate the roast I'd spent all afternoon making, drank wine, laughed at old stories about Dad's terrible dance moves at their wedding. Linda kept trying to catch my eye across the table, smiling like we were friends now, like everything was fine. I smiled back every time. After dessert, I said I had a surprise for Dad. I dimmed the lights in the living room, and everyone gathered around. I'd set up my laptop connected to the TV. Dad looked genuinely happy. Linda sat next to him on the couch, her hand on his knee. I hit play, and the slideshow started. The first 10 minutes were exactly what I'd promised. Photos of Mom and Dad when they first started dating, their wedding day, Mom pregnant with me. Pictures of our family trips, holidays, birthdays. I'd added music, some old song Mom used to play in the kitchen on Sunday mornings. People were getting teary. My aunt was wiping her eyes. Dad squeezed Linda's hand and mouthed, "Thank you," to me. I nodded. Then the tone shifted. A photo of Mom wearing her gold bracelet appeared on the screen. She was at my college graduation, smiling at the camera with her arm around me. The caption read, "Margaret's 1940s heirloom bracelet, passed down through 3 generations." The next slide showed Linda wearing the same bracelet at a country club event. Her own Facebook post, dated 3 weeks ago.
The timestamp was right there on the screen. You could see the same distinctive clasp, the same engraving on the inside of the band that was visible in both photos. The room went completely silent. I didn't stop. I didn't look at anyone. I just let it play. Next was the pearl earrings. A side-by-side. Mom at my college graduation on the left, Linda at a charity gala last month on the right.
Both photos were clear enough that you could see they were identical. Same irregular shape on one of the pearls, same gold setting. Then the rings. 3 different rings in 3 different comparison slides. Photo after photo, all with dates, all with Linda's own captions talking about her vintage collection and classic style. Someone gasped. I think it was my aunt, but I wasn't looking at anyone. Linda stood up and said my name. Not yelled it, just said it like she was trying to get my attention, but I kept my hand on the laptop trackpad and kept the slideshow going. The final slide was a close-up of my grandmother's engagement ring on Linda's finger. The photo was from a Facebook post 2 weeks ago where she'd tagged herself at some fundraiser luncheon. The caption on my slide read, "Stolen heirlooms don't make you elegant. They make you a thief." I stopped the slideshow there and turned on the lights. Linda started talking immediately. She said it was all a misunderstanding, that I'd given her permission to borrow them, that she was planning to return everything, but I'd been so hostile she didn't know how to approach me. Her voice was shaking. Dad just sat there, staring at the TV screen, even though it was black now. My aunt asked Linda directly if what I'd said was true, if I'd actually given permission. I said I never gave permission for anything. I said she took them while I was at work after Dad gave her my spare key, and then she lied about it. Linda's sister looked horrified. She was staring at Linda like she didn't recognize her.
Linda grabbed her purse from the side table and said she wasn't going to sit there and be accused like this. She left without another word. The front door slammed hard enough that a picture frame rattled on the wall. Nobody moved for a minute. Dad was still sitting on the couch, staring at nothing. My uncle cleared his throat and said he thought they should probably head out. People started leaving quickly after that. Awkward goodbyes and uncomfortable hugs. My aunt was the last one out. She hugged me tight on the porch and whispered that Mom would be proud of me for standing up for myself. Then she left too. Dad stayed behind. He sat on that couch for another 5 minutes before he said anything. When he finally spoke, he asked why I did that, why I couldn't have just talked to him privately. I told him I tried. I told him I called him the night I found out, and he chose to protect her instead of believing me. He said I'd humiliated her in front of the entire family, that his marriage was falling apart because of what I'd done, that there were better ways to handle conflict. I told him I was done being the one who had to handle things delicately while everyone else got to do whatever they wanted. He left after that. The next morning, Linda's sister called me. Her name is Patricia, and I'd only met her once at the wedding, barely spoke to her. She apologized for what Linda did and said she'd always thought Linda had boundary issues, but didn't realize it went this far. She said Linda was staying with her temporarily and that Dad was a complete mess. She also said she'd told Linda she needed to return everything immediately, or Patricia was going to drive over and get it herself. I thanked her and told her I appreciated her calling. She said family heirlooms are sacred, and what Linda did was unforgivable. I didn't hear from Dad for 3 days. I went to work, came home, tried to act normal, but I felt like I was waiting for something. On the 3rd day, he finally called. He sounded exhausted, like he hadn't slept. He said Linda had admitted to taking the jewelry, but insisted she was going to give it back eventually. That she just wanted to borrow it for events because it made her feel connected to the family. He said wearing my dead mother's jewelry made her feel connected, like that was supposed to make it okay. Then he said I'd embarrassed her beyond repair, and that now she wouldn't even speak to him. He asked if I was happy now that I'd gotten what I wanted. I wasn't happy. I was angry. I told him I didn't do this to ruin his marriage. I did it because nobody was listening to me. I told him that jewelry was all I had left of Mom, and he let someone take it and then asked me to pretend it didn't happen. He went quiet for a long time. Then he said he'd get the jewelry back and hung up. 2 days later, he showed up at my door with the wooden box. Every single piece was inside, polished and wrapped carefully in cloth like Linda had taken the time to clean each one. He set it on the kitchen table without saying anything at first.
I opened the box right there in front of him and checked. The bracelet, the pearls, all 3 rings including my grandmother's engagement ring. Everything was accounted for. He said Linda had been keeping everything at Patricia's place in a drawer. He didn't apologize. He just stood there looking tired and said he hoped I felt like it was worth it. I asked him if he understood why I did it. He said he was trying to, but that I could have handled it differently, that public humiliation wasn't the answer. I told him I tried handling it quietly and he ignored me. I reminded him that I called him the night it happened, and he asked if I was sure the jewelry was even missing. He didn't have anything to say to that. He left after a few more minutes of uncomfortable silence. Linda moved back in with him a week later, but apparently things are ice cold between them.
My aunt called me to tell me that people have been talking.
Linda's friends from the country club have been asking questions about the slideshow, because apparently one of Dad's cousins told someone who told someone else. The story spread. My aunt said Linda hasn't been posting on social media since the dinner, and that she's basically gone into hiding. Part of me feels bad about that. A small part. The rest of me thinks she deserved it. Dad keeps calling me, asking to meet for coffee, saying we need to repair our relationship. I haven't responded to most of his messages. I replied once saying I needed time and he didn't push it. My uncle texted me last week saying Dad is really struggling and that maybe I should consider sitting down with him because he's still my father. I know he means well, but I'm not ready. I don't know if I'll ever be ready. The thing is, I got what I wanted. The jewelry is back in my possession. Linda knows she can't get away with taking my things and lying about it. But my relationship with Dad is wrecked, maybe permanently. He calls every few days and leaves voicemails about how families are supposed to forgive each other and move forward. He doesn't mention Linda returning the jewelry. He doesn't acknowledge that he didn't believe me when it mattered. He just wants me to forgive him so things can go back to normal. But I don't think things can go back to normal. Every time I look at that jewelry box now, I don't just think about Mom. I think about Linda wearing those pieces like they were hers. I think about Dad choosing to protect her instead of me. I think about how I had to humiliate her in front of everyone just to be taken seriously. My aunt invited me over for dinner last week and asked how I was really doing. I told her I didn't regret what I did, but I didn't expect it to feel this complicated. She said sometimes doing the right thing costs you something, and that doesn't make it wrong. She also said Dad is going to have to live with the fact that he failed me when I needed him to show up. That made me feel a little better. Patricia called me again yesterday. She said Linda is in therapy now, trying to work through whatever made her think stealing was acceptable. She said Linda wants to apologize to me in person, but Patricia told her that's not her decision to make, that I get to decide if and when I'm ready for that. I'm not ready. I don't know if I ever will be. Work has been a good distraction. I've been taking on extra projects and staying late most nights. My coworkers don't know anything about what happened, and that's nice. I can just be normal there. So here's where I'm stuck right now. The jewelry is back, and Linda learned her lesson. But my relationship with Dad might be permanently broken. He keeps acting like I'm the villain for not just letting it go, like I'm the one who needs to apologize for making things difficult. Part of me thinks he'll resent me forever for exposing her like that. Part of me doesn't care because he should have protected me in the first place. I don't know how to move forward from here, or if I even want to.
When my daughter's wedding guest list came out, I realized she'd invited my ex-husband's mistress, but not me. So I sent her a gift that made her cry in front of everyone. I'm 62 years old, and I honestly never thought I'd be in this position. My daughter Emma is 28, and up until 3 weeks ago I thought we had a good relationship. Not perfect, but good. I raised her mostly on my own after my ex-husband Richard left us 15 years ago. He's 64 now,
living his best life with Jessica, the woman he cheated on me with. She's 47, used to be his co-worker back when everything fell apart. The divorce was brutal. Richard fought me on every single thing. He claimed I was trying to take him for everything he had, which was ridiculous, because I just wanted enough to take care of our daughter. I was working as a school secretary during the day, and I picked up waitressing shifts 3 nights a week just to keep our house. The judge somehow decided that my tip income wasn't stable enough to count for child support calculations, so I got way less than I should have. Richard's lawyer made sure of that. He married Jessica 6 months after our divorce was final. Emma was 13 and got invited to their wedding. I wasn't, obviously. But I made a choice back then that I thought was the right one. I never talked badly about Richard to Emma. I figured she was old enough to see things for herself, and I didn't want to be that bitter ex-wife who poisoned her kid against her father. I took the high road every single time. Those years after the divorce were hard. I was stretching every dollar as far as it would go. Emma wanted to go to college, and even though Richard was supposed to help, he always had some excuse about why he couldn't contribute more. So I did what I had to do. I helped her through all 4 years, sending whatever money I could scrape together. When she turned 16, I opened a savings account specifically for her wedding. Every time I had an extra $20,
It went into that account. By the time she got engaged to Marcus last year, I had saved about $12,000. It wasn't a fortune, but it was something real. Emma got engaged, and I was so happy for her. Marcus seemed like a good guy. They'd been together for 3 years, and he treated her well. I met with her a few times to talk about wedding planning, and she seemed excited to have me involved. At least, that's what I thought. 3 weeks ago, I was scrolling through Facebook during my lunch break. I saw some tagged photos from Emma's bridal shower popping up in my feed. I hadn't been invited to the shower, but Emma had told me it was just going to be a small thing with Marcus's family. She said it would be awkward to have me there since his mom was hosting, and they didn't really know me that well yet. I was hurt, but I understood. Or I tried to. But when I clicked on those photos, there were at least 30 women there. Maybe more. It wasn't small at all. And there, right in the center of multiple pictures, was Jessica. She was holding a champagne glass, laughing, wearing a corsage that said, "Mother of the Bride," across it in fancy script. I actually felt sick, like someone had reached into my chest and squeezed. I sat there in the school office staring at my phone, and I couldn't breathe right. I called Emma immediately. It went to voicemail. I texted her asking if we could talk. Nothing. I tried calling again that evening. No answer. Finally, the next morning she called me back. Her voice sounded different. Cold. She said she knew I'd make it dramatic. I asked her as calmly as I could why Jessica had been at her bridal shower when I wasn't even told about it. Why Jessica was wearing a corsage that said, "Mother of the Bride," when I was her actual mother. Emma sighed like I was exhausting her. She said that Richard was paying for the wedding, that Jessica had been helping her plan everything for months. Then she said I got tense and weird whenever they were around, and she didn't want that energy at her events. I couldn't talk for a second. My throat felt too tight. Then I asked about the actual wedding. Was I at least invited to that? Another sigh. She said Jessica was going to be there. Richard was walking her down the aisle, and she thought it would be better if I sat this one out, because she didn't want tension on her day. She said it so casually, like she was telling me about a change in dinner plans, not on inviting me from her wedding.
I told her I understood and hung up before she could say anything else. I didn't cry right away. I just sat there on my couch, holding my phone, staring at nothing. On my refrigerator, there's a photo of Emma and me from her college graduation. Both of us are grinning, her arm around my shoulders, my hand on her waist. We looked so happy. I stared at that photo for probably an hour. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about everything I'd sacrificed. The double shifts, the skipped meals so she could have lunch money, the vacations I never took, the dreams I put on hold. And for what? To be erased from the biggest day of her life, while the woman who helped destroy our family got to play mother of the bride? I got up around midnight and went to my spare bedroom. I keep everything from Emma's childhood in the closet there. Every art project, every report card, every photo from every birthday and school event and vacation we could barely afford. I documented everything because I wanted her to have those memories someday. I wanted her to know how much I loved her. I pulled it all out and spread it across my bed. There were hundreds of photos. Me teaching her to ride a bike in our driveway. Me sitting in the front row at her 6th grade choir concert. Me helping her move into her college dorm, both of us sweating in the August heat. Richard appeared in maybe 10 of them total. That's when I got the idea, and once it came to me, I knew exactly what I was going to do. I spent the entire next week working on it. I went to a craft store and bought this large shadow box frame with museum-quality glass. It was expensive, like $80, but I didn't care. I wanted it to look elegant and intentional, not petty or cheap. Then I went through all those photos and selected 20 of them. I made copies so I wouldn't damage the originals. I arranged them in chronological order, creating a timeline of Emma's entire life from birth to now. Every major milestone was there. There was me holding her in the hospital right after she was born, looking exhausted but happy. Her first day of kindergarten, with my hand on her shoulder and her missing front teeth showing in her smile. The middle school science fair, where she won 2nd place for her project on water purification, and I was standing next to her display board. Her high school prom, where I'd spent an hour fixing her hair in our tiny kitchen. College graduation, with both of us in our sundresses because the ceremony was outside and it was 90 degrees. The day she got her first real job and called me crying happy tears. The engagement dinner that I hosted in my apartment with the fancy dishes I'd bought just for the occasion. Every single photo had me in it. Richard appeared in exactly 2 of them, both from when Emma was really young. One from her 2nd birthday party, and one from a random weekend trip to the zoo. Then I took a new photo specifically for this. Just me, sitting alone on my couch in my living room. I printed it out and mounted it at the bottom of the frame. Underneath, I typed out a caption on my computer and printed it on nice cardstock. It said, "Even when uninvited, I'll always be part of your story." I arranged everything carefully in the frame. It took me 3 tries to get it right. When I was done, I stood back and looked at it. It was beautiful, honestly. It looked like something you'd see in a nice home. A thoughtful gift, celebrating a mother-daughter relationship. Except for that last photo and caption, which changed the entire meaning. I wrapped it in cream-colored paper with a gold ribbon. I bought a card and wrote inside, "For Emma, with all my love. I'm sorry I can't be there to celebrate with you. Mom." 2 days before the wedding, I called the venue. I told them I was the mother of the bride, and I had a special gift that needed to be delivered. I paid for a courier service and gave them very specific instructions. The gift was to be placed with the other presents and opened during the reception when gifts were being displayed. I paid extra to make sure it would be positioned prominently, where people could see it. After I sent it, I blocked Emma's number. Then I blocked Richard's number, and Jessica's too. I didn't want to hear from any of them before the wedding. I didn't want them trying to talk me out of it or intercept the package. This needed to happen. The wedding was on a Saturday, I woke up that morning and tried not to think about it. I reorganized my closet, which had needed it for months. I watched old movies on TV. I made myself lunch and dinner and tried to act like it was a normal day. But I kept checking the clock. The ceremony was at 4. The reception started at 6. Around 8 p.m., my phone started going crazy. Even though I'd blocked Emma and Richard and Jessica, I started getting texts from numbers I didn't recognize. Calls from people I vaguely knew, friends of Emma's that I'd met once or twice. Even Marcus's mother tried calling me. I didn't answer any of them. I just watched my phone light up over and over again. Finally, around 8:30, my sister Linda called. I picked up because Linda had been invited to the wedding. Emma had always loved her aunt. Linda had even helped throw Emma's college graduation party at her house. Linda was crying when I answered. She asked me what I'd done. She said Emma had opened my gift in front of everyone and completely broke down. She was locked in the bathroom and wouldn't come out. The reception was basically over because half the guests had left. Jessica had been screaming at Richard in front of people. Marcus looked devastated. Linda kept asking what was in the box. I told her. I explained the whole thing, the photo timeline, the caption, everything. There was this long silence on the other end. Then Linda said it was nuclear. Those were her exact words. She told me what happened. Emma had been opening gifts near the end of the reception. Jessica had been making a big show all night about being there for Emma, about being the mother figure Emma deserved. She was the one who pointed out my gift, apparently. She said something about how Emma's real mother had sent something and wasn't that sweet. Emma pulled off the wrapping paper and saw the frame. Linda said she went completely pale. She just stood there holding it while people crowded around to look. Someone read the caption out loud, and the whole room got quiet. That's when Emma started sobbing. Not crying, sobbing. She dropped the frame on the table and ran toward the bathroom. Marcus went after her, but she locked the door and wouldn't let him in. Jessica tried to do damage control. She was telling people I was manipulative and cruel, that I'd always been jealous of her relationship with Emma. But here's the thing. Several of the guests were people who'd known me for years. Parents from Emma's school, neighbors from our old street, people who'd watched me raise her. They started asking questions, pointed questions about why I wasn't at the wedding, why Jessica was acting like mother of the bride when everyone knew I was the one who'd actually raised Emma. Richard grabbed the frame and tried to take it away, but not before a bunch of people had pulled out their phones and taken pictures of it. Linda said she saw at least 5 people photographing it. Marcus finally got Emma to open the bathroom door, but she wouldn't come back to the reception. They left early, just disappeared. Linda said the party fell apart after that. People didn't know what to do. The DJ kept playing music, but hardly anyone was dancing. Most of the guests made excuses and left within an hour. Linda asked me if I was happy now, if this was what I wanted. I told her I didn't want any of this. I wanted to be at my daughter's wedding. I wanted to walk her down the aisle, or at least sit in the front row and cry happy tears like mothers are supposed to do. But I wasn't given that option. So yes, I wanted Emma to see the truth. I wanted everyone there to see it. Linda said she had to go and hung up. I sat alone in my apartment with my phone in my hand, and I finally let myself cry. The next morning, I unblocked Emma's number. I needed to see what she'd said, if anything. There were 43 missed calls. 43. And the texts were a mess. Most of them were angry, calling me petty and vindictive and cruel. A few were just strings of question marks and crying emojis like she couldn't even form words. The most recent one had come in at 3 in the morning. It just said, "How could you?" I didn't respond to any of them. What was I supposed to say? I didn't feel like I owed her an explanation after she uninvited me from her wedding. 2 days later, Marcus's mother reached me. Her name is Patricia, and she's always been kind to me in the few times we've met. She said she wanted to understand my side of things. Emma had been asking why I did it, and Patricia thought maybe if she understood the full story, she could help. So I told her everything. The years after the divorce, working 2 jobs to keep us afloat, the child support that was never enough, the $12,000 I'd saved specifically for her wedding, the high road I took for 15 years,
never saying a bad word about Richard, even when he deserved it. The bridal shower I wasn't invited to, while Jessica got to wear a mother-of-the-bride corsage. The phone call where Emma casually uninvited me from the wedding like it was nothing. Patricia was quiet for a long time after I finished. Then she said she was so sorry, that she had no idea. Emma had told everyone that I chose not to come because I didn't approve of Marcus or the marriage. That lie hurt worse than anything else. I love Marcus. I've always been supportive of their relationship. But Emma had apparently spent weeks telling people I was boycotting the wedding out of spite. I thanked Patricia for calling and hung up. I felt empty after that conversation, just completely hollow. A week after the wedding, I made an appointment with my attorney. I had him draw up a new will. Everything I have, the house, my savings account, my small retirement fund, it's all going to charity now. The children's hospital where Emma was born. Scholarship funds for single mothers trying to finish their education. I set it up so it can't be contested. My attorney asked if I was sure, and I told him I'd never been more sure of anything. I also wrote a letter to be given to Emma after I die. I spent 3 days working on it. In it, I detailed everything I sacrificed for her. Not to make her feel guilty, but because she needs to know the truth. I told her about the Christmas I worked double shifts so she could get the laptop she wanted for school. The times I skipped meals so she'd have lunch money and gas money and spending money for going out with her friends. The vacation I never took. The promotions I turned down because they would have meant less time with her. The life I put on hold because being her mother was everything to me. And I told her the gift wasn't meant to be cruel. It was meant to be a mirror. I wanted her to see what I saw, a timeline of who actually showed up for her, year after year after year. It's been 3 weeks now since the wedding. Emma stopped calling after the first few days, but Marcus's mother told Linda that Emma hasn't been herself. She's been quiet and withdrawn. Apparently, she and Jessica had a huge fight about a week after the wedding. According to Linda, Jessica said something about me being jealous of their bond. And Emma just snapped. She asked what bond Jessica was talking about. Jessica had known her for 15 years, but never once offered to help with college expenses. Never drove up to visit her at school. Never held her hair back when she had food poisoning freshman year. Never stayed up with her when she was stressed about exams or job interviews or any of the actual hard parts of growing up. Linda said Jessica didn't have an answer for that. She just left Emma in Richard's house and apparently hasn't been back since. Richard is furious with me. He's been telling anyone who'll listen that I'm mentally unstable, that I deliberately ruined his daughter's wedding day out of spite. He's always been good at spinning stories to make himself look better. Jessica deactivated her Facebook after someone commented on one of the wedding photos. They asked why the groom's mother and the bride's stepmother were in so many pictures, but the woman who actually raised the bride wasn't even there. I didn't see the comment myself, but Linda showed me a screenshot before the whole account disappeared. I haven't posted anything about this situation online. I haven't defended myself publicly or told my side of the story on social media. The truth is, I don't owe anyone an explanation. The people who matter, the ones who were actually present through all those years, they know what I did for Emma. They know what I sacrificed. Sometimes, late at night, I wonder if I should have just stayed quiet. Maybe I should have accepted being excluded and kept whatever scraps of a relationship Emma was willing to give me.
Maybe in a few years, after she has her own kids, she would have figured it out on her own. Maybe the gift just destroyed any chance of us ever fixing this. But then I think about that frame, about the visual proof of who was actually there, and I think she needed to see it. Everyone needed to see it. I'm tired of being invisible. I'm tired of being erased from my own daughter's life, while the woman who helped destroy our family gets treated like some kind of saint. I don't regret sending the gift. I regret that it was necessary in the first place. Last week, I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. It said, "This is Marcus. Emma's not ready to talk to you yet, but she asked me to tell you she's thinking about things. I'm sorry for how all of this happened." I didn't respond. I don't know what I would even say. Sorry? I'm not sorry. Hurt? I'm more hurt than I've ever been in my life. Angry? That doesn't even begin to cover it. So now I'm just waiting. I don't know what for exactly. An apology that might never come. Some kind of acknowledgement that what she did was wrong. Or maybe just peace with the fact that my daughter might never understand what she threw away, until it's too late. When my parents' anniversary dinner turned into them praising my sister for saving their business, I revealed she'd used my startup idea to do it. I'm 26, and I sat at this upscale Italian restaurant last weekend, watching my parents practically worship my sister Emma, who's 28. The whole evening was supposed to be about celebrating their 30th wedding anniversary, but it turned into the Emma Appreciation Hour instead. I'm not exaggerating when I say I wanted to walk out about 5 different times before dessert even arrived. Here's what you need to know. For the past 8 months, I'd been working on a business concept that I genuinely thought could be huge. It was a subscription-based maintenance coordination service for small property owners. The basic idea was that people who own 1 or 2 rental properties are always scrambling to find reliable contractors, coordinate schedules, and handle emergency repairs at 2 in the morning. My service would be the middleman. We'd vet contractors, schedule everything, handle the emergencies, and take a percentage of each job. I spent months on this. Market research, financial projections, a full pitch deck. I was maybe 2 months away from approaching actual investors. Emma works at our parents' property management company, has for about 5 years now. The company was struggling pretty badly. They manage around 30 properties, but they'd been losing clients to bigger competitors with more resources. My parents were stressed about it constantly. Emma and I had always gotten along well, or at least I thought we did. We'd grab coffee sometimes, complain about work, normal sibling stuff. When she found out I was working on this business idea, she got really interested. Started asking me all these questions about it. How would the contractor vetting process work? What was my pricing model? How would I handle emergency situations? What's my customer acquisition strategy? At the time, I thought she was just being a supportive older sister, maybe helping me practice my pitch or whatever, so I told her everything. I showed her my spreadsheets, walked her through my marketing strategy, even showed her the list of contractors I'd been building relationships with for months. These weren't just names I found online. I'd been meeting with these guys, taking them to lunch, building actual trust so they'd want to work with my platform when I launched. 3 months ago, my parents sent out this excited email to the whole family. Emma had come up with an innovative new service that was going to revolutionize their business. I clicked on the link to their updated website, and my stomach just dropped. It was my idea. Not similar, not inspired by. It was my exact concept. The 3-tier pricing structure I'd designed: bronze, silver, and gold. The marketing language was almost word for word what I'd written in my deck. The emergency response protocol with the 24-hour guarantee, that was mine. Even the tagline,
Property peace of mind was something I'd spent a week workshopping. But the worst part was the contractors. She'd reached out to the guys I'd been building relationships with and signed them first. Just swooped in and locked them into contracts before I could even launch. These were people who knew me, who'd been excited about my concept, and suddenly they were working for my sister instead. I called her immediately. I was trying to stay calm, but I was furious. She acted like I was being crazy, said lots of people have similar ideas and that great minds think alike or some garbage like that. Then she said if I was so confident in my concept, I should have moved faster instead of taking my time with perfect pitch decks. She made it sound like I was being paranoid and possessive over something that was apparently just common sense that anyone could have thought of. I tried talking to my parents about it, but they were just so relieved that the business was doing better. They kept saying that Emma had really stepped up, that she'd saved them from potentially having to close down. They didn't want to hear that their golden child had stolen my work. Or maybe they just didn't believe it could be as blatant as I was saying. So that brings me to the anniversary dinner. The whole family was there. My parents, Emma, my uncle and aunt, a couple of cousins. Nice restaurant, expensive wine, everyone dressed up. About halfway through the meal, my dad stands up with his glass and starts this whole speech about how proud he is of Emma. How 6 months ago they were worried they might have to close the business that they'd spent decades building. But now, thanks to Emma's genius and innovation, they were expanding into 3 new counties. He called her a genius innovator who brought pride back to the family name. Everyone clapped. Emma stood up and did this humble little bow. Then she said something that made my blood boil. She thanked everyone and said she couldn't take all the credit because her little brother was her inspiration. She looked right at me with this smile that I can only describe as smug, like she was daring me to say something. Everyone at the table chuckled like it was this cute sibling moment. My mom reached over and squeezed my hand like I should be proud that I inspired my brilliant sister. My uncle, who's always been the family peacemaker, suggested I should give a toast, too. Everyone turned to look at me expectantly. Emma was still standing there with that smile plastered on her face. My parents looked so happy. It was their anniversary. Their 30th anniversary. I could have just said something nice and kept the peace, but I kept thinking about those 8 months of work. The late nights, the research, the careful planning. I thought about my contractor relationships that were now gone. I thought about how I was going to have to explain to investors that my idea already existed in the market and that it would look like I was copying my own sister's success. I thought about 3 months of watching my family praise her for my work while I smiled and nodded and pretended it was fine. So I stood up with my wine glass. I congratulated my parents on 30 years of marriage because that part was genuine. Then I opened my mouth and made a choice that I knew would either vindicate me or make me the villain of the family. I wasn't sure which it would be, but I was tired of staying quiet. I held my wine glass and kept my voice steady. I thanked my parents for the lovely dinner and congratulated them on 3 decades together. Then I said I was really glad that the business plan I'd spent 8 months developing had worked out so well for Emma's career. The table went completely silent, like someone had hit a mute button on the whole restaurant. My dad's smile kind of froze on his face. He asked me what I meant, and I could hear the confusion in his voice. He genuinely had no idea what I was talking about. I stayed calm. That was important to me. I didn't want to sound bitter or angry or jealous. I just laid out the facts. I told them about the subscription-based maintenance coordination model that I'd been developing since last year. The 3-tier pricing structure with bronze, silver, and gold levels. The emergency response protocol with the 24-hour guarantee. Even the tagline that was now on their website. All of it came from my original pitch deck. Emma's face went from that smug smile to bright red in about 2 seconds. She tried to interrupt me, saying that wasn't how it happened, that they developed the service as a team, but I kept going. I mentioned that I had time-stamped documents from 9 months ago. Emails where she'd asked me specific questions about contractor vetting procedures. Text messages where she'd asked me to explain my customer acquisition strategy in detail. My mom looked back and forth between Emma and me. She asked Emma directly if what I was saying was true. I could see the confusion on her face turning into something else. Maybe concern or worry. Emma tried to defend herself. She said I was making it sound like she'd just copied everything, when really, we'd had conversations and business ideas are collaborative. She was trying to make it seem like we'd brainstormed together or something, like it was some kind of joint project that I was now trying to take sole credit for. But I wasn't done. I reminded everyone about the pitch deck, the full presentation I'd shown Emma with all my financial projections and implementation timeline. She'd taken photos of it on her phone. I remember because she said she wanted to study my formatting for some presentation she was working on. I'd actually felt good about that at the time. Thought I was helping her improve her business skills. Then I brought up the contractors. The specific list of people I'd spent 3 months building relationships with, meeting them for coffee, taking them to lunch, explaining my vision. I'd done all the groundwork to establish trust with these guys. And then suddenly, before I could even launch, Emma was signing contracts with them, using my connections for the family business. My aunt, who's usually pretty quiet at family gatherings, spoke up. She asked Emma directly if she'd used my business plan. There was no accusation in her voice, just a simple question. But it hung in the air. Emma's eyes were getting watery at this point. She said it wasn't that simple. That yes, maybe I'd given her some ideas, but she'd adapted everything for the family business. She was the one who put in the actual work to implement it all. She made it sound like I was just someone with theories, while she was the one who made things happen in the real world. I pointed out that she'd used my contractor list, the relationships I'd built. She'd gone behind my back and signed them before I could even launch my own service. Those weren't just random names from the internet. Those were people who knew me, who'd been excited about working with me. My dad set down his wine glass. The celebration was over. I could see other people in the restaurant starting to glance over at our table. We weren't yelling, but the tension was obvious. My mom suggested quietly that we should discuss this at home. She was trying to salvage what was left of the evening, trying to put the lid back on something that I'd just blown wide open. But I said no. I told them we should discuss it right now. Because for 3 months I'd been watching everyone praise Emma for being innovative and brilliant, while I'd had to completely scrap my startup plans. The market would see me as copying my sister if I tried to launch the same concept. My own idea had been turned against me. I'd lost my chance with investors, lost my contractor relationships, lost months of work. And the whole time I was supposed to just smile and be happy for the family business. Emma stood up fast enough that her chair scraped against the floor. She grabbed her purse and said she didn't have to listen to this, that I was just bitter because I was too scared to actually execute my ideas while she'd made things happen. That execution counts for something. Then she walked out of the restaurant. Nobody tried to stop her. My mom looked like she might cry. My dad just stared at his plate. My uncle cleared his throat but didn't say anything. One of my cousins excused herself to go to the bathroom. The waiter came by to ask if we wanted dessert, and my mom just asked for the check. We sat there in this awful silence while we waited. My dad pulled out his credit card without even looking at the bill. The celebration was completely dead. Their 30th anniversary dinner had turned into a family confrontation. As we were getting ready to leave, my dad asked me quietly if I could send him everything. The original documents, the time-stamped files, all the communications with Emma. He said he needed to see it all for himself. There was something in his voice that I'd never heard before. Like maybe he was starting to realize that his daughter had done something really wrong. We walked out to the parking lot separately. My parents went to their car, my aunt and uncle to theirs. I stood there for a minute before getting in my own car, wondering if I'd just made the biggest mistake of my life, or if I'd finally done what I should have done 3 months ago. The anniversary dinner was ruined. That much was certain. But at least the truth was finally out there. I drove home that night replaying everything in my head. Part of me felt vindicated. Part of me felt sick about ruining my parents' anniversary. I didn't sleep much. Just kept checking my phone to see if anyone would text me. But there was nothing. The next morning, my mom called. It was early, maybe 7 in the morning. She said that she and my dad had stayed up most of the night going through everything I'd sent them. All the documents, the timestamps, the email chains with Emma, the text messages. She sounded exhausted. She told me they had no idea Emma had taken my plan word for word. That's exactly how she phrased it. Word for word. She said they felt sick about it, that they'd been praising Emma for months, telling everyone how brilliant she was, how she'd saved the business, and the whole time it was my work, my idea, my planning. She apologized probably 5 times in that conversation, said she wished I'd told them sooner, but she understood why I hadn't. She knew they'd been so relieved about the business doing better that they probably wouldn't have wanted to hear it. Then my dad got on the phone. He's not usually an emotional guy, but I could hear something in his voice. He said they wanted to make it right, but he didn't know how. The business was already running on my model. They'd signed long-term contracts with clients, made promises about service levels, hired new staff to handle the expansion. Unwinding all of that would potentially destroy the little bit of stability they'd finally gained. He was stuck between wanting to do right by me and not wanting to tank the family business. I told him I understood, and I did, sort of, but it still felt awful. He asked if there was anything they could do, any way to compensate me or involve me in the business. I didn't have an answer for him right then. I still don't really. Emma blocked me on everything after that night. Phone number, Instagram, Facebook, even LinkedIn. Just completely cut me off. According to my mom, Emma's refusing to talk about what happened. She's insisting that she adapted my idea rather than stole it, and that I'm being dramatic and trying to sabotage her success. She told my parents that I've always been jealous of her accomplishments, and that this is just another example of me trying to tear her down. That part actually hurt more than I expected. We used to be close, or I thought we were. Now she's rewritten the whole thing in her head to make me the villain. My parents have been calling me every few days to update me on things. They offered to pay me for the intellectual property. We've been trying to figure out what that even means. Do they pay me based on the current value of the service? Future projected earnings? A one-time lump sum? We're supposed to meet with a lawyer next week to figure it out, but honestly, the whole thing feels messy and complicated. They also said they'd be willing to bring me into the business officially. Give me a title, a salary, some ownership stake maybe. But I don't know if I want that. The idea of working alongside Emma after this, watching her continue to get credit for my work, even if people know the truth now, it sounds miserable. And would I just be there because they feel guilty? That's not how I want to build a career. The extended family has had opinions, of course. My uncle called me a few days after the dinner. He said I had every right to speak up and defend myself, but maybe I could have picked a different moment. That my parents' anniversary only happens once, and now it'll always be remembered as the night everything blew up. I get what he means. I do feel bad about that part. My aunt texted me saying Emma needed to be exposed, and that sometimes the truth is uncomfortable, but necessary. She said I'd been too patient already, and that staying quiet would have just let Emma keep getting away with it. That made me feel a little better. At least someone understood. But then my cousin sent me this long message about how I'm being petty. She said family businesses are different, and that I should have expected my ideas to become family property once I shared them. That blood is thicker than water, and I'm prioritizing my ego over the family's well-being. That one stung because we used to be pretty close. I've started rebuilding my business plan for a different market. I'm thinking commercial properties instead of residential. Larger buildings, different pain points, different contractor networks. But it feels like starting from scratch, and I'm months behind where I would have been. Maybe over a year behind when you factor in all the relationship building I'll have to do again. Some days I feel okay about what I did, like I finally stood up for myself after being pushed around. Other days I wonder if I should have just let it go, kept the peace, maybe found a way to work within the family business and build something together. My parents keep apologizing about the anniversary. My mom especially. She'll bring it up every time we talk. But I told her it wasn't really their anniversary I ruined.
It was Emma's victory lap. She'd been parading around for months as the genius who saved the family business, and that dinner was supposed to be her crowning moment. I just made sure everyone knew where the crown actually came from. The thing is, I still don't know if I made the right choice. The family is fractured now. Emma won't talk to me. Some relatives think I'm right, others think I'm selfish. My parents are caught in the middle, trying to fix something that might not be fixable. And I'm sitting here rebuilding a business plan that I'd already built once, wondering if any of this was worth it. But at least people know the truth now. At least I'm not sitting quietly while someone else gets credit for my work. I guess that has to count for something, even if it cost me my relationship with my sister and ruined my parents' anniversary dinner. I just hope, eventually, it'll feel like it was worth it. I drove home that night, replaying everything in my head. Part of me felt vindicated. Part of me felt sick about ruining my parents' anniversary. I didn't sleep much, just kept checking my phone to see if anyone would text me. But there was nothing. The next morning, my mom called. It was early, maybe 7 in the morning. She said that she and my dad had stayed up most of the night going through everything I'd sent them. All the documents, the timestamps, the email chains with Emma, the text messages. She sounded exhausted. She told me they had no idea Emma had taken my plan word for word. That's exactly how she phrased it. Word for word. She said they felt sick about it, that they'd been praising Emma for months, telling everyone how brilliant she was, how she'd saved the business. And the whole time it was my work, my idea, my planning. She apologized probably 5 times in that conversation. Said she wished I'd told them sooner, but she understood why I hadn't. She knew they'd been so relieved about the business doing better that they probably wouldn't have wanted to hear it. Then my dad got on the phone. He's not usually an emotional guy, but I could hear something in his voice. He said they wanted to make it right, but he didn't know how. The business was already running on my model. They'd signed long-term contracts with clients, made promises about service levels, hired new staff to handle the expansion. Unwinding all of that would potentially destroy the little bit of stability they'd finally gained. He was stuck between wanting to do right by me and not wanting to tank the family business. I told him I understood. And I did, sort of, but it still felt awful. He asked if there was anything they could do, any way to compensate me or involve me in the business. I didn't have an answer for him right then. I still don't really. Emma blocked me on everything after that night. Phone number, Instagram, Facebook, even LinkedIn. Just completely cut me off. According to my mom, Emma's refusing to talk about what happened. She's insisting that she adapted my idea rather than stole it, and that I'm being dramatic and trying to sabotage her success. She told my parents that I've always been jealous of her accomplishments, and that this is just another example of me trying to tear her down. That part actually hurt more than I expected. We used to be close. Or I thought we were.
Now she's rewritten the whole thing in her head to make me the villain. My parents have been calling me every few days to update me on things. They offered to pay me for the intellectual property. We've been trying to figure out what that even means. Do they pay me based on the current value of the service, future projected earnings, a one-time lump sum? We're supposed to meet with a lawyer next week to figure it out, but honestly, the whole thing feels messy and complicated. They also said they'd be willing to bring me into the business officially. Give me a title, a salary, some ownership stake maybe, but I don't know if I want that. The idea of working alongside Emma after this, watching her continue to get credit for my work, even if people know the truth now. It sounds miserable. And would I just be there because they feel guilty? That's not how I want to build a career. The extended family has had opinions, of course. My uncle called me a few days after the dinner. He said I had every right to speak up and defend myself, but maybe I could have picked a different moment. That my parents' anniversary only happens once, and now it'll always be remembered as the night everything blew up. I get what he means. I do feel bad about that part. My aunt texted me, saying Emma needed to be exposed, and that sometimes the truth is uncomfortable, but necessary. She said I'd been too patient already, and that staying quiet would have just let Emma keep getting away with it. That made me feel a little better. At least someone understood. But then my cousin sent me this long message about how I'm being petty. She said family businesses are different, and that I should have expected my ideas to become family property once I shared them. That blood is thicker than water, and I'm prioritizing my ego over the family's well-being. That one stung, because we used to be pretty close. I've started rebuilding my business plan for a different market. I'm thinking commercial properties instead of residential. Larger buildings, different pain points, different contractor networks. But it feels like starting from scratch, and I'm months behind where I would have been. Maybe over a year behind when you factor in all the relationship building I'll have to do again. Some days I feel okay about what I did, like I finally stood up for myself after being pushed around. Other days, I wonder if I should have just let it go, kept the peace, maybe found a way to work within the family business and build something together. My parents keep apologizing about the anniversary. My mom especially. She'll bring it up every time we talk. But I told her it wasn't really their anniversary I ruined. It was Emma's victory lap. She'd been parading around for months as the genius who saved the family business, and that dinner was supposed to be her crowning moment. I just made sure everyone knew where the crown actually came from. The thing is, I still don't know if I made the right choice. The family is fractured now. Emma won't talk to me. Some relatives think I'm right. Others think I'm selfish. My parents are caught in the middle, trying to fix something that might not be fixable. And I'm sitting here rebuilding a business plan that I'd already built once, wondering if any of this was worth it. But at least people know the truth now. At least I'm not sitting quietly while someone else gets credit for my work. I guess that has to count for something, even if it cost me my relationship with my sister and ruined my parents' anniversary dinner. I just hope eventually it'll feel like it was worth it. When my uncle laughed at my dad's funeral and called him a failure, I spent a year quietly dismantling his pride. I'm 29, and 2 weeks ago I buried my father, a carpenter who spent his whole life building furniture in a cramped workshop on the edge of town. My uncle Richard, 56, is the golden child of the family. Real estate developer, 3 vacation homes, the kind of guy who wears his Rolex like a personality trait. My dad Michael was 61 when he died. Heart attack. Quick, at least. He'd been working on a cabinet order the night before. Growing up, I watched Richard treat my father like a punchline. They were raised in the same household, same opportunities, but took completely different paths. Every family dinner turned into some passive-aggressive performance, where Richard would lean back in his chair and ask things like, Still making birdhouses, Mike? With this smile that made my stomach turn. My dad never fought back. He'd just change the subject or make some joke about honest work. He believed a man's work speaks for itself, that getting into it with Richard wasn't worth the energy. I helped in the workshop most summers growing up, learned the trade, but ended up going to community college for business instead. Seemed like the smarter move at the time. The last few years were hard. Dad's health was declining, the business was barely staying afloat, and Richard's comments were getting sharper. At Thanksgiving, he'd asked my dad if he was still pretending to run a business or just calling it a hobby now. The funeral was at Miller's funeral home downtown. Small town, so everyone who knew my father showed up. I stood by the casket most of the afternoon, shaking hands, accepting condolences. Richard arrived late, wearing a suit that probably cost more than my dad made in a month. He made this whole show of paying respects, touching the casket, sighing loudly. I was standing near the refreshment table when I heard him. He was talking to Jim Parsons, one of the guys from the country club, and he didn't realize I was right behind the flower arrangement. Richard said, "Shame how it ended. At least I didn't end up like him, dying broke in a shed. Some people just never figure it out." Jim laughed, uncomfortable, tried to change the subject. I just stood there. Didn't confront him, didn't say anything. I just watched him grab a cookie and walk away, like he hadn't just spit on my father's memory. The rest of the funeral happened around me. I shook more hands, accepted more casseroles, smiled when people told me Dad was in a better place. But that comment kept looping in my head. Every time I blinked, I heard it again. The week after the funeral was a blur of paperwork and phone calls. My dad's estate was exactly what you'd expect, barely anything there. The workshop had tools older than me, and a mortgage that was almost paid off, but not quite. While I was going through his desk, I found a stack of rejection letters from some craft fair that Richard's company sponsored. My dad had applied 3 years in a row. Never got in. I told everyone I was moving into the apartment above the workshop to keep Dad's memory alive, to honor his work. That was partly true. But really, I'd already started planning something else. I spent those nights going through every file my dad had kept, every receipt, every scrap of paper. Richard called about a week later. Casual, like we were friends. He mentioned we should talk about the property when I had a chance. I played dumb, said sure, we could meet up. We sat down at the coffee shop on Main Street, and he slid this offer letter across the table. It was generous by normal standards, probably double what the property was worth. He told me the land was needed for overflow parking. His company was expanding the distribution center next door, and they needed the space. He used this sympathetic voice, said my dad would want me to cash out and start fresh somewhere. Then he added, "You're not a carpenter, kid. Take the money." I told him I needed time to think about it. His whole demeanor shifted. The sympathy disappeared, and he got this edge in his voice. He said not to take too long, that he was being nice because of Michael, but he had other options. I just nodded and left. That night, I started looking into Richard's company online. Found articles about his recent expansion in the local paper, permits filed with the county, the usual stuff. But then I pulled up the public records and something seemed off. Dates didn't match up. Contractor licenses looked duplicated. Things that didn't add up if you actually looked at them side by side. A few days later, one of my dad's old friends stopped by the workshop. Gary Chen, former building inspector, retired about 5 years back. He was paying his respects late, said he'd been out of town during the funeral. We got to talking and I mentioned Richard's offer, kept it casual. Gary got this look on his face and said, "Your uncle's been cutting corners for years. Everyone knows it, nobody proves it." I asked what he meant. He said things like permits filed after work started, subcontractors that didn't have proper licensing, materials that never matched up with what was ordered. Just rumors mostly, but the kind of rumors that stick around because they're probably true. Gary said he'd tried to flag some things when he was still working, but got shut down by people higher up. Small-town politics. After Gary left, I sat in the workshop, surrounded by my dad's unfinished projects. A dresser that needed drawer pulls, a bookshelf that was missing its back panel, a rocking chair he'd been carving details into. I thought about Richard at the funeral, about 30 years of comments and put-downs, about my dad never fighting back because he thought dignity mattered more. That's when I knew exactly how I'd honor my father's memory. 3 months after the funeral, I was living a double life. During the day, I ran the workshop, sanded wood, took measurements, pretended I was just a grieving son keeping his father's business alive. At night, I was someone else entirely. My business degree wasn't worth much, but it taught me enough to understand what I was looking at when I started digging into Richard's company. Richard called every 2 weeks like clockwork, asking about the property. Each time his offers got slightly less generous, like he was testing how desperate I was. I kept telling him I was still thinking about it, still processing everything. He'd sigh like I was being difficult and say we'd talk soon. I started with Freedom of Information requests, public records at the county office. Then I talked to some of Richard's former employees, guys who'd left angry or been fired. You'd be surprised what people will tell you over a beer when they think you're just making conversation. I found subcontractors hired without proper licensing documentation. Permits for previous projects that were filed after construction had already begun. Dates clearly backdated if you knew what to look for. Then there were these shell companies bidding against each other for Richard's contracts, and when I followed the paper trail, they all led back to him. The tax angle was almost too easy. He'd been claiming expenses for materials that were never delivered, invoices from companies that had dissolved years ago. I photographed everything, built spreadsheets, organized it all chronologically. It took months, but the file grew thicker every week. Richard stopped by the workshop unannounced one afternoon in September. I barely had time to close my laptop and shove it under some sandpaper boxes. He walked around looking at the work I'd been doing, seemed pleased. The place was cleaner, more organized. I'd fixed the front door and replaced some rotted boards on the porch. He nodded like he approved and said it looked like I was getting it ready to sell. I just smiled and let him think whatever he wanted. Thanksgiving was at my aunt's house. First family gathering since the funeral, and it was exactly as uncomfortable as you'd expect. Richard held court at the dinner table, talking about some new contract his company had landed, expansion plans, all his usual bragging. My mom pulled me aside while everyone was having dessert and asked why I was being so difficult about the workshop. Turns out Richard had been talking to the whole family, painting me as lost in grief and making emotional decisions I'd regret later. My cousin mentioned that Richard had told her my dad would want me to move on, not play carpenter in some run-down shop. Everyone was nodding along like Richard was being the reasonable one, and I was the problem. I stayed quiet, agreed to think seriously about his offer, and left early. Back at the workshop that night, I opened the file. Everything was there. Permit violations, tax fraud, contractor licensing issues, bid rigging. I had enough to destroy him. The question was whether I actually wanted to do it. This wasn't just exposing some random corrupt businessman. This was family. My mom would be devastated. Cousins would take sides. Holidays would never be the same. I kept thinking about something my dad said once when I was a kid. We were working on a table and I'd messed up a joint, got frustrated, and said something about wanting to break it. He told me, "Don't become bitter. Bitter men build nothing." But he also taught me to stand up when it mattered, to not let people walk over you just because confrontation was uncomfortable. I sat there trying to figure out which lesson applied here. Early December, Richard showed up with his lawyer. They had papers drawn up, a final offer, everything official. Richard said he'd been patient, but the land was part of a larger development plan, and one way or another, he was getting it. He had connections on the town council, implied he could pursue eminent domain if I kept dragging my feet. I asked for 1 week to decide. He agreed, but then added, "I'm doing you a favor here. Don't make me be the bad guy. Your dad was a dreamer, but I thought you were smarter." They left, and I sat in the workshop surrounded by my father's unfinished projects. All those things he'd started and never got to complete. I opened my laptop and started composing emails. 2 days before Christmas, I submitted everything. Sent the file to the county building department, the state tax authority, and a reporter at the local newspaper who'd written about municipal corruption before. I included organized evidence folders, a timeline, statements from former employees who'd agreed to talk. My cover letter was professional and factual, just presented the evidence and let it speak for itself. I didn't mention we were related. Figured the reporter would dig that up on their own if they wanted the story. Nothing happened immediately. Christmas passed in this weird, tense way where nobody knew what I'd done yet, but everyone could tell something was off. New Year's Eve, the first story dropped online. Local developer under investigation for permit violations, with Richard's company name right in the headline. Richard texted me an hour after it published. Just 3 words. "What did you do?" I didn't respond. Within 48 hours, the county had halted all his active projects, and the state tax board opened a formal audit. The family group chat exploded. People were confused, accusing each other, trying to figure out who'd tipped off the authorities. My mom called crying, asking me to tell her it wasn't me. I told her I didn't lie about anything. I just showed people what was already there. She hung up on me. The next few days were chaos. More news stories, Richard's lawyer releasing statements, family members calling to yell at me or ask what really happened. I stopped answering most of the calls. But I still wasn't done yet. 6 months later, Richard's company was still under full investigation. His contracts had been canceled, assets frozen, the whole operation essentially dead in the water. He was facing serious fines and possible criminal charges. His reputation in town was completely destroyed. I heard through the family grapevine that his wife left him, moved to her sister's place in another state. I ran into him once at the grocery store. He looked 10 years older, wouldn't even make eye contact, just grabbed his stuff and left. I threw myself into the workshop, started finishing all the projects my dad had left incomplete. The first one was a dining table for a woman named Susan who'd been waiting almost a year. When I delivered it, she cried, said it was exactly what she'd imagined. Word spread after that. Other people who'd worked with my dad started coming around, asking if I could finish their orders or start new ones. It wasn't huge money, but it was steady, sustainable, something real. I hired 2 apprentices by spring, taught them the way my dad taught me. In June, I commissioned a hand-carved wooden sign for above the workshop door. Big letters, impossible to miss. Failure's legacy, fine woodworking. Everyone in town knew the story by then. I wanted them to see it every time they drove past. My mom hasn't spoken to me in months. She sided with Richard completely, said I destroyed a man's life over a comment made in grief. The extended family split down the middle. Some people quietly support what I did, send me referrals for customers, nod when they see me around town. Others think I went too far, that family should protect family no matter what. My cousin Jake confronted me at the hardware store in July, asked how I could live with myself, said I'd destroyed Richard over a stupid comment. I told him Richard spent 30 years destroying my father. I just made people see it. Jake called me vindictive and hasn't talked to me since. The isolation is real. Holidays are just me now. But there's also this weird sense of clarity, like I know exactly who's actually in my corner. My dad's old friends stop by the workshop sometimes, bring coffee, tell stories. The customers have become regulars, people I actually look forward to seeing. It's a smaller circle, but nobody in it makes me feel like I need to apologize for existing. The town's opinion is mixed. Some people admire what they call justice, think Richard had it coming and I did everyone a favor. Others are uncomfortable with the whole thing, don't like the idea of family turning on family that publicly. I get both reactions depending on where I am and who I'm talking to. Richard showed up at the workshop late one evening in August. First time we'd been face to face since everything happened. He looked broken. None of that swagger left. He didn't apologize for the funeral comment. Didn't apologize for anything, really. Just asked why I really did it. Like he genuinely couldn't understand. I told him the truth. Because my dad deserved better than being forgotten, erased, turned into a parking lot. And because Richard deserved consequences for the way he'd operated for years. He stared at me for a long time and then said, "I'm ruined. Does that make you feel better?" Honestly, it didn't feel how I expected. Not triumphant or satisfying. Just empty and necessary, like lancing a wound. He left without saying anything else, and I haven't seen him since. These days the workshop is doing well. Booked solid for 3 months, just hired a third apprentice. But the success feels hollow sometimes, especially during holidays when I'm eating takeout alone instead of sitting around a table with family. A lot of customers explicitly tell me they come because of what my father stood for. One regular, this older woman named Margaret, told me, "Your father would be proud, not of what you did to Richard, but of what you built here." That comment keeps me up at night. Is she right? Would my dad be proud of the business or disgusted by how I got here? I keep wondering if there's actually a difference between justice and revenge, or if I'm just telling myself stories to feel better. Sometimes I'm working on a piece and I'm absolutely certain I did the right thing. Other times I hear my dad's voice in my head saying, "Don't become bitter." And I wonder if I became exactly what he taught me not to be. The family thinks I crossed a line. My mom won't return my calls. My cousins look away when they see me in public. Thanksgiving and Christmas were just me and some leftovers from the diner. But my father's name is associated with quality now, with integrity, with standing up for yourself. The workshop is thriving. Richard can't hurt anyone else the way he hurt my dad. I still don't know if the trade-off was worth it. Edit. Adding this because people keep asking. The workshop is booked solid. Business is better than it's ever been. Several customers have specifically mentioned they choose to work with me because they believe in the kind of man my father was. One guy brought in a newspaper article about Richard's investigation and asked if I felt vindicated. I didn't know how to answer that honestly, so I just changed the subject. Was it wrong to destroy my uncle's career just to honor my father's name? Some days I'm sure I did the right thing. Other days I'm working on a cabinet or a chair, and I think about my dad teaching me to measure twice and cut once, to take my time and do things properly. He was patient. He believed in letting your work speak for itself. And I wonder if I'm a good son, or just a better version of the uncle I hated. When my uncle's will was read, and my cousins mocked me for getting nothing, I revealed how I refused the inheritance years ago to save his business from bankruptcy. I'm 34, and 3 weeks ago my Uncle Robert passed away at 68. His lawyer called the whole family in for the will reading on a Tuesday afternoon, which is how I ended up sitting in this stuffy office surrounded by relatives I only see at funerals and Christmas. My Aunt Linda, Uncle Robert's wife, was there with their 3 kids, my cousins Derek, who's 36, Michelle, who's 33, and Brandon, who's 30. My younger brother Tom, 29, came with me for moral support. He was sitting next to me, looking as uncomfortable as I felt. There were a few other aunts and uncles scattered around the room too, but the main players were really just us. The thing is, Uncle Robert and I were close. Like, really close. Closer than he was with his own kids, if I'm being honest. They'd all moved away and built their own lives. Derek works in finance in Boston. Michelle does marketing in New York. And Brandon got into real estate in Chicago. They were successful, but they'd never been interested in the family construction business. I was the one who spent summers working with Uncle Robert, learning the trade, listening to his stories about building things that lasted. He taught me more about being a man than my own father ever did. So sitting there in that lawyer's office, I expected something. Not money necessarily, but some acknowledgement of what we'd meant to each other. Tom kept glancing at me like he could sense I was nervous, but I just stared straight ahead at Mr. Harrison, the estate lawyer. He was this older guy, probably in his 60s, with reading glasses that kept sliding down his nose every time he looked down at the papers. Mr. Harrison started reading through the will, line by line. It was the standard legal language at first. Then he got into the actual assets.
The house in Connecticut was going to Aunt Linda, with plans to eventually be split among the kids. The vacation property upstate was being divided between Derek and Michelle. There were investment accounts, business assets from the construction company, retirement funds, all of it being parceled out to his children in various combinations. I sat there, listening, waiting for my name. Tom shifted in his seat beside me. I could feel my cousins getting more and more satisfied with each item mentioned. Derek was nodding along like he'd expected all this. Michelle had pulled out a small notebook and was actually taking notes. Brandon just looked smug. Then my name came up. Finally. Mr. Harrison said, "To my nephew, I leave my collection of vintage construction blueprints and my old work desk from the office." That was it. Blueprints and a desk. I heard Derek make a small noise, almost like he was suppressing a laugh. When I glanced over, Michelle was biting her lip, trying not to smirk. Brandon didn't even try to hide it. He just sat there grinning. Behind me, I heard someone whisper something about the golden nephew not making the list. Another voice murmured agreement. Tom's hand clenched on the armrest between us. He knew this was wrong. He'd grown up watching Uncle Robert treat me like a son, watching me spend every summer and most weekends at the construction sites, seeing how much time we spent together. This didn't make sense to him, and honestly, it probably looked really bad from the outside. The reading continued, but I barely heard it. My mind was racing. Part of me understood exactly why Uncle Robert had done this, but another part of me felt humiliated sitting there while my cousins exchanged looks and whispered. They thought I'd been cut out. They thought I wasn't important to him. After everything, that's what they believed. Mr. Harrison finished reading and closed the folder. There was this brief moment of silence before everyone started talking. Aunt Linda pulled out a tissue and dabbed at her eyes. Derek immediately leaned over to Michelle, and they started discussing something about property values in hushed tones. Brandon had his phone out within seconds, probably already calculating his inheritance. The lawyer started explaining some procedural things about transferring assets and probate, but I wasn't really listening anymore. I was just sitting there trying to decide what to do. I could walk out right now, keep my mouth shut like I'd been doing for over 10 years, and let them all think whatever they wanted to think. Uncle Robert and I had an understanding. I didn't need their validation or their knowledge of what I'd done. But then Aunt Linda turned to me with this look on her face. It was pity. Pure pity. She reached over and patted my hand and said, "I'm sure Robert had his reasons, sweetheart. Not everyone can be blessed the same way. Not everyone can be blessed the same way." Like I was some charity case, like Uncle Robert had just forgotten about me or decided I wasn't worthy of anything substantial. Behind her, I could see Michelle and Derek exchanging another look. Brandon was still on his phone, not even pretending to pay attention anymore.
Tom whispered, "You okay?" But I didn't answer him. I sat there for maybe 30 seconds just staring at the wall behind Mr. Harrison's head. The lawyer was explaining something about estate taxes. Aunt Linda had gone back to talking quietly with Derek. Michelle was still taking notes. The room felt hot and small, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I thought about Uncle Robert. I thought about that phone call I got back in 2009 when I was 24 years old. I thought about the choice I made and the promise I'd kept all these years. I thought about how his business would have died without that decision, how none of these people would be inheriting anything at all if I hadn't done what I did.
And I thought about them sitting here, smirking and whispering and pitying me like I was nothing to him. That's when I made my decision. I couldn't stay quiet anymore. I cleared my throat, and everyone kept talking. I tried again, louder this time. "Actually, Aunt Linda, I need to explain something." The room went quiet. Derek turned around, looking annoyed that someone was interrupting whatever calculation he and Michelle had been doing. Brandon finally looked up from his phone. Mr. Harrison stopped mid-sentence about estate taxes and just waited. Aunt Linda looked at me with that same pitying expression. "What is it, sweetheart?" I took a breath. "The reason Uncle Robert's business was still standing when he died, the reason any of you are sitting here inheriting anything at all, it's because of money I gave up years ago." Michelle actually laughed. Not a mean laugh exactly, but like she thought I was confused or making some kind of joke. "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about 2009, I said. Uncle Robert's construction company was about to go bankrupt. He had loans he couldn't pay back. Creditors were threatening legal action, and he was maybe 3 weeks away from losing everything. The business, the house, all of it. Derek was shaking his head. "Dad never said anything about the company being in trouble." "Because he didn't want you to know," I said. "None of you were involved in the business anyway. You'd all moved away by then. But I was there. I saw what was happening. And he came to me because he knew something that nobody else in the family knew." The room was completely silent now. Even Tom was staring at me, because I'd never told him the full story either. I'd kept my promise to Uncle Robert for over a decade, and now I was about to break it in front of everyone. "Our grandfather, Dad's father, died in 2008, I continued. "Before he died, he set up an inheritance for me. It was supposed to be released when I turned 25. The amount was $280,000. I heard someone gasp. I think it was one of my other aunts in the back. Uncle Robert came to me in early 2009 and explained the situation. He needed exactly that amount to pay off his debts and restructure the business. He asked if there was any way he could borrow it, if I'd be willing to let him use it with the promise he'd pay it back eventually." Brandon was leaning forward now, his phone forgotten. "And you just gave it to him?" "I signed papers refusing my inheritance and had it redirected to him instead. I told him not to worry about paying it back. The only condition I had was that nobody could know about it. I didn't want it to become some big family thing where everyone felt awkward or obligated or whatever. I just wanted to help him because he'd always been there for me." Derek stood up. His face was red. "That's complete bullshit. If this were true, someone would have known. Mom would have known." I looked at Aunt Linda. She had gone pale and was just staring at me. "He never told you," I said to her. It wasn't a question. She shook her head slowly. I turned to Mr. Harrison. "You can confirm this, right? There should be documentation. Uncle Robert kept meticulous records." The lawyer had this look on his face like he'd just realized something. He reached for a different folder, one I hadn't even noticed him bring in. It was thicker than the will documents.
He opened it and started flipping through pages, and I could see they were old. Some of them looked yellowed at the edges. The room was so quiet I could hear the pages rustling. Mr. Harrison pulled out a specific section and read through it silently. His eyebrows went up. Then he looked at me, then at the family, then back at the documents. "It's true," he said finally. "There's complete documentation here of a transferred inheritance from the estate of William Morrison to Robert Morrison in March of 2009. The transfer was facilitated by the younger Mr. Morrison here, legally refusing his inheritance claim and designating Robert Morrison as the recipient." Nobody said anything for a long moment. Derek sat back down heavily. Michelle had stopped taking notes and was just staring at the lawyer. Brandon looked like someone had punched him. Aunt Linda's hands were shaking. Robert never said a word. Not one word in all these years. "I asked him not to," I said. "I didn't do it for recognition or to hold it over anyone. I did it because he was family and he needed help, and I was in a position to give it. That's all." Michelle's face had gone from pale to flushed. "But why didn't you say something before? Why didn't he tell us?" "Because it wasn't about getting credit," I said. "And honestly, I wouldn't have said anything today either. I was perfectly fine keeping this private like Uncle Robert and I agreed. But you all seem to think it was pretty funny that I got nothing. The smirking, the whispering, the comments about not being blessed. I sat here and listened to all of it." Brandon at least had the decency to look ashamed. "I didn't mean anything by it. I just thought—" "You thought I wasn't important to him," I finished. "You thought he'd cut me out or forgotten about me. And maybe that would have been fine if you'd kept it to yourselves, but you didn't." I looked around the room. "That construction company you all just inherited pieces of? It only exists because of that money. The house, the vacation property, the retirement accounts Uncle Robert built up over the years, all of it was possible because the business didn't go bankrupt in 2009. Without that $280,000, he would have lost everything and spent the last 15 years of his life trying to rebuild from nothing." Derek's jaw was clenched. He looked angry, but I couldn't tell if he was angry at me or at himself or at the situation. Michelle was the first one to really respond. Her voice came out small. "I'm sorry. I really didn't know."
None of us knew. "I know you didn't," I said. "But now you do." Aunt Linda was crying openly now. Mr. Harrison was trying to look professional, but I could tell he was uncomfortable with how this had all unfolded. Tom's hand was on my shoulder, and I could feel him squeezing it in support. Then Mr. Harrison cleared his throat. "There is actually one more item." Everyone looked at him. He reached into that same thick folder and pulled out a sealed envelope. "Mr. Morrison left specific instructions that this letter be given to you, and only you, after the will reading. He prepared it 2 years ago and updated it 6 months before his death." He held it out to me across the desk. I could see my name written on the front in Uncle Robert's handwriting, the same handwriting I'd seen on construction orders and birthday cards, and notes left on my windshield when I'd helped him with a project. My hands were shaking when I took it. The envelope was heavier than I expected. I held it and just stared at my name for a moment while everyone watched. I stood up with the letter in my hand. The room was still completely silent, and everyone was staring at me like they expected me to open it right there. But there was no way I was doing that in front of them. Whatever Uncle Robert had written to me was between us, not a performance for the family. Tom stood up with me. He didn't ask if I was leaving or if I was okay. He just got up and stood beside me like he'd always done. That's the thing about my brother. He always knew when to talk and when to just be there. I looked at Mr. Harrison. "Are we done here?"
Is there anything else I need to sign or any other legal stuff? He shook his head. No, you're free to go. I'll be in touch with everyone about the specific timeline for asset transfers and any other paperwork. I nodded and started walking toward the door. Tom followed. As we got there, Michelle called out behind me. Wait, please. I really am sorry.
I didn't know any of this, and I feel terrible about how we acted. I stopped and turned around. She looked genuinely upset, which was something, I guess. I know you didn't know, I said, but that doesn't change what happened. Derek was still sitting there with his arms crossed. He didn't say anything, but I could see he was pissed. Not at me exactly, but at the whole situation. Or maybe at himself. It was hard to tell with him. Brandon had put his phone away at least. He wouldn't look at me directly, but he muttered something that might have been an apology. I didn't ask him to repeat it. Aunt Linda stood up and walked over to me. Her eyes were red from crying, and she looked older than she had when I'd walked in an hour ago. I wish he'd told me, she said quietly. I wish I'd known what you did for us. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded. What was I supposed to tell her? That her husband had kept a massive secret from her for 15 years? That seemed cruel, given that she'd just lost him. Tom and I left. The walk to the parking lot felt long, even though it was maybe 30 seconds. Neither of us said anything until we got to our cars. They were parked next to each other because we'd arrived at the same time. You okay? Tom asked. I don't know, I said honestly. I didn't plan on saying any of that. I'm glad you did, he said. They were being assholes. You had every right to tell them. Maybe, I said. But it feels weird now. Like I broke a promise to Uncle Robert just because my feelings got hurt. Tom shook his head. You kept his secret for over 10 years. I think you've earned the right to defend yourself when people are literally mocking you at his will reading. That's messed up. He offered to come over to my place, but I told him I needed some time alone. I needed to read the letter, and I needed to do it by myself. He understood, and we said goodbye. The drive home was a blur. I kept thinking about Uncle Robert and that phone call back in 2009. I'd been 24 years old, just starting to figure out my life. And suddenly I had this decision to make. The money was supposed to be my safety net, my chance to maybe start my own business or buy a house or just have some financial security. But Uncle Robert needed it more. The choice had felt obvious at the time, but sitting in my car 15 years later, I wondered if I'd been stupid, if I'd given up too much. When I got home, I sat at my kitchen table with the letter in front of me for probably 20 minutes before I opened it. I don't know what I was afraid of. Maybe that he'd explain why he didn't leave me more. Maybe that he'd apologize for something that didn't need an apology. Maybe that it would just be a generic thank you note, and I'd feel disappointed. Finally, I opened it. The letter was 3 pages, handwritten. Uncle Robert's handwriting had gotten shakier near the end. I could tell which parts he'd written 2 years ago and which parts he'd added more recently. He started by thanking me, not just for the money, but for never making him feel like he owed me something. He said most people who do something like that hold it over you forever, consciously or not. But I never did. He said I let him keep his dignity, and that mattered more than the money itself. He explained that he'd wanted to pay me back so many times over the years. The business had recovered and done well. There were times when he had extra money and wanted to give it to me, but I'd always refused. He'd tried to find other ways to help me, co-signing loans, offering me jobs, trying to set me up with opportunities. But I'd always insisted on making my own way. Then he got to the part about the will. He said he knew his kids would inherit well and that they'd be taken care of. But he also knew they'd never understood what it meant to sacrifice something for family without expecting anything back. He said the desk and blueprints weren't much, but they represented everything he'd built with his own hands. Everything that had survived because of what I'd done. He wanted me to have them, because I was the only one who would understand what they meant.
The last part was what got me. He wrote that I'd already given up one inheritance for him, and he couldn't bear to put me in a position where I'd feel obligated to help anyone else. He said his kids would be fine with what they got, but I needed to focus on building something of my own now. He said he was proud of me, and that he loved me like a son. I sat there at my kitchen table and cried. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I cried because Uncle Robert was gone, and I'd never get to talk to him again. I cried because I'd kept this secret for so long, and now it was out in the open, in the worst possible way. I cried because his last words to me were perfect and painful at the same time. 2 days later, Michelle called. She apologized again and said she'd talked to her brothers. She said she understood why I'd spoken up, and that she was ashamed of how they'd all acted. She said if I ever needed anything, to let her know. I appreciated it, but I also knew things would be weird with that side of the family for a while. Derek sent a text message the next day. It was short and kind of defensive. Something about how he wished I'd said something sooner instead of making them all look bad, but also that he was sorry for not knowing. I didn't respond. I figured anything I said would just make things worse. Brandon never reached out at all. I'm not surprised. He was always the most self-centered of the three of them. So now I'm sitting here with Uncle Robert's desk in my living room, and his blueprints on my wall, and this letter that I've read probably 50 times. Part of me feels vindicated that I finally told them the truth. Part of me feels guilty for breaking my promise to keep it secret.
And part of me is just sad that Uncle Robert is gone, and I'll never know if I did the right thing. I keep wondering if I should have just stayed quiet. Let them have their inheritance, and their moment, and their assumptions about me. Uncle Robert and I had our understanding, and maybe that should have been enough. But then I remember sitting in that office, listening to them whisper and smirk, and I get angry all over again. Was I wrong for saying something? Or was it fair to finally set the record straight after being mocked? I honestly don't know. And I guess that's what I'm stuck with now.